gasp through the hall. Hating Cam was one thing. Denying the town much-needed income out of spite was another. Cam tensed, his grip turning white on the podium. "Seriously?" Walter questioned, his gaze swinging left and right down the council. "Vote's been cast," Genevieve said with a fake frown. "It's hard to believe there were 6 of you who couldn't look past Cam's current legal matters." 6 of you? 3 eyes. That had to be Walt, Gid's wife Julie, and probably Mary, given her reaction. Or maybe not. No one would go public with their grudge. Unless we made them. I tugged on Cam's elbow, and he leaned down. "Tell Walt that you moved to poll the council. Why? They secretly voted against you because of the lawsuit. They won't publicly go against the mine. It's literally the reason Alba exists in the first place. Do it," I ordered. He shot me a look of disbelief, but stood tall. "Foreman? Cam?" Walt replied, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I moved to poll the council." Walt's eyebrows rose, but he smiled. "What a good idea." "He can't move to poll the council. He has to have a majority of the 18 other voting members," Dad interjected, looking straight at Cam when he said it. "You neglected to mention that," Cam whispered, barely moving his mouth. "Whoops. Okay, just go with it." I turned around and eyed what I could see of the hall. "Go with what?" he asked. "Could you move to the left there, Dorothy? Thanks." I climbed up on the folding chair. "Sweet Lord," Dorothy muttered. I wobbled when the chair did, but Cam grabbed my waist. Probably not the best imagery, but we were already condemned, so I might as well get the perks. "If you're a voting member, could you stand?" About 10 people did. "Come on, stand up. Don't you want to hear which of them is willing to let a personal vendetta against Camden Daniels deny this town the chance to raise our income by 50%? You saw the projections. James Hudgens, you have 2 sons who live in Alba, but you can only leave the historical firehouse to one of them. Don't you want to see if the other can make a living in the season running the tours or shuttling tourists?" James looked past Oscar's scowl to his younger son, Ian. Then he stood. "Jennifer Halverson, you make money on one thing. Don't look at me like that. You know it's true. Can you imagine how much more money you'll make for your kids when we have another 30,000 people coming through in the summer?" She openly glared at Cam, but stood. Funny how moral judgment went out the window when personal finances got involved. One by one, I called out the remaining 5 voting members until all 17 of them stood, with Camden as the 18th. "If you'd like to move the council to a verbal poll, please lift your hand and say aye," I called out. They unanimously did. Cam lowered me to the ground, using it as an excuse to whisper, "Thank you," in my hair. "I just got you here. You have to poll them. You're the one who called for it." "Great," he muttered. "They can't answer the poll until you finish calling their name, first and last," I told him. "How do you even know that?" He looked at me with a combination of awe and confusion. "Dad," I explained with a shrug. He'd made a game of learning council rules and quizzed us at the dinner table as kids, certain that one of his daughters would take his place as a county judge. "So, call their name really slowly?" Cam asked, as Walter urged the crowd to quiet. "Just keep talking until they're convinced," I suggested. "Go for the throat, because they sure went for yours." "You want me to change their minds. You don't have to do much," I promised. "They're facing a room of angry neighbors, and you only need to flip 2. Just remember, founders can outvote them all." Cam nodded. "You ready?" Walter asked. "I am. Begin." "Genevieve, I can't imagine that you would deny all our townspeople the chance at increasing their income, especially seeing that their income goes back into your jewelry store the rest of the year. My father bought my mother's engagement ring at Dawson's. You definitely aren't one of those nays, are you? Genevieve Dawson?" She was redder than her cranberry sweater when he finished. He'd sure chosen to start with a dragon. "Of course not. I say aye," she finished. One down. "Walter Robinson?" "Aye." Walter voted with a grin. We only needed 3 more. Julie Hall. Aye, she replied and winked at her husband. Down to 2. Mary Murphy? Cam guessed. Aye, she nodded. He was only going for the ayes, and he needed to flip 1 more vote. His eyes landed on Dad, and I stiffened. Noah. I could come back to Alba as a millionaire with a Nobel Prize, and you'd still shut me down, right? How did you vote, Noah Bradley? Nay. Dad leaned back in his chair. Cam nodded. That's what I thought. A murmur went through the crowd. That was for you, Cam whispered. He'd turned the tables on my dad and called him out publicly, just like Dad had done to me in the diner. Dad let spite rule over public interest in an election year. Alexander. I sucked in a breath as Cam addressed his brother. You and I have discussed how the proceeds from opening this mine to tours will allow us to generate enough income to keep our father in his own home with proper care. It will let us keep the promise we made to him. Surely you wouldn't vote against keeping our dad in his home, would you, Alexander Daniels? Xander didn't look out over the crowd, simply leaned forward and stared right at Cam. I'll do anything to keep our dad happy and healthy. Aye. The crowd applauded, and Cam clutched me in a quick hug. But I took one look at Dad and Xander, and couldn't help but feel that though we'd gained a win, we'd lost something too.
Chapter 15. Camden. Take it easy, Dad. Xander tried like hell to ease Dad into his seat in the dining room as I took the one on his left. I'm not a child. I can do it. He waved Xander off and stared at the pasta in front of him. It's your favorite, shrimp fettuccine, Xander said with a forced smile. I know it's my favorite. What, did you think I forgot or something? He grumbled but picked up his fork. Xander and I glanced at each other before starting our own lunch. There was a tentative truce between us for moments like this, but it felt like the Cold War. We put on a good face in front of Dad and built up our arsenals behind the scenes. Where's Dorothy? Why aren't we eating in the kitchen? Dad's brow furrowed. Xander sighed, so I jumped in. Dorothy only comes on Thursdays or whenever she wants to stop by now, I told him again. He'd been home from the hospital for 2 days, and they hadn't been the best in terms of his memory. You have a team that comes now, remember? I don't need a team. Nikki is with you Monday through Thursdays, and since it's Wednesday, she's here today. You've got Dan and Sandra taking over nights, and May taking the other days. I've got a schedule with their pictures posted by your bed, your seat in the living room, the refrigerator, and the message board in the hallway. Do you want me to put it anywhere else? Not arguing back was my new thing. I wasn't entirely sure it was going well. I don't see any Nikki. Dad took a bite and then looked around the dining room. And why the hell are we in here? I hate this room. Pointless to have an entire room we only use at Christmas, but your mother says that's the way it's supposed to be. He shook his head. I inwardly flinched, just like I always did when he talked like Mom was still here. We thought Nikki could use a break, so Xander and I are having lunch with you. And your walker isn't as easy to use in the kitchen, so until you're back to 100%, we thought this would be easier. He glared at his walker, which rested next to him. I don't need that damn thing, or any of this. He ripped the oxygen tube from his nose. Xander moved, but I stopped him. Let him eat first. Doctor says the oxygen is only for a few more days, Dad. They just want to make sure your lungs are back up to snuff. You gave us quite the scare. Xander's gaze hit the table, and I wondered if he was thinking about the ventilator, the restraints, because I sure as hell was. Fine, then I'll just drive down to Doc Myers and have him clear me, because this is ridiculous. He attacked his pasta like it was personally responsible for the oxygen. Dad, Doc Myers died about 8 years ago, Xander told him. Why? I mouthed across the table. There was zero reason to shove it in Dad's face that his mind was going. There were fights you picked and fights you walked away from. Xander glared in response. Great. It was childhood all over again. Fine, then I'll just drive down. Dad stood, bracing his hands on the table. Dad, no. Xander and I both stood. I can go where I damn well please. He slammed his fist on the bare wood of the table, making the silverware jump. You can't. Xander's voice broke. Why the hell not? In case you forgot, Alexander, I'm your father. I don't care if you think you're a big man running off to the army because Colorado State rejected you. I'm your father. I blinked, and my eyes snapped to Xander, who flushed. Colorado State rejected him? That was never the story we were told. He chose to serve his country, chose to be selfless over serving himself. Xander shot me a look, and I lifted my hands like I was under arrest. I wasn't going there. Like you aren't going to throw that at me, he snapped. Seriously? I wish the worst thing I had going against me was that I didn't get into the college I wanted. I've done far worse. I knew he was still pissed at me. We were at war, for crying out loud. But at least his posture softened. You have no room to talk, Camden. I'm still paying the school for what you did to the bathrooms. Dad swung a finger at me. I barely stopped to laugh, but when Dad's weight shifted, I moved quickly and caught him. Who even does that? Cherry bombs the girls' bathroom, like you're in some kind of movie or something. A 13-year-old boy looking for the wrong kind of attention. I helped him back into his seat. I swear that stuffy principal charged me double because I laughed, Dad muttered. My chest constricted. He'd laughed? Really? Because he hadn't been laughing on the way home or when he'd threatened his belt. Dad picked up his fork again, and we took our seats. I exchanged a tense smile with Xander. See? We could do this. We'd be... And where are my car keys? Dad asked, glaring at Xander. All that red from Dad's CSU comment drained from his face, leaving my brother instantly pale. Right. About the keys. He looked to me. I took your keys, Dad, I said matter-of-factly and took a bite, forcing myself to chew and swallow. It wasn't the food. The army taught me not to be picky. But I knew how to spot an avalanche, and Dad was ripe for one. You what? Whatever for? You can't even drive, Camden. So about that picking fights thing, this was the one I had to pick. I'm 28, Dad. I swallowed a mouthful of ice water. That's not right, he muttered. You still shouldn't have my keys. Give them back. His blue eyes narrowed on me. I can't do that. I wound another piece of fettuccine around my fork, hoping he'd let it go, that he'd forget this as easily as he'd forgotten my age. You sure as hell can and will. Those are my keys. He jabbed his fork in my direction, punctuating his words. They are, I agreed. That's my car. It is. Do I have to call Tim Hall? Teach you a lesson about stealing other people's property? He threatened, leaning forward. Dad, you're not safe driving it. I can't give them back to you in order to keep you safe. I spoke slowly, calmly, using every trick I'd learned over the years to talk him down. I dealt with warlords less stubborn than my father. I'm a better driver than you'll ever be. That might be so, I agreed. But Dad, you started the car, ran it into the garage door, then got out to fix it and almost died. My throat closed on the last part, and I had to clear it, then take another swig of my water to ease that lump. That's nonsense. I would never hit the garage door. He waved at me, fork still in his hand. You're lying. You just want to steal my car. No, Dad, I have my own car. You're 13! I'm 28. I looked to Xander for a little help, but he stared at the table in defeat. Cam, you know triggering his emotions is just going to make him spiral, Xander warned. Thanks for the help. Dad, you're not safe behind the wheel anymore. That's bullshit! You say you're a man? I am, I agreed, even though some days I wasn't quite sure where that line really was anymore, because I sure as hell felt like a child the minute I walked into this house. Hell, even this town. Then you know I need my keys. A man drives. He has control. Who is going to take your mother to the library when it snows? You know she hates that driveway. Shit, that hurt. Xander's eyes squeezed shut. Fine. Okay, I could be the bad guy. It was pretty much the role I'd been born to play anyway. Dad, Mom passed away a long time ago. You don't have to drive her anywhere. Both Xander and I are grown. We can drive you wherever you need. Your nurses can, too. They're extremely capable. Xander and I made sure you have the best people around you. You don't need to worry about driving. Let us make this easier. I want my goddamn keys! The fork flew from his hand, skidding down the honey oak table and landing in Mom's empty chair. You can't have them. He roared in frustration, and my chest clenched like I was a kid. Fine. I'll just ask Sullivan to get them. He's the only one of you who ever listens, he grumbled. That was a fight I refused to have. We ate the rest of lunch in silence until Nikki arrived, all smiles in her green scrubs. There you are, she waved to Dad, then turned to Xander and me. Thanks. It was great to grab lunch with my boyfriend. Who are you? Dad asked. Nikki, she answered like it was the first time. It wasn't. I'm here to spend the day with you. How about we pop this back on? She looped the oxygen back under his nose. And get you set up for a little relaxation time. Your boys tell me that you love Band of Brothers, so I've got the first episode queued up. Dad's eyes narrowed as he watched her take his empty dish from the dining room. I'm supposed to watch movies with this girl? She's just here to help, Dad. She's bossy. He thumbed his oxygen tube. So are you, I countered. Okay, we're all set. Want to come with me, Art? Nikki asked. Well, I guess you're pretty enough, he commented and stood. Dad, you can't call her pretty. I cringed in Nikki's direction. Sorry. No worries. I've been called worse. She shrugged it off. Why not? Look at her. Red hair, nice skin. I like pretty girls. We'll get along just fine if you don't talk through the show. Xander moved his walker, and Dad stepped into it, leaning heavily for support. Nikki smiled and took Dad to the living room as Xander and I carried the remaining dishes to the kitchen. So you'll take his keys to save his life, but you're going to take me to court for a DNR so we can end it, Xander accused as I washed what was in the sink. Not the same thing, I argued, loading the dishes into the dishwasher. Really, because if you think he's lucid enough to say he wants a DNR, then he should be lucid enough to drive, right? I shut the dishwasher and turned to face my brother. What? No answers to that? He shoved his arms through his suit coat and stared me down with an open disdain he'd hidden from our father. You still don't see? I asked quietly. After everything in the hospital, when he woke up screaming because he didn't know where he was or why there was a tube down his throat. You think he wants to live like that? Tied down with restraints while his own sons hold him prisoner? 12 days! Xander snapped. It was 12 days in the hospital, and now he's home. And half the time, he'll be Dad. So yeah, I'm willing to take those shitty days so we can have the few good ones that we do. Because I love him, and I will keep him on this earth as long as I can. You'll take the shitty days. I shook my head. You didn't take the shitty days, Xander. He did. You watched. At some point, you're going to see that this has never been about what you want, what I want. It's about what he wants. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, all the time using our family mind to try and sway public opinion to your side. Try to convince everyone that you're some kind of reformed hero. That's all about Dad. Sure. I'm telling you, brother, they'll be grateful for the income, but it won't work to get the people or the judge on your side. I know Alba a little better than you do. He couldn't have hit the mark any closer, yet been further off. I didn't give a fuck if Alba saw me as their tourism savior. I cared that they trusted me enough to give Dad what he wanted. He left after saying goodbye to Dad and giving me another glare as he walked out the door. I leaned back against the doorframe to the living room and watched quietly as Dad settled in, his breathing easier now that he wasn't moving as much. Was this really as good as it was going to get for him? How could such a beast of a man lose himself to his own mind? Hey, Dad, I have to go up to the mine. The mine? I know that place better than anyone. He turned his head to reply, looking over the side of the blue recliner he loved. Yeah, I know, Dad. I'm getting it ready to reopen for tours, remember? His forehead puckered. Right, that's right. Dangerous place, that mine. You should take me with you, just in case you get lost. Hate for anything to happen to you or that Bradley girl. The pressure was back in my chest. He knew. In this moment, he knew what was really happening. He was really here. We'll be okay, I promised him. I won't let anything happen to Willow. I know you won't. That girl is wild about you. You know that, right? Everyone knows. It's all they talk about in town. He gave me a soft smile, and that pressure eased to something light and sweet. And that's okay with you? My keys dug into my palm. Relax. His opinion has never mattered to you before. Except it always had. Of course. You two have been inseparable since you were kids. Figured it would come full circle one of these days. Now be careful up there. Those train cars will still function on the rails, but you know those tracks stop dead past that first ventilation shaft. Yeah, I have your old maps. Don't worry. Okay. Have fun. Love you, Sullivan. He gave me another one of those soft smiles and turned back to the television. There was a 2-ton brick on my chest. There had to be, because the air wouldn't come and it fucking hurt. I blinked furiously at the prickling pain in my eyes and laid my head back on the doorframe. My first breath came in a gasp, filling my lungs but leaving the pain. That was all mine. Love you too, Dad, I responded, because it was what he'd expect. Because it was the truth. I walked down the hallway and tapped Sully's picture on the wall. That one was for you, too. My phone rang as I climbed into the Jeep, and Willow's name flashed across the screen. I started the engine on the second ring. On the third, I told myself every single reason I shouldn't pick it up. On the fourth, I did. Hey yourself. What are you up to? I could practically see her smile as her voice filled my car, coming through the speakers. Just finished lunch with my dad, and I was thinking of heading to the mine. I'm meeting with the contractor tomorrow and wanted to get another look at it. I put the car in gear and headed toward my place. I have a better idea, she suggested. You sound like you're up to no good. Now my lips were curving, too. How about we both skip out on work and you meet me at the hot springs? The hot springs. There were 10,000 different reasons I should say no and only one reason why I should go. And damn if that one reason didn't outweigh every other one. Cam? She asked, her voice pitching higher. She was nervous I'd say no. Probably because she knew I should. This was a bad idea. Willow Bradley, are you asking me to play hooky with you? The Jeep rocked back and forth through a stretch of road where ice had built up in little boulders. Maybe. Okay, definitely. Come on. No one else will ever go with me. That's because it's covered in snow. I looked up through the windshield and saw brilliant blue skies. At least the weather was good for it. Only the outsides. The water is toasty, as you should remember. A couple of hours with Willow sounded like heaven. We'd had 0 time alone together since, well, whatever the hell it was that had happened in the kitchen. Come on. Be bad with me. Be bad, huh? Let me guess. You're not actually being bad. You have all your work done for the day already. Okay, fine, I do. Basically, I'm guilting you into being bad so I can blatantly use you for some fun. That's a situation I'm well acquainted with. I'll meet you there in 20. There was no way this could possibly end well. But nothing ever did. Chapter 16. Camden. Snow covered every part of the meadow between the ridges, with the exception of the hot springs and the creek that ran beside it, heavy with the beginning of spring thaw. The contrast of undisturbed snow against the steaming turquoise mineral pool was something I'd never found an equal to. I'd traveled all over the world, seen both the breathtaking and the brutal, but there was nowhere on earth I found as beautiful, hence the tattoo on my arm. Opening this hot springs up to tourists would have made more than a pretty penny, but our great-grandfathers had agreed to keep it for the private use of the Danielses and Bradleys only. With the exception of a few summer parties when we were in high school, this generation had honored that agreement, relished it, really. I parked the Jeep alongside the old bathhouse and got out, hauling my backpack with me. The snow barely gave way under my boots as I trekked above where the bathhouse perched precariously over the north end of the pool and down the other side. The structure was still sound, as far as an 1880s piece of ruin left to time could be. Dad had reinforced it the summer Xander broke his wrist after we built a tire swing under it, and the supports still looked good. The tire swing had not survived Xander's misadventure. Willow's forerunner crested the ridge from the west, and my stomach tensed in anticipation. A month. I'd been home a month, and I'd gone from vowing to never see her, to never touching her, to I didn't even know. She was Willow, and even though I knew this was a shit idea, I couldn't stop myself. I never could when it came to her. She was the exception to everything. Hey! She grinned as she shut the door to her car, toting her own bag over her shoulder. Nice wheel, I pointed to her front left. You like that? She posed like a car model. It's brand new from the manufacturer and looks exactly like the other 3 already installed. But wait, there's more. It comes with 4 new tires, since its friend on the back right was also flattened while avoiding a deer. All for the price of I think I just put Keith Mayberry's kid through college. She ended with a flashy grin, and I laughed. I never knew how she did it, but she could flip my moods with a twist of her lips. Lips I knew the taste and texture of. Lips that had fueled way too many dreams lately. All because I had the self-control of a teenager when she came near. Or maybe it was because I'd wanted her since I was a teenager. Let's get in. It's freezing out here. She nodded, and we climbed down the stone-ringed embankment until we reached the heavy, flat stones that bordered the north and west ends of the pool. We dropped our bags, and I busied myself with getting my towels out and stripping down, mostly to keep from watching Willow strip down. I laid out one towel to step on and folded the other for when I got out, then started dropping clothing until I was in nothing but the black swim trunks I'd worn under my pants. See you in there, I called out and jumped, careful not to cannonball because I wasn't 15 anymore. The water engulfed me in heat, and I lingered but didn't hit the bottom before I swam back up. I broke the surface, and the drops of water on my face immediately chilled. How is it? Willow asked from the edge. I turned around and nearly swallowed my tongue. She stood on the ledge, pulling her long brown hair up into a knot on the top of her head. Words. I didn't have words. Incredible, maybe. Beautiful, definitely. Sexy as hell? Yeah, we'd go with that, too. Her suit was a two-piece and straight out of a 40s pin-up fantasy, complete with navy blue bottoms, gold buttons up her stomach, and a red and white striped top that looped around her neck and tied between her breasts in a bow that I was going to undo with my teeth. God bless America. I locked my jaw to keep those teeth exactly where they were. "Well?" she asked, and it took me a second to remember what she'd asked in the first place. "It's a balmy 104 degrees, just like every other day of the year." Though I really was wishing it was a hell of a lot colder at this moment. "Perfect." She sat on the edge of the stone, then lowered herself into the water until it covered her to her neck. Then she moaned. "This feels amazing." This was the worst idea I'd ever had in my entire life, except that it was her idea. She made her way toward, then past me, stopping at the grouping of shallow stones that made up the east end of the pool. "Come sit," she called out. "That's probably not the best idea." "Why?" She tilted her head to the side and leaned back so her weight was braced on her hands. The water hit her neckline, but it was also crystal clear in that section. "Trust me, this is close enough." "So you're going to stay out there in the middle and tread water the entire time we're here?" She disappeared behind a cloud of steam as the breeze shifted, then reappeared. "Maybe." "Suit yourself." "So you know the entire town thinks we're together, right?" she questioned. "Ah, yes, the elephant in the room, or rather, in the hot springs." "I am aware." I swam a little closer when another wave of steam hit her from me. I might not be able to touch her, not in the way I wanted, but I wasn't going to deny myself the simple pleasure of looking at her. "Because you keep putting your hands on me when we're in public." She arched an eyebrow in clear challenge. "Define hands on you." It was nothing compared to what I wanted to do. "You put your arm around me at the diner. You held out your hand first." I moved through another cloud of steam when I couldn't see her. "You held my hand at the Historical Society meeting. You—" Shit, I had nothing. "You hugged me." There. "You held on to my waist. So you didn't fall off the chair. Do you have any clue how clumsy you get when you're distracted? You get this laser focus on something shiny, and everything else doesn't exist, including your own feet. Trust me, I was saving you from yourself." "You kissed my forehead." All pretense of play dropped in those hazel eyes. I'd kissed a hell of a lot more than that in my kitchen. I swallowed and sat on the edge of the ledge that marked the shallow end. "You chose me over your dad. You pulled me from my car and carried me home." I turned to fully face her, the water falling to my stomach. Cold air prickled at my chest, helping to ground me. "That was just being a good neighbor. Plus, the entire town didn't see, so I don't think it counts." A smile tugged at her lips. "Okay. You took a bullet for me." "6, I corrected her, feeling that sliver of terror at the reminder of how close I'd come to losing her. "It was 6 bullets. Buckshot." "I thought you were dying," she admitted. "I didn't know about the vest." "I thought he'd kill you before I could get out there." I ran my hands over my air-cooled face. "I thought about you before I saw you." She shifted and sat up. "What?" "Game over." "I saw the gun, and your dad was talking about cougars, and I thought about you." She tucked her knees to her chest. "Is that so hard to believe?" "Yes." "Believing in anything earned you a shit ton of disappointment." "I thought about you every single day, Cam." Fuck me, the woman wasn't pulling her punches. I did too. But I couldn't say those words. Couldn't cross the lines I'd already stumbled across once. That had been passion and need, but to do so here would be choice. An unforgivable choice, and I'd already made one that broke her heart. I thought about you when you went to college and when you came home and stopped speaking to me. God, you were so cruel that summer. I know. The hurt in her eyes made me close mine. Why? My heart slammed in my chest, the reason screaming for release, to say the words I hadn't been able to. Because she was everything that was good about Alba, about life, really. And he'd been that good, too. And they'd been right together. And I'd never be either of those things. I looked over at her, and she sighed, realizing I wasn't going to answer her. I thought about you when you left for basic, and when Sully told me you'd been selected for Special Forces training, and every day you were in the evaluation process. Every day. I missed you so much that I wasn't sure how people kept breathing with that kind of pain, you know? She looked up at the sky. I missed you every day for 10 years, Cam. I knew exactly the kind of pain she meant because I'd carried it with me, learning to exist around it, to bury it, only to have it resurface time and again. And she was here, within arm's reach, and I still couldn't ease that damned pain. I wouldn't let myself. We can't do this, I said softly. Slowly, she brought her eyes back to meet mine in challenge. Why? You know why. Logic told me to end it there, to swim over to the other ledge, grab my clothes, and get the hell out before this went anywhere we couldn't come back from. I should go. I never should have come, and I knew it. But you came anyway. She shifted up on her knees, and goosebumps covered her shoulders. I have a hard time staying away from you, I admitted. I could offer her the same honesty she gave me. I owed her at least that much. Always have. Darkness is drawn to the light, right? And there's nothing brighter in this town than you. She softened at the compliment, and I instantly wanted to take it back. I should be shoving her as far away from me as possible, not saying shit to make her come closer. You have a choice. You've always had a choice. Not when it came to you. I was never good enough. I'm still not. This, I gestured between us, can never happen. I decide who's good enough for me, not you, she argued, slipping to the side so we were only a couple of feet apart. Then think again, because all I'm good for is building things and destroying people. I destroyed you once, too. She flinched. I saw your tears, your heartbreak when I brought him home. I know what I did to you. Sullivan's death was not your fault, she said in the same tone she'd used when we'd had the same fight in the kitchen. The same fight we'd have forever if I gave in to what I wanted. It didn't matter how many times she said it. Sully's death was on my hands. Keep telling yourself that, Willow. I'll keep telling you until you believe it, she promised, coming up on her knees and taking my face between her hands. You told me your ugliest truth that day, but you never let me say mine. As if anything you have could compare. The air between us was charged. You saw me crying the day of Sullivan's funeral. That's true. I loved him, and I don't regret loving him. I turned my face, but she followed until her knee brushed my thigh. So you saw my grief, but you never stopped to see my relief. My gaze snapped back to hers. I was heartbroken that Sullivan died, but, Cam, the only reason I could breathe was because you survived. I was so ashamed that all I was allowed to feel was the grief, when the relief was the bigger emotion. Her shoulders hunched as she looked away. What are you saying? You were relieved that Sully died? I whispered. No, she shook her head. I was relieved that you didn't. And I knew that eventually I'd be okay. I'd heal. And I did. I put myself back together and made myself whole. But I knew that if your places had changed, and we'd buried you, I wouldn't have. I couldn't, I can't picture my world without you in it somewhere. You don't mean that. I do. Was she really telling me that if she had to choose one of us to come home that day, she would have chosen me? That was impossible. Everyone chose Sullivan. My father, Xander, even Willow herself. How big of an asshole was I that I longed to believe her? That I wanted to think I was worthy of being someone's first choice? I wanted to be her first choice. She came closer until our breaths mingled with the steam rising from the mineral pool. Say yes, she begged, turning my words from our first kiss around on me. But I couldn't. Not when I was only her choice because he couldn't be. As badly as I wanted her, I couldn't be her silver medal. Even when the beating in my chest screamed to take what I could get, the lone scrap of pride I'd held on to all these years couldn't do it. No. I moved away from her, sliding back into the pool. Why? She shouted, sitting on the edge of the shallow end. You fight for your country, for Sullivan, for your dad, and even for me. Why can't you let someone fight for you? Why won't you let me fight for you? The naked pain in her voice shredded my composure like nothing else could, and my control snapped. Because I'll only hurt you. News flash, we don't have to be together for you to break my heart. Trust me, I've got a few years of evidence to back that up. Try again. Because you don't really want me, of all the stupid things to say. She dropped under the water and swam, surfacing past me near the midpoint of the pool, where the steam obscured her again. I'm not a replacement for Sullivan, I shouted at her, at the world, at God, at whoever cared enough to listen. The breeze carried the steam away just long enough to see her stricken face. No, she whispered, but it carried. Sullivan was the replacement for you. What did she just say? I stopped treading water and immediately sank as she turned her back on me and swam toward the other side. I dove under water and shot across the pool, coming up in front of her. We both gasped, me for air and her with surprise. Say it again, I demanded. Do you hate me? She flattened her lips between her teeth as tiny droplets of water slipped down her face. It would fit, since I hated myself. You were home for the summer after your freshman year of college, and I saw the girls hanging all over you in Julie's hot tub, and you didn't push them away. And it hit me that you never would. Not for me. You didn't see me like that. But I did. I just never acted on it. Sullivan found me crying, and he kissed me, and I let him because it dulled the pain. I used him, and he let me, and I grew to love him for it, and eventually for everything else, but I knew I couldn't love him like he loved me. Not when I didn't have a whole heart to give him. Her mouth trembled. Not so bright and shiny now, am I? How could she not see that her vulnerability, her honesty, made her that much brighter? Say it again, I repeated, my tone bordering on a plea. I needed to hear it more than I needed my next meal or my next breath. Her words could sustain or destroy me. She looked away, waging an internal battle I couldn't fight for her. When she brought her eyes back to mine, the fear there was laced with a resolve that had me holding my breath. It was always you, Cam. She closed the inches between us, resting her hands on my chest, on the heart she didn't realize only beat because hers did. I've loved you since forever. I've been in love with you since I was old enough to understand what that meant. No one else ever had a shot of getting close. How could they, when you took my heart with you? She loved me. She'd always loved me. She'd wanted me, and I'd been too scared to put myself out there for her, to risk her rejection or her acceptance. I had the strength not to act on my own feelings, but I could never reject hers. One of my arms wrapped around her waist as I propelled us back to the shallows. Apprehension still lined her forehead, but she laced her fingers behind my neck. When we reached the ledge, I hoisted us up until I sat where I had a few minutes ago, more than ready for a do-over. She didn't look away as I gripped her thighs in my hands and lifted her so she straddled my lap, one knee on each side of my hips. If she could be brave, then so could I. "I'll probably never be good enough to believe that you could be mine," I said softly, splaying one of my hands over the bare skin of her back. "I made peace with that years ago. But I've always been yours." Her eyes widened, and I knew I owed her the full truth, the same as she'd given me. "Only yours. Always yours." Holy shit, I'd finally said it. Her mouth collided with mine, and I lost myself in her. Her hands tunneled through my hair and held me as she poured her love, her joy, into a kiss I never could have imagined. It felt like coming home. I gripped her hip in one hand and the base of her neck in the other, tilting her head so I could kiss her deeper. Our tongues danced and tangled. Our lips caressed and lingered. I kissed her until I knew her mouth as well as I did my own, until she whimpered and rolled her hips over mine. I kissed her slowly, with tenderness, and then I took her mouth with greed and pure need. Every nerve in my body was alive and tingling, electric with her nearness. Each of my senses filled with her. Just Willow. I was never going to get enough of kissing her, not if I did it every day for the rest of my life. When she arched for more, I slowed our pace, sucking on her bottom lip. Her nails bit into my scalp, and I gave her control until her tongue, her teeth, her damned hips had me harder than the ledge we sat on. It would only take 2 seconds, the movement of 2 pieces of fabric, and I could be inside her. The thought sobered me faster than a bucket of cold water could have. I changed the tone of the kiss, slowing until I pressed my lips against hers softly. "We have to stop, or I'm not going to," I told her as I rested my forehead against hers. "I'm okay with not stopping." She kissed me again, and we fell back into it, because how the hell could I not? I dreamed of kissing Willow for years, almost decades, and she was in my arms. No secrets, no lies. Not stopping would be awesome. I'm not okay with not stopping. I finally managed between kisses. She startled, looking at me with raised eyebrows and parted lips I immediately wanted back. "What?" I grinned and stroked my thumb up her jawline. "Contrary to popular belief, sex isn't all a guy wants." She scoffed. "Really?" She wiggled her hips over the evidence that sex was definitely on my mind. "Because I really want you, and it feels like you're in the same boat." "I didn't say I didn't want you, because I do. God, I do. But I'm not taking you in the mineral pool, at least not the first time." "My house is 5 minutes that way." She nodded toward her car. I laughed. "I'm not rushing this. Can I rush this?" she asked. "No." There was no force on this earth that could make me take this for granted. "Because you're scared I'll change my mind? Or because you will?" Her hands slipped to my shoulders, and she started to pull away. I locked my arms around her waist. "I saw you that night, when Sullivan kissed you in the gazebo," I admitted. Her eyes widened, but she stayed silent. "I saw you leave and knew you were upset, so I went searching for you. If I had to guess, I would say that I was about 5 minutes too late. Instead of manning up and telling you how I felt, dealing with all the shit we were going to get in town because I'm me and you're you. I watched you kiss my brother. It fucking killed me. That was why I joined the army the next day. Oh, Cam. Her fingers soothed the back of my neck. I couldn't stay there and watch it happen, even if I thought it was probably what was best for both of you. I was afraid I'd lose it one day and beat the shit out of him, my little brother, for having the only thing I'd ever wanted for myself. I let my thumb graze her lips, and she kissed it lightly. I was mean to you that summer because I had another month until my basic report date and couldn't let you get any closer than you already were. Couldn't let you see and couldn't take the sight of you with him. I'm so sorry, she whispered. That's not your fault. It was mine. My point is that 5 minutes changed the course of our lives. 5 fucking minutes, and my inability to get out of my own way kept me from kissing you that night. And it wasn't the first night, either. Her brow wrinkled, and I leaned forward, gently kissing the lines just because I could. Because she loved me. By the time you were old enough for kissing, I was a senior in high school, and I didn't want to take the chance that you didn't want me. I always wanted you, she argued, and I probably knew it, if I just thought about it hard enough. But I wasn't just scared that you'd reject me. I was scared that you wouldn't, that I'd hurt you like I did everyone else, that the town would turn on you. I don't care about the town's opinion, and you'd never hurt me. She shivered, and I brought us to the edge of the ledge, then lowered us so she was immersed in the water while she wrapped her arms around my neck. Hurt you physically? Never. But I wasn't the most trustworthy with your emotions. And the thought of ruining you? I shook my head. Besides, I was leaving for college. What was I going to do? Leave you broken-hearted and lonely? How selfish would that have been? I was anyway. I kissed her lips, letting the touch soften the memories, trying to trust that this was real and not some fucked-up dream I'd wake from. Our timing was off. It was always off. She grinned. You're saying you couldn't find the Pika? I laughed, and it felt great. God, to have her in my arms, to kiss her, to laugh with her. It was beyond my wildest dreams. Right. I knew how to sit quietly with you. I knew how to be patient, and that's why I knew the timing wasn't right. Then you were kissing Sullivan, and I realized the time had passed, and I hadn't been brave enough to grab it. 5 minutes, Willow. And this all goes back to you not wanting to take me back to my house because... She kissed my jaw, and a little of my resolve drifted away with the steam. Are you scared you'll change your mind? Or I will. Is that why you're rushing? I asked. No. I'm rushing because I've wanted you for so long that I'm about ready to combust with it. And if we're finally on the same page, I'm done wasting time. She nibbled my ear. Shit, her reasoning was sound, but so was mine. I'm not rushing, I said, tipping her chin up so I could see her eyes. Because our timing is right for the first time in our lives. I'm not rushing through something I've wanted my whole life just for instant gratification. I'm going to savor every single step I get to take with you. I'm going to date the hell out of you, Willow Bradley. She grinned. Dating, huh? Yeah. I've messed up just about everything in my life, but this? I kissed her gently. This, I'm going to get right. So help me God, I was not going to screw this up.
Chapter 17. Willow. The doorbell rang, and my heart leaped, just like it had the last 3 times Cam had picked me up for a date. The last 3.5 weeks, he'd taken me to dinner down in Buena Vista, and a traveling art show in Salida, and held my hand as we hiked the trail that led up to the falls, where I lay with my head in his lap, as he read to me. The snowpack had melted pretty much everywhere, but the shaded patches, and I couldn't help but sigh like a lovesick teenage girl when I thought about Cam's defenses melting, right along with the snow. "Got it!" Rose called out, already at the door. "Hi there, Rose. How's it going?" Cam's voice slid over me like sun-warmed silk, and I walked out of the kitchen to find him crouched down just inside the living room, talking to my niece. "Hi." Awesome. My voice was all breathy and awkward. "Hey, Pika," he replied with a wink. Hate to break it to Mrs. Barstrom, my freshman biology teacher, but she was wrong. That wink right there was how babies were made. "So it made me think of you," Rose finished saying, as I shook my head free of the Cam-induced fog. She handed him a black t-shirt with a toothy grin. "Oh, yeah? You really bought it for me?" he asked, holding the t-shirt out in front of him to inspect it. "Wow, that's amazing. Thanks, Rose." "You like it?" she asked, hopping on her toes. "Love it." He turned it around to show me. I bit my lip to keep from laughing at the glittery unicorn that adorned the front of the shirt. "I saw it when I was shopping with Mom, and she said I could get it for you," Rose finished with a nod. "Well, that was really nice of your mom." Cam stood to his full height and unzipped his black jacket. "You know, I can't remember the last time a girl gave me a present." That gave me pause. He'd been pretty open about his past over the last few weeks. Of course, there had been women, just like I'd dated a handful of guys, and I knew he kept his relationships brief. But none of them had given him a gift? He dropped his jacket on my couch, and I picked it up, holding it to my chest as he pulled the t-shirt over his long-sleeve Henley and straightened it out. "What do you think?" he asked Rose, spreading his arms wide. I buried my nose in his coat to keep my laugh under wraps. It smelled just like him, all mint and pine. He wasn't fooled, cocking an eyebrow at me as I tried to stop my shoulders from shaking. "It's perfect," Rose declared. "I think you chose perfectly." "Thank you." He bowed his head to her like he was a knight with a princess, and I fell in love with him all over again. How easily those words slipped through my mind, now that I'd admitted them out loud. I would have thought I'd felt weird or insecure, having said them when Cam hadn't. But instead, the words were incredibly freeing. "Rose, why don't you grab your coat so we can get going?" I suggested. "Okay." She bounced down the hallway to the guest room, her braid swinging behind her. "Thank you for being so easy about this," I said, as Cam closed the distance between us. "It's no problem," he promised, tilting my chin up with his thumb. I just promised Charity that she could finally get a weekend with her boyfriend, and then Rose's dad didn't show. I dropped that last part to a whisper, so Rose wouldn't hear. "Willow, it's no problem," he repeated, then brushed a kiss across my lips. "We could probably use a chaperone anyway." A chaperone was the last thing we needed. What we needed was a week with no phones, no distractions, and a very large bed. Any minute, I expected this dream bubble to burst, to wake up and find that we were where we'd been a month ago, years ago, a decade ago. And I knew that was exactly why he kept his hands PG for the last 3 weeks. I had to trust this as much as I trusted him. "I've missed you this week," I admitted, stealing another kiss. "I'm so sorry. Dad had a rough day on Thursday, and yesterday I got tied up in work." "You don't have to apologize. I can miss you. That's allowed. It's not like we're back in high school when I could sneak a peek at you between classes every day." "Every day?" he asked. "Every day." He smiled, and I echoed the expression. "It's okay. You can kiss her," Rose said from the hallway, and I ducked my head, laughing. "Some chaperone you are," Cam drawled. I helped Aunt Willow make lunch. She lifted the small day pack we'd filled with a picnic this morning.
Then, I guess we'd better get going so we can eat it, huh?
He asked, crossing over to her and taking the bag from her hands. She nodded enthusiastically, and we piled into Cam's Jeep once she was all zipped up for the breezy spring weather. Cam took us out of the driveway and then turned onto the road that led to the mine.
I thought you might want to see the progress before we picnic.
You thought right, I confirmed. 5 minutes later, we pulled up to the entrance of the mine. 2 construction trailers with the contractor's name sat parallel to the road with various pieces of large equipment parked around them, blocking my view of the tunnel I knew lay beyond. I hopped out of the Jeep and then helped Rose down. Stay close, okay? You got it, she promised, already staring at the construction equipment. Your coat, my dear. I handed Cam's jacket over as we met in front of the Jeep.
I like the sound of that,
he said quietly, taking it. My dear? He nodded, then slipped the jacket on and zipped it up. I noticed the label and laughed.
What?
He asked, looking down like he'd spilled something. It's silly. I shoved my hands into my purple North Face.
Oh, now I definitely want to know.
He adjusted his hat, pulling the stretchy material down to cover his ears. I snuck a peek at Rose, who was already examining rocks about 20 feet away. You call me Pika.
Right?
He reached over and tugged at my hat, then swept his hand down my unbound hair. You know how they like to live with other animals? Well, beneath other animals? My cheeks heated, and I wished I'd kept it to myself. His brow furrowed.
Yeah. Sometimes they make burrows under the homes of ones that will alert them to predators.
I nodded and dropped my gaze to the label on his jacket, then ran my fingers over the embroidery. Marmots. He looked down where my fingers traced those very letters and laughed.
Guess that's pretty fitting.
When I was sure my face couldn't flush any hotter, he cupped my cheeks in his palms and kissed me with warm, closed lips. We have a chaperone, I reminded him, but reveled in the contact. It still floored me that I was allowed to kiss Cam whenever I wanted, that he was mine in every sense. Well, at least when we were alone. We hadn't exactly gone outright public, both content to stay in our little happy space.
A bad one at that, he said with a smile. Hey, Rose, what do you say we check out your namesake?
Can you bring the bag? She asked, her arms already full of rocks.
I'll do you one better, he replied. Wait right there.
A minute later, he returned from the first construction trailer with a canvas backpack.
What do you think?
He asked as he handed it to her. Cool! Can you unzip it?
You bet.
Once they had Rose's rocks secure, he showed me the bag, which had the logo I'd designed for him embroidered across the back. Rose Rowan Mine, I read.
They just came in yesterday. I've also got sample batches of t-shirts, hats, and keychains in the trailer. Told you I loved the design.
We stood there looking at each other with upturned lips. I loved designing it for him, loved working with him, loved helping him and confiding in him, loved everything about every moment I got with him. Are you two going to kiss again, or can we go find more rocks? Rose asked. Cam took my hand, enveloping my grip in his larger one.
Let's find you some rocks.
We cleared the construction equipment, and the main tunnel appeared. It's smaller than I remember.
You were smaller,
Cam countered as we approached the wooden platform, where an open-topped train with 3 cars waited.
Look what I got running this week.
That's so awesome, Rose said, racing ahead to the train. What she said, I agreed. Is that
completely safe and in park? I promise.
He dangled the keys from his finger.
It's the original from the last time the mine ran in the 50s. I worked with Keith Mayberry to convert it for tours.
That's great, and I bet Keith really appreciated the business. He was one of the business owners in Alba who didn't own historical property.
Yeah, He's tracking down another setup just like this one, historically accurate, of course, and then he'll do the same with those. I figured if we've got the grant money, we'd better keep as much of the business in Alba as we can, right? It should benefit the whole town. I nodded, swallowing back the little lump of emotion in my throat.
This is amazing!
Rose shouted, already sitting in the car behind the driver's seat. "Want to go for a ride?" he asked.
Yes!
I tensed. "Relax, Pika," he muttered against my temple. "We'll only go as far back as they've reinforced. I won't let anything happen to her or to you." My head nodded, but my brain was already down the mine. How far have they reinforced? He heard the catch in my breath and squeezed my hand. Not that far. Okay. I hadn't been more than 30 feet inside the mine since the day I'd been way farther than that. Cam helped me into the ore cart, which now had cushioned benches and seat belts, and I made sure Rose's was buckled. "Ta-da!" he said, flourishing a bright yellow hard hat with Rose's name in big, bold letters above the headlamp.
That's mine?
She squealed. "It's no unicorn shirt. But yeah, it's yours." He leaned over the division between cars and put it over her hat. "Can you get buckled?"
You bet!
She buckled as Cam handed me a bigger model that read Pika.
Your boyfriend is so awesome!
Rose shouted with her hands in the air. My eyes popped wide. Oh, God. Were we labeled? Was labeling even a thing anymore? Did he think he was my boyfriend? "Well, it comes with the territory when you have an awesome girlfriend," Cam confirmed. "Buckle up, Miss Bradley," he ordered, as he put his own hard hat on. Dazed, I snapped the helmet in place, then switched on my headlamp and did the same for Rose as Cam started the engine. Rose's gaze swung back and forth as Cam drove us into the mine, the tunnel beginning a good 20 feet above our heads before sloping down to only 5 feet or so. The air was musty, thick with moisture and the tang of metal. It tasted like blood and fear on my tongue. But I watched how excited Rose was, and the panic eased. We traveled more than 100 yards before the first antechamber opened up, and a wooden platform appeared. Cam put the train into park and killed the engine, leaving the lights on. "This is as far as the train goes for now," he told Rose. "Do you want to explore a little with me?" She nodded, then swung her backpack over her shoulders and climbed onto the platform. "Remember it?" Cam asked me quietly. I nodded. How is it that every happy memory I have of playing down here was eclipsed by that one crappy one? He traced the bump on my nose with his finger. "We can come back and make an even better memory," he whispered. "You say no to hot springs, but a dark and creepy mine is on the table?" I teased. "Eventually, everywhere is on the table." His eyes heated. I did my best to remember that my niece was 10 feet away, when all I really wanted was a table. Any table. "Rocks," I reminded him. "Right. Okay, Rose, what do you know about the mine?" He turned to where she had leaned close to the chiseled stone wall examining the rock.
I know I'm named after it. Well, not it, but the lady it was named after. Mom thought it was a pretty name.
"It is a pretty name," he agreed, helping me onto the newly built platform. It was a good 10 feet wide, built according to the specifications I'd given him when we'd discussed this part of the mine.
They mined mostly gold and silver,
Rose told Cam.
The first rush came in the 1880s, but by the Great Depression they only had a small section of silver, and they stopped mining in the 50s.
"You know that? At 9? He questioned.
Every kid born in Alba knows that by the time they're 7.
She looked up at him from under her hard hat with an expression that said she wasn't impressed. "Okay, smarty pants, do you know where the 3 tunnels lead?" She glanced among the 3 offshoots of the antechamber and shook her head. "That's the newest tunnel.
Cam pointed to the right. It was constructed in the 30s. Great Depression, just like you said. The one to the left was a 1910 silver find. The one straight ahead is the oldest vein.
Can we go back there?
Fearless, that one. Not today, he told her. We haven't cleared all the tunnels yet. There are places the tunnels have caved into the ones under them, places the air shafts collapsed, so the ventilation isn't good enough for your little lungs, and the sides haven't been reinforced yet, like they are here.
Can I look around here, though? She pushed.
If you stay in this chamber and your Aunt Willow says it's okay. 2 sets of pleading eyes met mine. Promise to stay right here, I ordered, hoping she heard the urgency in my voice.
I will,
she vowed, then scrambled down the stairs and across the tracks to where the space widened a good 30 feet. Ready for my surprise? Cam asked. Definitely. I think I can have at least one tunnel open for tours by the 4th of July. His eyes danced. Really? That would be amazing. Have you told anyone? The town was going to flip. As much as they despised Cam, they loved money. I wanted to tell you first. His smile blew me away. He was happy, as much as I hesitated to even think it, and it looked wonderful on him. I love you, I whispered. He kissed me in response, then pulled back with a grin. Hey, Rose, if you come hang with your Aunt Willow, I'll find you something sparkly.
Deal,
she agreed, already heading back to me. And Cam disappeared off the other end of the platform, his light bobbing down the oldest portion of the tunnel.
This place is amazing. Pretty sure there's still gold here somewhere.
Maybe, I muttered, my eyes trained on that light as it got smaller. A few minutes later it grew larger until Cam came into view. I let loose a huge sigh of relief.
You don't like it down here, do you, Aunt Willow?
Rose asked, taking my hand. What? No, it's fine. I'm fine, I lied. Here you go, Cam said as he handed 2 sparkling pieces of ore to Rose.
Is it gold?
She squeaked. No, it's pyrite. Fool's gold, he replied.
Well, it's still pretty.
She looked up at him.
You could have pretended it was gold.
You can pretend it's gold, now that you know it's not. He tapped her helmet. I'm not in the habit of lying to girls. Her brow wrinkled, but then she nodded.
Pyrite.
You got it. Now let's get you ladies out of here. He helped Rose into the train.
Do you think there's real gold down here?
She asked, buckling her belt. Cam reached for me, letting his hands linger on my waist once my feet hit the steel bottom of the car. I think there's a real gold unicorn pin down here somewhere, he told her, looking straight at me.
Really?
Yep. Your aunt lost it when we were kids. His hands flexed on my waist again before he let me go and climbed over into the driver's car.
You lost a unicorn pin?
Her eyebrows rose in accusation. I did. I got lost down here when I was your age, actually. God, she was so young, so small. Had I really been her age?
You did?
Cam fired up the engine, and I buckled in. She did. I was exploring with your mom and Xander, and I got separated somehow. I don't remember a lot of that part, but I slipped and fell down one of those shafts. I motioned toward the older tunnel as Cam drove us around the circular track that would bring us back to daylight.
Were you scared?
Terrified. But Cam found me. It felt like I'd been gone for days, but really it was only a few hours. She nodded slowly, thinking over what I'd said.
And you left your pin?
It got ripped off my shirt when I fell, I think. We were quiet as the train sped up, and I breathed a heck of a lot easier once the sun hit my face. How about I keep your helmet on my desk so you have it whenever you want to visit? Cam offered. Rose debated for a moment, but eventually agreed.
I can come back, right?
Whenever you want, he promised. I mean, as long as you're with an adult. He shot me a sorry look.
Deal. She handed it over. I did the same, then walked toward the Jeep with her as Cam took the hard hats back to his office.
What's that?
She asked, pointing down the hill to the charred, overgrown remains of the bunkhouse. That was the bunkhouse, I told her. It's where the unmarried miners slept.
It doesn't look like the other buildings, she noted. Even the roofless ones.
It burned down.
When?
When we were teenagers, Cam replied, coming up behind us. We had a really big party one night, and it caught fire. Guess what?
What?
She asked him with big eyes. I carried your aunt out of that, too. He nodded seriously, tucking me into his side. She looked from us to the ruins and back with a shake of her head. What? I questioned. She sighed and headed toward the Jeep.
You guys get in a lot of trouble. Mom would have grounded me if I'd been in the middle of any of that.
I didn't bother telling her that her mom had been at the fire, too. Cam's phone rang, and he let go of me to answer it as we walked behind Rose. What's up? He halted, so I did, too. Are you serious? Have you tried Walt's cell? Okay, I'm on my way. He hung up and cursed softly. What's going on? Can we make a pit stop at Dad's? Apparently Walt busted him from at-home care jail a few hours ago, and Xander is losing his mind. Absolutely. We pulled into the Daniels' driveway about 10 minutes later to find Xander yelling at Walt on the porch. At least they're back, I offered. Right, he replied, killing the engine and getting out. I checked to make sure the keys weren't in the ignition and the e-brake was on. Wait here, I told Rose.
Where are you going?
To make sure Camden doesn't get in any more trouble your mom would ground him for. I jumped down from the Jeep and headed up the stairs. What the hell were you thinking? Xander yelled. That my best friend asked me to take him out, so I did. Walt crossed his arms calmly over his chest. Mr. Daniels sighed and moved to do the same, but he winced instead and put his arms at his sides. Cam's attention focused on his dad. And you were okay with this? Xander questioned, but I kept my eyes on Mr. Daniels, noting the way he shifted his weight. Well, he was on the approved list you left me, Mr. Daniels, May explained. At least according to the schedule Cam had tacked on his fridge. It should be May. Well, he's not anymore. How could you not tell anyone where you were going? Not pick up your phone? Mr. Daniels moved again, the same wince puckering his expression for a second. He was in pain. Alexander, I don't answer to you. You're not my mother, Walt stated. Xander ripped at his tie to loosen it. He couldn't have looked more different from Cam's casual ruggedness in that moment. Enough, you two, Cam growled. Dad, what the hell did you do? You're hurt. Art's chin rose at the same moment Walt sighed. Look, he wanted to. Wanted to what? Xander snapped. Art unzipped his jacket and let it fall to the wooden porch. My name is Arthur Daniels. I'm 58 years old and I have early onset Alzheimer's, he said to Xander as he started unbuttoning his long-sleeve flannel shirt. This here is Walter Robinson, who's been my best friend since we were kids. That's the babysitter you hired. I don't remember her name because I just don't care. Sorry, but it's true. He glanced at May and back to Xander. You're Alexander, my oldest son. That's Camden, my second son, and that's... He saw me and paused, surprise flaring in his eyes. That's Willow Bradley. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Sullivan's girl. FML. Cam stiffened next to me, his jaw flexing. I brushed the back of my hand along his. Now wasn't the time or place, but I'd back whatever he decided. And you can control just about everything in my life, Alexander. But I'm lucid as you are today, and guess what? He pulled back the sides of his shirt and my mouth dropped open. Under a layer of shiny plastic wrap were large, bloodied, and raised black letters that read, Do not resuscitate. You took him for a tattoo? Xander shouted at Walt. Walt shrugged.
When your best friend asks you for ink, you go for ink. Art, I'll see you later."
Art nodded at his friend and began buttoning his shirt. "Don't you have anything to say about this?" Xander asked.
"As first pieces go, Dad, that's a pretty bold one," Cam told his dad. "Make sure you're keeping it clean. Did they give you anything for it?"
"Are you serious?" Xander fired back. Art lifted a small brown bag from the deck.
"Got the instructions and everything." "Okay, then I think we're done here."
Cam turned to face me.
"Willow?"
I nodded and felt Cam's hand on the small of my back as I walked down the steps. "That's really all you have to say about this?" Xander challenged. Cam paused, then laced his fingers with mine. My breath hitched and he squeezed me reassuringly.
"No," Cam replied over his shoulder. "Willow isn't Sullivan's girl. She's mine. Nice ink, Dad. Call me if you need any help."
I looked back to see Xander's eyes narrow and Art's jaw drop as he saw our clasped hands. "It was nice to see you," I said in farewell. They didn't respond. "Well, that was a way to go public," I told Cam as he walked me to my door.
Seemed like a good day for bold statements.
He opened the Jeep and kissed me in full sight of the porch before helping me up into the lifted monster. "Did you keep Camden out of trouble?" Rose asked from the back seat as Cam walked to his side.
"I'm not sure,"
I said slowly. Cam climbed into his seat and gave a little wave to his dad and brother as he fired the engine to life.
"Well, I'm starving, ladies. How about that picnic?"
Picnic? He'd just handed the town gossips enough fodder to keep them fed for the rest of the summer.
Chapter 18. Camden. "Cam." Willow moaned my name as I set my lips to the tender strip of skin under her jaw. I'd only meant to kiss her quickly, but one hadn't been enough. One was never enough lately. I lived in a perpetual state of wanting Willow. Her fingers threaded through my hair, her nails lightly scraping my scalp as she tugged, sending a shock wave of electricity down my spine. I gave in to her demand, and she arched under me as I settled between her thighs. This was where I wanted to live, to exist in these moments where nothing outside these walls could touch what we were building inside them, where we always should have been. My hand gripped her hip, then slid up her waist and over her ribs, committing her curves to memory as I brought my mouth back to hers. I kissed her slowly, like we had all the time in the world, because we did. I wasn't going anywhere, not when I had her. I lost myself in her, drawing out every sigh, every demand for more, fighting the primal need to have her in every possible way. She broke our kiss only to reach between us and pull the hem of her shirt over her head. "Willow," I warned, keeping my eyes on hers. "Cam." She dared me with those hazel eyes, then stripped the shirt from her arms and threw it to the floor beside her couch. "You're killing me here," I growled, hoping for a little mercy. "Good," she whispered, before taking my lower lip between her teeth and biting gently. God, I could feel the lace of her bra through my shirt. "Do you have any fucking clue how hard it is to keep my hands off you?" She gripped my hand in hers and put it on her breast. "Let me help you out." My hips instinctually rolled against hers, and I groaned at the feel of her filling my palm perfectly. Everything about Willow fit almost too well, too perfectly. My thumb grazed her nipple, and she gasped. I should have stopped us, should have reminded her that we had somewhere to be. Instead, I made her gasp again. "Please," she whispered against my lips. I loved that sound. The strands of my self-control frayed. It had been almost 6 weeks of dates and working together, of dinners and lunches, of goodnight kisses that lasted until both our lips were swollen and aching. 3 weeks since I took her up to the mine. I could have lied and said I wasn't counting, but I was. Counting and savoring every single minute, and waiting for the other shoe to drop. For something, anything to be wrong between us. Instead, everything with Willow was the easiest kind of perfect I could have hoped for. Which was why it would hurt even more if this fell apart. If she decided she couldn't handle the scorn of the town she loved, and she shouldn't have to. I could do everything right for the rest of my life, and it wouldn't balance out my past in Alba's eyes. One day, Willow would realize that too, and she'd be forced to choose. Really choose. Not just get carried away in the hot springs by a decade of longing. She'd have to choose between me and her reputation, the flying gossip and the palpable scorn. I'd bear it all for her if I could, but that wasn't an option. There was a reason we hadn't gone out together in Alba much. First, I didn't want that shit to touch her, ever. Second, I didn't have a great track record of being chosen. "What are you waiting for?" she asked. "You." I brushed her hair from her face. "Always you." "If I stripped off all of my clothes, would it potentially move you in the direction of using this incredible body?" She ran her hands down my back, and I groaned. "If you stripped off all of your clothes, there's 0 chance in hell we'd make it to opening day." Even the best intentions had limits. "Opening? Oh, crap!" Her eyes darted to the wall. "Cam, we're late!" "Well, yeah." I dipped my head and kissed her. She laughed and pushed at my shoulders. "What happened to you stripping off your clothes?" I teased. "It's opening day, that's what." "So you only want me when it's convenient to you?" I let my mouth drop in mock indignation. "Are you saying that if I choose to forego opening day, you'll take me to bed?" Her eyes danced with pure mischief. "No." "Ugh!" She shoved at my shoulders again, and I let her up, laughing as she sent me to the floor. I landed on my back, thank God, so the part of me that definitely didn't want to go to opening day wasn't massacred. Willow slid off the couch and straddled me. "You have the self-control of a saint," she muttered as she reached past my shoulder to grab her shirt, which put those glorious breasts right in my face. Pale lavender lace and creamy skin filled my vision. "Don't be so sure about that." My mouth watered, and that praised and cursed control snapped. The skin of her back was softer than satin as my hands splayed to hold her in place. Then I took her nipple between my lips and sucked her through the lace of her bra. She whimpered, and the sound drove me right to the edge. I scraped her with my teeth and groaned when she rocked her hips against me in response. The denim between us did nothing to mask the friction or the heat. My hands moved from her back to the rounded curve of her ass. Screw opening day. I was staying right here. There were plenty of ways to satisfy her without, "We really have to go." She outright whined and sat up, taking her breasts with her. "I swear, Cam, if I couldn't feel how much you want me right now, I'd seriously think I don't do it for you." She tugged her shirt on and pulled her hair free of the neckline. "Trust me," I told her, switching my grip to her hips. "You do it for me. You more than do it for me. You're it for me." "Don't even think about getting all sweet with me, Camden Daniels. You have me wound tighter than a freaking—" Her forehead wrinkled. "I don't even know. Pick something that gets wound up." I couldn't contain the laughter that sputtered from my lips, and her eyes narrowed as she climbed off me. "It's a good thing I love you," she mumbled as she grabbed her shoes and put them on. The words sank a little deeper into me, just like they did every time she said them. If I wasn't careful, one day I'd start depending on them. On her. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" I rose and stretched, noting with more than a little satisfaction that her eyes went straight to the strip of skin I'd exposed while doing so. "2 reasons, really," I explained, walking to her hall closet to grab her jacket. Which would be? She followed me. I ignored the screaming protest in my dick that I was once again choosing not to take what she was offering and pulled her jacket from its hanger. Then I turned to face an equally frustrated Willow. First, I've never been with someone who I could kiss and laugh with in the same 30 seconds. I like it. Her expression softened, and a ghost of a smile lifted the corners of her lips. And second, I handed Willow her jacket. Your shirt is on inside out. She looked down and let loose an exasperated sigh before turning away and walking down the hall. Where are you going? To my bedroom. Show's over for you, buddy. That only got me laughing again as I let my head bang back against the closet door. 15 minutes later, I parked the Jeep in the owner's-only lot just above Main Street. There must be 1,000 people, Willow said as she jumped down from the Jeep. Let's hope. It's one of the 3 busiest weekends, right? At least if nothing had changed in the decade I'd been gone. The dirt road that served as Alba's main source of income was a kaleidoscope of colors as tourists wandered. Yep, Mother's Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day, just like clockwork. She held out her hand, and I took it. You ready? As I'll ever be. We walked through the parking lot, then took the flight of steps down to Main Street. I was never a big fan of opening day, or the season, really. Not that I didn't understand the purpose. Alba only existed because people thought our ghost town was worth visiting. I'd just never quite gotten what was so interesting about relics from our past when we could be building the future. Alba was in desperate need of updates. What are you thinking? Willow asked as we reached the bottom step, coming out behind the surveyor's office. That I should talk to John Royal about installing micro-hydroelectric intakes along the creek? They're small and ridiculously effective, especially since the creek never freezes entirely. It would be a hell of a lot more dependable in the winter months than the ancient system we have going right now. I've thought about putting one up at my place, but it makes more sense to start in town. She paused, looking at me with something a lot like wonder. What? I asked, stilling. What else? Her forehead puckered. What would you change in the town? And no, I didn't open the door for you to go off on the gossip habits. You know what I mean. What would you modernize? The bridge, I answered without a second thought. It needs to be reinforced or completely rebuilt. Not this year, but soon, with the influx of traffic we'll be expecting when the mine opens. I shrugged. And? She prompted, tucking her hair behind her ears. We need greenhouses. There's at least a month up here when some people can't get down the pass. Mount Princeton has a ton of greenhouses, and they're only 1,000 feet beneath us. I don't see why we couldn't have a little self-sustainability. I actually started one yesterday at my place. Her smile was shy, like she knew a secret I didn't. What are you thinking? I asked. It's only fair since I answered. That you said we. You're settling in, and it's pretty incredible to watch, especially for someone who hated growing up here. She squeezed my hand. I quickly bent and brushed a kiss across her forehead. I didn't hate everything about growing up here. I love you, she whispered. My hands cupped her face, and I swallowed the words that seemed to live on the tip of my tongue. I have no clue why, but I'm incredibly thankful. There you are! I dropped my hands and stepped away from Willow as Thea called out to us, coming around the building with her son. Willow gave me a questioning glance, but turned on a smile for Thea. Hey! Hi, Jacob! She dropped down to his eye level. Already into the caramel corn? Yep. Want some? He asked, his voice high and bright. That's super nice of you to share, but no, thank you. You can gobble it all. She ruffled his light hair and stood. How's it going at your place? I checked in with Pat about an hour ago, and he said it's booming as usual. Having the only saloon is a definite advantage. I'm just taking this guy home for a nap. She nudged Jacob, who pouted up at her. Sawyer doesn't have to nap. Well, I'm not Sawyer's mommy, Thea replied with a patient smile. Speaking of Sawyer, is Gideon around? I asked.
He's over with James and Sawyer at the blacksmith's. It's good to see you outside the Historical Society, Cam.
She arched an eyebrow over a less patient smile.
Maybe you could bring my best friend around every once in a while?
I winced. Point taken.
Good. It's not like everyone doesn't know that you're together. And I'm super happy for you, of course, she added at Willow. It's about darn time, if you ask me.
Willow wrapped her arm around my waist, and I lifted mine over her shoulder.
We've just been...
She looked up at me, and the skin between her eyebrows crinkled.
I don't know.
Not in Alba, I stated bluntly. I think you might be the only person happy for us, and Willow doesn't need to take any crap for it. Score a point for me. I remembered not to swear in front of Jacob. Jacob, who was a mirror image of Pat, who hated me for bringing his best friend home in a box.
I'm not worried,
Willow promised, leaning into me. That makes one of us. Thea's gaze bounced between us.
Well, you're never going to get past the gossip if you don't get through it first. And the Cam I knew never gave a fig what people said.
Still don't. I only care when Willow's involved. Her lips flattened, and she shot a frustrated look at Willow.
Good luck with that one. Call me later?
Willow agreed, and the two embraced before Thea took Jacob up the stairs to the parking lot on the hill above.
You got grouchy fast,
Willow chastised. I shoved my hands in my pockets. It's just easier when we're at home. Her eyes narrowed.
Or when we're in Salida, or Buena Vista, or hiking, or anywhere but Alba?
Pretty much.
You know what would make you way less grouchy?
She slid her arm through mine, openly defying my attempt to pull away. Going home? We took the wooden path that led behind the buildings and turned between the surveyor's office and the bank.
Sex.
I shook my head, but I laughed when I did it. We walked into the crowd of tourists and fell into the current of traffic flowing up the wooden boardwalk that served as a sidewalk.
You know, you've held my hand in public before.
We weren't together, because somehow that was different.
Why would that matter?
It was one thing to mock everyone who can't keep their thoughts to themselves, but it's another to open you up to scrutiny when we're actually in a relationship.
You know what makes relationships better?
She teased. Don't start with me, Willow Bradley.
Can I finish with you?
She grinned up at me, happily tucked into my arm as we walked.
No, later then.
We were in the full view of Alba. Lightning didn't strike me dead. No one whispered or glared. The world didn't stop turning. Because it was the season, and we were mixed in with 1,000 tourists who didn't give a shit who we were. We had the kind of freedom that only the anonymity of a crowd could give. I pressed a kiss to the top of her head.
Willow!
So much for being anonymous. Willow's mom stood on the front steps of the original City Hall and leaned over the railing to wave.
Why don't you go ahead?
Willow's arm locked on mine.
And go to see Mom with you?
She finished my sentence and shot me a look that dared me to correct her. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
No need to be sarcastic, she chided. If you can handle the Taliban, you can definitely hold your own against my mother.
Given the way Mrs. Bradley was looking at me, I wasn't so sure. Oh, she liked me all right. She just wasn't sure she liked me with her daughter. Should have worn my Kevlar. Willow bumped me with her hip as we climbed the steps.
I'm so glad you're here. Your father had to step out for a second, and I could sure use your help. Hi, Camden.
She turned to me with a smile that actually reached her eyes.
Have you... Cam!
A figure darted from the doorway and crashed into my stomach. My arm automatically wrapped around Rose.
How's it going, Rosie? I'm bored. Our building is boring.
She looked up at me with an expression so like Willow's that I couldn't help but grin.
It's not boring, Mrs. Bradley argued. It's historic and important.
And boring, Charity added as she walked onto the porch.
Will you take me to yours? Rose asked. Mom said I couldn't go until you got here. She thinks the crowd will swallow me.
If your mom's cool with it, I'll take you. I looked over at Charity. She had a silent discussion with her daughter that included a lot of eyebrow raising and narrowing of eyes. Fine. Just don't be a pest to Cam. Promise? Promise, Rose nodded. Go ahead, Willow urged. I'll meet you up there as soon as I can. She leaned up, and I bent to kiss her out of habit. Be good, she whispered against my lips. I'm not the one with self-control issues, I teased. She scoffed, but was smiling when she walked into the building. Mrs. Bradley? I nodded to her mom. She's happy. Yes, ma'am. Keep her that way. Her gaze hardened for a second in motherly warning, and a pang of longing for my mother hit me. Yes, ma'am. Satisfied, she told Rose to be good, then joined her daughter. You survived, Charity noted, lightly punching my shoulder. The war remains to be seen. I scooped Rose up in my arms and sat her on my shoulders. Now the crowd can't swallow you. Rose's nose scrunched as she grinned. See, Mom? I see. You take care of my girl, Cam. She pointed a finger at me. You take care of mine, Charity, I countered as I turned and barely swallowed a swear word. Judge Bradley glared up at me from the bottom step. Put my granddaughter down. Chapter 19. Camden. Hi, Grandpa! Rose waved, swaying on my shoulders. Rosie, he replied with a softer smile toward her. Put her... Charity stepped to my side, earning an icy glower from her father. She didn't speak, simply tilted her head. I'm going to Cam's building, Rose informed him. The assayer's office, I added, in case he thought she meant the yet-to-be-repaired mining building. His attention went to Rose, skipping right over me. Have fun, sweetheart. Then he sidestepped and walked up the stairs, passing Charity without a word. Charity gave my arm a reassuring pat in farewell, and I carried Rose out into the crowd. What's wrong? Rose asked as she leaned over. You Bradley girls are trouble, I complained with an exaggerated shake of my head, adjusting my grip on her legs. Technically, I'm a Maillard. Yeah. I crossed Main Street, taking deep breaths when the crowd pushed in. I can see everything from up here. You okay? Rose asked. Yep. I just don't like crowds, especially ones I couldn't control or observe. I don't like snakes. Oh, yeah? I held her tighter to keep people from bumping into her. They move without legs. It's weird. Good point. The crowd eased at the boardwalk, and I quickly climbed the steps into the assayer's office. About a dozen tourists filled the space, some sorting through the raised wooden bins of ore, and others waiting their turn to have their finds assessed. When we open the mine, they can get ore up there, too, I told Rose as we passed through two of the lines, heading for the wooden rail that separated public from preserved space. Really? That will be so cool! Hey, Reese. I waved to the Acosta kid I'd hired to hold down one of the tables. Hey, Mr. Daniels! The kid nodded and turned his attention back to the tourist he was helping. Xander didn't bother looking up from the table he was helping at. I put Rose down when I saw Dad pacing the length of the glass wall that kept the final 15 feet of the office perfectly preserved. He tugged at the costume he'd worn to every opening day since I could remember, and muttered something about ore, and I looked to his nurse. May, how is he today? He's a little confused, she admitted from behind the table in the corner. Hey, is this the mine? Rose asked, pointing to the glass on the table that covered a copy of the Rose Rowan's layout. That's the Rose Rowan, Dad told her. You should know that. Everyone knows that. Everyone wants her. My gaze shot to Xander, who had turned to look at Dad. Our eyes met, and the worry I saw there overpowered my anger at our current legal situation. I've got him, I promised. He nodded, then turned back to helping tourists. Good thing I'd hired summer help. because there was no chance Xander and I were manning this thing all summer, and Dad was in no shape to do it.
I know it's the Rose Rowan, Rose countered. That's what I said. I'm named after the mine.
Are you? He asked, running his thumbs down the inside of his suspenders. The motion was so familiar that it was hard to believe he wasn't fully lucid. Even on his worst days, he still found small ways to shine through the Alzheimer's.
I am,
Rose told him.
This is the oldest tunnel.
She pointed to the layout. Dad leaned over the table. Sure is.
My aunt got lost down here.
She pointed again. He looked at her with obvious strain. Your aunt?
Yep, Aunt Willow. She said Cam brought her out.
She pointed at me. Dad turned his head and gave me a once-over. You broke her nose. I did not break her nose, I argued. She fell before I could find her. For fuck's sake, was I condemned to having the same 20-year-old argument with my father for the rest of his life? His eyes narrowed. You were covered in her blood. Well, yeah, I carried her. She'd kept her forehead tucked against my neck the whole way out. She let you. He said it slowly, like he was piecing the memory together. She did. In fact, it had taken a very angry Judge Bradley to pry her loose. Then you didn't break her nose, he decided, and turned back to the map. I blinked, speechless.
They kiss a lot,
Rose said with a shrug, like that explained it. Dad shifted so he could sit at the table and glare at me simultaneously. She's Sullivan's girl. I ignored the ugliness that curdled in my stomach and forced a soft smile to my mouth. Not anymore, Dad. His forehead crinkled.
So do you think this is where she fell?
Rose asked, leaning onto the table so far that she might as well have lay on it. Dad still stared at me, searching for answers I couldn't give him because I didn't know what year he thought it was.
Mr. Daniels?
Rose asked.
Do you not remember?
He turned back to Rose. Of course I remember. I know this mine better than anyone. He pored over the map.
Cam knows it pretty well,
Rose countered and looked at me. Trouble, I mouthed at her, and she giggled. Because I taught him, Dad muttered. Cam was the only one who listened. Tried with Alexander. His finger trailed along the path. I always figured it was around here, but Willow never could describe it. She ran off from Alexander, you know. He'd walked with both those Bradley girls, and Willow just took off looking for gold. He pulled a lump of ore from his pocket. See? Gold. Rose picked it up and examined it carefully.
That's pyrite.
Dad grinned. So it is. Do you want to see where I found it? She nodded enthusiastically, and just like that, I was no longer her favorite Daniels.
Camden,
May asked,
do you think you could grab a bottle of water from the general store? I forgot to bring some for your father, and he needs to take his medication.
Go ahead, I'll keep my eye on them, Xander promised, motioning to Rose. Rosie, you okay if I step out?
Yep,
she answered, too busy listening to whatever story my dad was telling to pay me any mind. She won Dad over, Xander said as I passed him to open the gate in the heavy wooden railing. She's a Bradley girl, I explained with a shrug.
I'm a Maillard,
she called out. See what I mean? We both laughed, and for that moment we were normal. Dad wasn't sick. Xander and I weren't headed to court to decide our father's future in a month. We were just brothers. I got the hell out of there before I did something to wreck the moment. Young's general store was crowded with tourists shopping for vintage-style candy and goods, and I had to pause more than once as I made my way toward the back. Cam, go on in, Jonathan Young called over the crowd when he saw me, and he motioned toward the door only locals were allowed to go through. I didn't miss the disapproving shake of his head, but I tried to ignore it. He was probably still pissed about the time I replaced all his jelly beans with the Bertie Bott's ones that gambled with taste buds. Not that I blamed him. I was an asshole as a teenager. I opened the door and found the back room already teeming with locals looking for a break. The space was small, probably only 20 by 20, but it housed 2 stocked refrigerators, a microwave, and doors to the only plumbed bathrooms allowed in the historical district. I heard my name muttered a few times and simply waved, heading straight for the refrigerator. "How's your face?" Oscar taunted from the couch he sat on, his arm wrapped around Tilly. "How's your hand?" I countered as I pulled a 6-pack of water from the top shelf of the fridge. "You think you're a badass, huh?" he asked, coming to his feet. "Now, Oscar, we don't want trouble in here," Milton Sanders lectured, wiping sweat from beneath his newsboy cap. "Why don't you head back to your dad's?" "I'm not the one with the infamous temper, am I, Cam?" Oscar poked with a lopsided grin. "You need to find a hobby, Oscar. I'm not available for a playdate." I set the water on the counter and slid my wallet from my pocket, pulling a 10 from the back section. Oscar snorted. "Find a hobby? Yeah, you know. Something to do besides drink at 1 o'clock in the afternoon." I dropped the 10 into the plastic slot that covered the gallon jar the Youngs kept back here for this kind of stuff. "I was looking for someone to do, but then you started screwing Willow Bradley and threw that plan to hell." I stilled with my hand on the water, keeping my back turned to Oscar. My senses focused in a way I knew all too well. "Cam," Milton warned softly. "Walk away." I sucked air in through my nose slowly, willing the rising rage to ebb. I wasn't 17 anymore. I couldn't beat the shit out of everyone who offended me or Willow. Willow. She wouldn't want me to kill the asshat running his mouth behind me. If I could repeat that about 1,000,000 times, I might be able to calm the fuck down. "Oh, come on, Milt. He can't be that offended at the truth," Oscar slurred, his voice coming closer. "Don't, Oscar," I warned, catching his reflection in the microwave door. "Come on, man." Another voice joined in, but I didn't turn. If I set eyes on Oscar, I was going to kill him with my bare hands. The back door opened and shut. "What? Don't you think it's fucked up that he shows up after 10 years and acts like he's God's gift? Telling Xander what to do with Art, when he's been the one taking care of him all these years? It's bullshit!" The water bottle crinkled in my grip. "Sit your drunk ass down or take it home, Oscar," Gideon warned, and the water bottle bounced back to its original shape. "Cam, you good?" "I'm good." I put the waters under my arm and tucked my wallet away, more than ready to get out of there. "You're just defending him because he's your best friend," Oscar argued. I pivoted toward the door, catching Gid's nod in the same direction. I couldn't have agreed more. "He doesn't need defending. You need to stop acting like an asshole. I'm leaving," I told Gid as the door opened again. Perfect timing to get the hell out. "Hey, Cam, tell me, when you're screwing Willow, does she say your name? Or does she close her eyes and call out for Sullivan?" The water hit the floor as Gideon shouted my name. "Is Xander next?" Oscar's grin disappeared behind my fist before he could finish. He went down, and I followed, my fist connecting with his face again. Then again. "Cam, no!" Her voice broke through when everyone else had faded into a blur. I halted my fist halfway to Oscar's bloodied face. "Damn it, Cam!" Gideon swore as he hauled me off Oscar, because I let him. My chest heaved as I surveyed the damage. One beaten and sputtering Oscar. At least 6 wide-eyed locals gawking at me in fear like the monster I was. The monster I'd nurtured and honed over the last 10 years to ensure my survival. "You good?" Gideon asked me quietly, but his grip had already gone slack. We both knew there was jack shit he could do if I decided to go at Oscar again. I nodded, then curved the brim of my ball cap. "Dude, he beat your ass and didn't even lose his hat!" I ignored the comment and turned toward the door, where Willow stood, her eyes sad with shit I didn't even want to think about. "Did you see that, Hall? You better arrest him for assault," Oscar slurred. Gideon's jaw locked, and he looked at me with barely veiled anger. "See what, Oscar? You making an ass out of yourself and taunting this town's only war hero at the expense of Judge Bradley's own daughter?" I picked up the water and moved toward the door. "Cam," Willow whispered, reaching for my hand. The hand currently covered in Oscar's blood because I still couldn't control my damned temper. The hand I'd had on her an hour ago. I yanked it away so the blood couldn't touch her, and she flinched. Now I'd fucked that up, too. I walked past her and chose the second door, the one that led to the back boardwalk instead of Main Street. Crisp air hit my face, and I sucked it in, willing it to wash away the last 10 minutes of my life. Hell, the last 10 years. "Cam," Willow called softly as she shut the door behind her. "Are you okay?" I scoffed, then laughed with sick sarcasm. "Am I okay?" I turned to face her. "I could have killed him without so much as breaking a sweat, Willow. I might have if you hadn't been there. But you didn't." She walked forward, and I backed away, shaking my head. "Don't. You didn't kill him. And he more than deserved getting punched in the face for what he said." She wrapped her arms around her middle. "You heard it. Chalk another mark up on the things I've done to hurt Willow board. He hit you with your worst fear, and I know how protective you are of me. Of course you're going to hit him back. Will you just stop?" I shouted. She didn't flinch or run, simply stood there and looked at me, accepting everything she shouldn't. "Stop defending me. Stop acting like the shit I've done is okay. Stop making excuses for me. I love you." Instead of running like any sane person would, she took a step forward. "You shouldn't! I just gave you another reason not to." Because it didn't matter that she was the very air in my lungs. At some point I was going to break her, despite my best intentions. "But I do. I always have, and you know it. You can't change my feelings because you're uncomfortable. I'm not going to stand by and watch you self-destruct. I did it once, and I've never forgiven myself. Don't ask me to do it again." The wood beneath her feet creaked as she took another step toward me. "Did it ever occur to you that I'm not capable of being saved? That ship sailed a decade ago. Hell, probably before then, if you ask my dad. Maybe you should listen to Oscar and go for Xander. He never makes a mistake, never hurts someone he loves. I'll inevitably ruin you. You get that, don't you? What if the next time... God, what if I hurt you? You won't." She still came forward. I put up my hand, showing her the blood that filled the cracks of my knuckles. "This is all I have to give you, Willow. Hands that were made to rip the world apart and come stained with more blood than you'll ever know, because I'll never tell you the full extent of what I've done in the years I was gone." That was a burden I'd never make her bear. Those same hands hold me. They build bridges and dams and restore old, broken minds. I'm not scared of your hands, Cam. I know what's in your heart. But she didn't, because I hadn't told her, hadn't shown her the violence I was capable of, and I never would. That little show with Oscar, it was nothing. And what he'd said about her, that was only the beginning if she stayed with me. It was the last gift I could give her, my silence and the freedom to walk away. You know what I've allowed you to see. The guy you've been with for the last 6 weeks. I know who you are! Don't you dare insult me like that. She marched right up to me and stared me down from nearly a foot below me. For once in your life, Pika, err on the side of self-preservation. Stop standing in front of loaded guns. I held the water out to her, and she took it, still glowering at me. I don't want to scare Rose with the blood. Please take this to my father." "Camden," she begged, but I had absolutely nothing left to give her. I yanked my keys out of my pocket and put them on top of the water so she wouldn't be stranded. Then I walked right by her and didn't stop. She didn't call after me. Maybe she was finally learning.
Chapter 20. Willow. I handed the water to May and then took the empty chair at the table where Art sat, teaching Rose about the mine. Numb. I felt numb, which was better than the gut-wrenching pain I'd felt watching Cam rip himself apart for something anyone in his position would have done. I doubted my own father would have stood there and listened to someone say anything like that about my mother. Maybe he wouldn't have been as lethally accurate, but he also hadn't been trained special forces. "Mr. Daniels, it's time to take some medication," May cajoled. "No," she sighed. "He's having an off day," she explained with a flat smile. Xander looked back and his eyes softened in concern. "You all right, Willow?" I shook my head slowly. His mouth tightened. "Camden?" I didn't have to confirm what we both already knew. He sighed and asked the woman he was helping if she wouldn't mind waiting a minute before he walked over to me. I don't even know. He's Cam," I said in explanation. "He's Cam," Xander agreed. "Look, he's always been hard, but I never worried about him, not in the way other people did. I never thought he was a lost cause or anything." He dropped down and took my hand. "I'm not going to lie. I was pretty pissed when I heard you two were together. I love you like a little sister, and you've already been through so much. Just seems unfair for you to sign up for more." "He won't hurt me." Now if only I could get him to believe that. But how could I, when the rest of the world was telling him differently? "Not intentionally," he agreed. "I always knew Cam loved the deepest out of all of us. He's willing to fight me for what he thinks is right so that I don't do what he's afraid I won't forgive myself for. He would have killed for Sullivan. That's how much he loved our brother." Xander squeezed my hand gently. "And he's always been willing to die for you, Willow. The mine, the fire. Always." My eyes jerked to his. They were the same shade and shape Sullivan's had been, but it didn't hit me in the gut the way it used to. "I'm torn," he admitted, "because I love you enough to beg you to get away from him. But I love him enough to beg you not to leave him, not to give up on him, because I honestly think you're the one person who can rebuild him, or break him. He's way past ever listening to me." "I'll never give up on him, Xander. I love him. I've always loved Camden." I loaded each word so he understood the full value of what I was telling him. His eyes squeezed shut, and he sucked in an audible breath. The way he nodded slowly told me that he got the message. When he opened his eyes, they were clear of the condemnation I'd expected. After all, he'd loved Sullivan more than Cam, and we both knew it. He simply squeezed my hand and pressed his lips in a thin line as he nodded again. "I'm so sorry, and selfishly, I'm so glad. He's his own worst enemy. You know that, right?" "Yeah." "Okay." He stood and let go of my hand. "Hey, Rose, why don't you come and sit with me for a second so my dad will take his medication? I think you might just be too smart for him to walk away from." He held his hand out to Rose, and she came around the table to take it. "Come on, I'll teach you how to judge some ore." I sat, my eyes unfocused on the map of the mine, while May managed to coax Arthur into taking his medication. The carbon monoxide poisoning had weakened his heart, giving his sons yet another reason to worry about his health. Eventually, he sat next to me, his finger tracing the paths in the mine. I saw pieces of Cam in him, but only small ones, the shape of his nose, the narrowing of his eyes in focus. So much of Cam was his mom, especially his heart. Art looked up and smiled at where Xander sat with Rose. He's a good one, Alexander. Always the first to help.
So is Cam, I said softly. Art's eyebrows furrowed as he glanced my way, and then back down to the mine. Why? The question slipped free before I could stop myself. Art's hand stilled on the map, but he didn't look my way. Why couldn't you just love him the way you love Xander? The way you loved Sullivan? He was just as worthy, even if he wasn't perfect. The shop behind us was packed with the hum of tourists, and Art was so quiet that I wondered if he'd even heard me.
There's a balance,
he finally said, his voice low. What?
Good, evil, right, wrong, karma. It's as old as the first brothers in the Bible. Whatever you want to call it, the universe keeps us in balance.
He trailed his finger down the oldest tunnel in the mine, searching for something I couldn't see. And you think Cam... I shook my head. What was I even thinking? Asking a man whose mind had long since quit being dependable.
Xander was born all sunshine and smiles. He was perfect. Lillian was so happy. And I knew that if we had another one, balance might not be on our side. It wasn't for my parents.
He leaned over the table, following the 1880 tunnel down to the lower levels, where the tunnels wound back on each other. Cal? It was widely known that there was no love lost between the brothers. He nodded.
Cal. But then Camden was born, and he was beautiful, loud and demanding and full of life, always looking around, even as a newborn. And Lillian, she became so unhappy, cried all the time, wouldn't get out of bed, couldn't stand the sight of him, of any of us. And I knew that Cam was the balance. He was the cost of the happiness Xander brought.
A weight settled on my chest as my stomach hit the ground. Depression. I whispered so softly that I knew he couldn't have heard me.
She just disappeared into herself, and Cam screamed his head off. Took forever for her to come back to me, and when she did, and Sullivan was born.
He paused, narrowing his eyes again at a ventilation shaft before shaking his head and continuing to trace the 1880 tunnel.
When Sullivan was born, I knew that the balance had been tipped again, that we'd have to pay. You can't have that much good in your life and not pay for it. That's not how it works. Everything has a price, Hope. You know that. You've seen it too.
I blinked rapidly. He thought I was my mother.
And Lillian saw it too. The balance. The way Cam just...
He shook his head.
That's why she loved him more than the others. Felt like she had to make it up to him.
She tried to make up for you not loving him, I argued.
Too much bad in that boy. Too much violence.
He wasn't. I pleaded for his understanding in a hushed whisper. Not as a kid. I was there.
Then the balance righted itself. Took Lillian right out of my hands. But I still had those two good boys.
A tear slipped down his cheek, and guilt racked me with nausea. What kind of monster was I to bully a sick man?
So Cam took Sullivan.
The guilt vanished. No, I said firmly enough that he looked over at me. Cam loved Sullivan. He protected him. He would never have hurt him. It wasn't his fault. Cam loved Sullivan. He tilted his head.
I never said he didn't. Too much love can kill someone just as easily as too little.
He turned his attention back to the map. He was just a kid. Just a little boy. He wasn't bad. He still isn't. Art followed another ventilation shaft until it bottomed out, then traced it back to another section. I reached across the table and stilled his hand. He isn't bad. He isn't some kind of universal weight to balance out your blessings, Art. He is the blessing. He's kind and loyal and protective and smart. And he wears unicorn shirts for little girls and rescues bigger ones from snowbanks and takes on the only brother he has left so you can have what you want. Art didn't yank his hand away from mine as he watched me through his peripherals. He carried me out of that mine. You let him, he said with a tilt to his head, without hesitation. He didn't break your nose, he stated. Of course not. He's good, Mr. Daniels. He's the best man I know, and you... My breath shook as I exhaled. You ruined him. And I don't know if I can fix the parts you broke. He won't let anyone in, and I have to get through to him because he's just so... The words clogged my throat, threatening to choke me. He's so very lonely. All great and precious things are lonely. Art turned and slowly brought his eyes to mine. I didn't see Sully or Xander in those depths, even though they were identical. I didn't even see Mr. Daniels. My hand fell away from his, and he went back to tracing the paths in the mine, muttering about the passages he'd sealed to keep the boys from suffocating in the bad air. All great and precious things are lonely. I'd heard those words before, just a couple of weeks ago. I walked over to Xander, feeling a decade older than when I'd woken up this morning. Hey, Rosie, you ready to go?
If Mayor Daniels doesn't need my help,
she replied. I'm good to go, Rose. Thank you for helping. Oh, wait. I could definitely use another pencil if you wouldn't mind grabbing one for me.
No problem.
She scrambled from her seat beside him and headed for the bin of supplies, pausing to grab her jacket. Whatever my dad said to you, don't stress. He's having an off day. He might be himself from 40 years ago or Napoleon. He took advantage of the lull in tourists and leaned back in his chair, obviously weary from the day. Yeah, I think he just quoted a book at me. And that wasn't even half of it. Xander startled. Really? He's more of a TV guy. Used to make fun of Cam for always carrying books around. I think that's why he started hanging out at Cal's. Weird. His brow knit together. He's definitely not himself. At least for all the mutterings about balance. He hadn't pointed a shotgun at me, so it could have been worse. Take it with a grain of salt, he replied with a shrug.
Here you go.
Rosie popped into the space between us and put a handful of pencils on the table. Among the yellow number 2s, she'd added 2 of her own unicorn pencils. Thanks, Rose. I really appreciate it. Xander gave her a smile as another tourist stepped up with a handful of ore. I helped Rosie with her jacket, and she paused at the gate, watching Xander for a moment before we melted into the crowd. Preoccupied with my own thoughts, I didn't notice she'd gone quiet until we reached Town Hall, where tourists examined original documents and photographs. Hey, what's up? I asked, just inside the door. Her lips pursed, but she eventually shook her head.
Nothing big. I did an experiment. We just learned about hypotheses last week.
Hypotheses? I asked. She nodded.
My experiment failed. I need a new hypothesis.
She carefully pronounced the last word. Do you want to tell me what it was? I didn't want to pry if she was still working things out in her head. I hated when people did that to me.
Not yet. I'm going to try again.
Her chin rose and she hugged me before running back to her mother. Dad stood with a group of fanny pack-wearing travelers, showing off his prized possession, a full wall of original pictures pieced together to show Alba from the mountain above. He was in his glory here, where history didn't change, and the present didn't matter. The conversation didn't stop as Dad lifted Rose into his arms so she could see the top picture. Then Rose jumped in, showing the group where the schoolhouse was.
And that's the Rose Row in mine. I'm named after it, and my aunt's boyfriend is going to have it open for tours soon. But not the bunkhouse. That burned down.
Dad and I locked eyes. He looked away first. He hadn't spoken to me since the diner, when I'd chosen Cam. Rose tapped at Dad's chest, and he grinned at her before nodding and putting her on her feet. She raced over to Charity, and I slipped into the space the tourists had occupied a moment ago. On Dad's etched, formal name tag that labeled him a council member of the Historical Society, there was a sparkly unicorn sticker covering his title. He looked at it when he caught me staring, and smiled in Rose's direction.
She still thinks everything glitters.
And you don't correct her, I noted, wondering when the first time he'd done so with me was. When was the first time I'd stepped off his approved path to follow my own?
Why would I? It's a rare gift to see the hidden beauty in things. That kind of optimism is something to be treasured. You have that same spark in your soul, Willow.
He glanced to Charity and back to me, a lingering sadness in his eyes that I felt spill over into me.
At least Rose still lets me protect her.
Maybe I still see the hidden beauty you stopped looking for. His lips flattened and he struggled to swallow.
I wish that were the case, sweetheart. I really do.
Charity paused in her presentation of the original town charter, looking over at us with concern. At what point had they said the words they couldn't come back from? Had they ever been spoken? Or was the silence the true cost of cowardice on both their parts, of unwillingness to see the other's point of view? Was I standing on that precipice with my father? Or was I already over the edge? Another group wandered toward us, and I took blatant advantage of his aversion to public scenes, throwing my arms around him. He wasn't perfect. He was flawed and stubborn, and too stuck in his ways to accept the change that was inevitable. But never once had he loved me more than Charity, or vice versa. I love you, Dad. I'm so sorry I can't be what you want me to be. But I love you. I pulled back before he had a chance to react, and walked away before I could judge him for what might linger on his face. As I walked out the door, I heard him laugh.
Yes, I'm the head unicorn in charge around here.
Opening day was still in full swing when I left. Part of me felt a little guilty for ducking out early, but when push came to shove, I had somewhere more important to be. And after asking around, I realized Cam hadn't returned. I took his Jeep to my house and was back in it 5 minutes later, headed across the ridgeline to Cam's. The sun was just starting to set as I parked in the driveway. I walked into the house and called his name, but there was no answer. What was the right thing to do here? Take his Jeep to my house? Leave it here and walk home? Stay until he returned? Would it do more harm than good to shove myself into the spaces he'd clearly said he didn't want me in? I hung his keys on the hook by the door and debated calling him. Maybe he'd decline, but maybe he'd pick up. My feet carried me to the library, where the dying afternoon light threw bursts of sun and shade on one of the walls and on the land outside the picture windows. I ran my fingers across the empty chessboard, remembering all the time Xander tried to teach Cam and me to play, lecturing us for hours about the logic of it all, while Cam argued that there was zero logic. It was all about emotion, protecting one piece you valued above the others. Then I smiled, remembering the moment we decided to steal the pieces so Xander would stop nagging us. Something about what Art said kept tickling my brain, and I picked up Cam's copy of East of Eden from where he'd left it on the side table when he'd finished reading it to me. I thumbed through the well-loved pages, hearing Cam's voice recite the story of generations of brothers who had been shaped by their father's expectations
and biases. It was no wonder he loved it so much. Page after page was highlighted or annotated, the scrawling script changing from pencil to pen in places, from the penmanship of a child to that of a man. There it was. My finger ran down the words as I spoke aloud. I said that word carried a man's greatness if he wanted to take advantage of it. I remember Sam Hamilton felt good about it. It set him free, said Lee. It gave him the right to be a man, separate from every other man. That's lonely. All great and precious things are lonely. I looked up as the sun glinted on the greenhouse Cam had mentioned he was building, and the man himself stepped through the glass door, wiping sweat from his brow with the sleeve of his shirt. His ball cap was on backward, his t-shirt as dirty and stained as his jeans, and yet he'd never looked so beautiful to me as he did in that moment. This incredible man fighting to make things grow in the most inhospitable terrain possible, just like his mother had. I read the final part of the text, since Cam had highlighted only that portion. What is the word again? Timshel. Thou mayest. I closed the book and held it to my chest. He'd thought that part was important enough to remember. The concept that maybe he, too, could choose to be what he wanted and not what he'd been told to be. But he'd skipped over the words that ripped at me as I stood there, watching him secure another panel to the building, still fighting to make his world a little better on a day when he didn't think he deserved it. Maybe it was a different kind of choice, to shove everyone away. But it was also my choice to let him, or rather, not to let him. I watched him for another few minutes, planning my course, strategizing my next steps, until I knew he'd have to come in soon from lack of sunlight. Then I walked over to the desk, took out a piece of notebook paper, and tore it in a strip. Then I fought.
Chapter 21. Camden. Gravel crunched beneath someone's steps as I locked in another panel to the greenhouse. I didn't need to look to know who it was, since there was only one person brave enough to come after me on a day like today. I secured the panel and turned around to see Willow 20 feet away, her hair rippling to the side with the mountain breeze. How the hell was I going to find the strength to let her go? She deserved so much better than the rumors and the comments, than me. She didn't say a word as she walked forward to the table I was using during construction, and she came no farther after she put something on top of the plans. Then she walked back to the house. I stared at the small object she'd delivered like it was a bomb and waited for the damn thing to go off. She hadn't shoved it at me or forced me into a conversation. She'd given me the choice, which was what had me reaching for it. I unrolled the long scroll of paper and barely caught the white onyx rook piece as it fell free from the center of its wrapping. It was the partner to the black one I'd given her the night Charity had announced her pregnancy. Not that I'd actually given it to her, since I hadn't been speaking to her at the time. I'd left it on her windowsill, telling her silently that no matter what I'd said or done over that shitty summer, she could still depend on me, even if no one else could. She wasn't going to back down or let my words from this afternoon end what we'd barely begun. My shoulders drooped in simultaneous relief and outright despair. No matter how many times I told her that I'd eventually ruin her, she wouldn't believe me. Or worse, she didn't care. She was choosing me. Against my better judgment, I stretched the paper out and read what she'd printed on it. I believe a strong woman may be stronger than a man, particularly if she happens to have love in her heart. I guess a loving woman is indestructible. I knew I'd find her in the library, with the book, where we'd spent countless hours as children, silent companions while we both ran from whatever drove us there in the first place. Her need to paint, to create in a family that only valued an analytical mind, and my need to live in someone else's world for a few hours. I'd known by the time I was 10 that the only world I wanted to live in was hers. To see the world in colors and light the way she did, to witness the way her hands created beauty from nothingness, knowing it was a direct representation of her own soul. And when she'd chosen Sullivan, rather, when I thought she had, I'd chosen to blend that part of her with me, to take her with me in the only way I could. I learned to build new, beautiful things in the midst of poverty and war. I gave in to my inevitable nature when the mission called for it, and never thought twice about ending the life of someone who could eventually be a threat to this country, to Willow. But I lived for the months where our assignment was supportive rather than destructive in nature. I built temporary bridges to transport military equipment, but I also built permanent ones to transport food and people. I set off bombs in buildings where terrorists met, and then built a school to educate the little sister who'd watched her bigger one killed for daring to crack a book. I was forever paying the debt for the lives I'd taken, trying to balance out the weight so my handbasket to hell didn't sink quite so fast. But today, when Oscar had thrown Sullivan at me like that, at Willow, I'd realized the balance might never tip in my favor, and I wasn't sure that was something I could let Willow pay for. I rolled up the greenhouse plans and secured them in the waterproof bin beneath the table in case weather moved in. Then, with the rook biting into my palm, I walked back to the house, where I knew she'd be waiting, because I'd fallen for a woman who might just be as stubborn as I was. A quick kick, and I dropped my muddy boots in the laundry room and stripped out of my clothes, throwing all but my boxers into the washer and pressing start. Beauty of a tankless water heater, I could shower at the same time and give myself another few minutes of buffer before I went to battle. I glanced her way as I passed the library, only to see her sitting at the easel, sketching something, oblivious, or at least acting like she was. 5 minutes later, I toweled off my hair, dressed, and headed into the library, where she still sat at the easel. "That's where I found the sketch," I said, breaking the silence but raising the tension. She put the pencil down and pivoted on the stool to face me. She'd hung her jacket next to mine by the door and was still wearing the same shirt she'd put on inside out this morning. This morning felt like a decade ago. "I wondered," she admitted. "I recognized it when I saw your arm." I crossed my arms and leaned against the doorframe. "You didn't say anything." "Yeah, not sure if you've caught on, but we tend to leave a lot of things unsaid. We should probably work on that." My jaw flexed as I searched for the words I owed her. "I'm sorry you saw that today." "Which part? Oscar being an ass or you losing your temper?" "Yes." A wry smile fleeted across her lips. "You don't owe me an apology for either. Willow, those kinds of comments aren't going to stop. Not around here. Not if you stay with me." "Okay." She shrugged, and little seeds of frustration took root in my stomach. "It's not okay. I know how much this town means to you. Don't act like it means nothing to you. Not with all your talk of greenhouses and electric systems. You're just as invested in the future here as I am. Otherwise, I'd suggest we move to where it would be easy to be together." She braced her hands on either side of her hips, gripping the stool, but she didn't close herself off from me. "We have roots here. We've both chosen to live here, so don't pretend this town doesn't mean anything." "I won't deny that, but I've never given a shit what anyone said about me." "What's your next issue? This one is a dead horse. People are going to talk, Cam. There's literally nothing else to do here besides prep for the season and make babies. I dated Sully. Now I'm dating you.
So go ahead and make peace with whatever kind of derogatory comments people are going to come up with, because we can't change what people think. Yes, we can. You can walk away from this. Right here. Right now. My entire body tensed, waiting for her to do just that. No. 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 Do you know why you won't sleep with me? She asked, leaning forward and pinning me with her stare. Are you serious right now? You want to talk about sex? Kind of. Just bear with me here. You're afraid that jumping into this, she motioned between us, will give me regrets later on that you're not prepared to cope with. Considering I pretty much said that, and if that were the truth, it would be super sweet. But since you're lying to yourself, lying to myself? I came off the doorframe but halted at the desk. Shh! My turn. You can talk in a minute. She held her finger up to her lips. My eyes widened. You think you won't sleep with me because it gives me less to cry about when you break my heart. Which, logically, looking at the bullshit you pulled today, I apologized. I flattened my palms on the surface of the desk. I'm not talking about you punching Oscar. I couldn't care less about that. Now, shush, really. It's not nice to interrupt. My jaw dropped. I'm talking about that crap when you walked away from me. When you stood there spewing out all that self-loathing bullshit, and then once again made the decision for me that I was better off without you. I snapped my mouth shut. Right. So yeah, I guess that could give a girl a little insecurity complex if I didn't know you so well. But guess what, Cam? I do. If you wanted someone who was going to run every time you lost your temper or got into a pissing contest with Oscar Hudgens, I can name at least 3 girls in town who would gladly drive up. But you want me. She cocked an eyebrow and dared me to deny it. I didn't. She rose from the stool, barefoot and 100% comfortable in my house, my life. You won't sleep with me because you're scared. Not me. You. I was about 10 seconds from clearing this desk and showing her exactly how not scared I was. She stopped, so the desk was between us. You're scared that you'll take that step and open yourself up. And no, I don't just mean physically. My jaw flexed, but I kept silent as those little seeds of frustration grew into a giant fireball of... I didn't even know, but it wasn't pleasant. You're scared that eventually I'll see something I don't like about you and I'll walk out. Or that I can't take the gossip and I'll leave you. The distance you force between us is all on you, Cam, not me. You're not scared of hurting me. You'd die before you let that happen, and we both know it. You're scared I'll hurt you. I felt the blood drain from my face. Yeah, thought so. You should walk out, I managed to say through the sawdust in my mouth. And you should really stop saying that. I'm standing right here, Cam. There's nothing you can say to convince me that I should go. Don't give me your self-righteous crap about hurting me, because you won't. My temper has never been violent in the direction of any woman I've ever known. Unless you're keeping a secret I don't know about. Of course not, I snapped. You're scared because you're in love with me. She looked me straight in the eye, unflinching and unapologetic. I never said that. My hands slid to grip the edge of the desk. You don't have to. You've always been bigger on actions than words. I don't need you to say it. What I need is for you to realize that my love isn't going to change or lessen because someone makes a comment or you have a bad day. I love you unconditionally, Camden. At your worst, I love you. At your best, yep, still love you. And until you can accept that, I'll be right here proving it to you. Choosing you. Emotion clogged my throat, and I couldn't swallow past it, no matter how many times I tried. I'm not going anywhere. she promised. I'm yours. Now. Always. Her words didn't chip at my defenses or break them down. They seeped inside the walls I'd had since forever and transformed concrete and mortar into color and light, into the very thing she was. And if that's not enough, she started and then shook her head. If you decide to walk away, I'll still love you, just like I did the first time, even if you don't want me any. I didn't know when I started moving, but I silenced her with my mouth, pouring everything I couldn't say into the kiss. A cry of relief escaped her lips, and I took that too, slanting over her to kiss her deeper, hold her closer. I needed her as close as the laws of physics would allow, and even then I'd find a way to break a few. Cam, she sighed. Shh. My turn now. I'll never walk away, I promised, holding her face in my hands. I'll never not want you. Wanting you is all I've ever known. You're in my blood, my bones, my soul. My hands dropped to her ass, and I lifted her until she was eye level. There is no me without you. I've known that since we were kids in this room. Her lips parted at the same time as she wrapped her legs around my waist, locking her ankles. We're not kids anymore. She skimmed her fingers down my face. Thank God for that. I was done holding back, done trying to convince her she'd be better off with someone else. For better or worse, she was mine. Now I just had to make sure she never regretted her choice. I kissed her, and she arched into me, sending the kiss spiraling into pure heat and need as her fingers laced behind my neck. It was a good thing I knew this house like the back of my hand, because I didn't break our kiss as I walked us out of the library, down the hallway, and into my room. I paused inside the door to flip on the lights. There was zero chance I was missing any part of this in the darkness. Willow grabbed the hem of her shirt and tugged it over her head for the second time today. This time, I looked my fill, taking in the sweet curve of her breasts against the lavender lace and the freckle that sat between them. Beautiful, I murmured just before I set my lips to that spot and worked my way up to her neck. Her moan went straight through my bloodstream like a hit of adrenaline. I pinned her against the wall as she worked my shirt free, and then it joined hers on the ground. Beautiful, she echoed as her fingertips traced the ink on my chest. My pulse pounded, demanding I move, but I stood still, letting her explore, nearly coming out of my skin with each movement of her hands over my tattoos. Finally, she brought her eyes to mine and smiled. My control snapped, and I buried a hand in her hair as I took her mouth again. The kiss turned primal, and my world narrowed to the feel of her lips against mine, her tongue and teeth driving me mad. When her hips rolled, I hissed and rocked back against her until the layers between us were too much to stand. 4 steps, and I had her laid out on my bed, her flawless skin the ultimate contrast to the dark bedding. My eyes locked with hers as I reached for the button on her jeans, and at her enthusiastic nod, I flicked the button free and peeled the fabric down her legs. Yours too, she ordered, leaning up on her elbows. I grinned, only too happy to oblige. My pants hit the floor, and I nearly lost it when she licked her lips. I was going to eat her alive, to devour her so completely, so thoroughly, that she'd never look at me again without remembering exactly what I could do to her, do for her. Her skin was satin fire as I slid over her, and when she raised her knees, I fell into the V of her thighs with a groan. Her hands were in my hair, at my back, touching and stroking everywhere she could reach as our mouths met in a kiss hotter than the last one, only to escalate when we'd break apart and come together again. Her bra hit the floor, and I abandoned her mouth to kiss a path down her chest. She cried out my name when I took one peek in my mouth and rolled the other between my fingers. I blocked out every demand my body made, every ache and urge, and concentrated on her, building her pleasure while I learned the curves of her body, the spots that made her wiggle in laughter and the ones that made her gasp and moan. When I reached the hollow of her hips, I hooked my thumbs into the lace bands of her underwear and raised my head to make sure she was with me. "Yes," she answered the wordless question and lifted her hips so I could slide the scrap of lace down her thighs, where I paused to press a kiss that earned me a soft whimper and a roll of her hips. When she was completely, gloriously naked, I let my eyes rake over her, marveling that she was mine, that this would be the first time I'd make love to her, but it wouldn't be the last. I was going to make love to this woman for the rest of my life. "I don't have words for how exquisite you are," I told her, sending my hands up her thighs. Her skin was so damned soft, so sensitive. "I think those words work just fine." Her breaths came faster as I reached higher until I skimmed the apex of her thighs. "What are you doing to me?" Her hips undulated, seeking friction, and I gave it to her with my thumb and fingers, rising over her to capture her next moan with a kiss. "I haven't even started yet," I promised against her lips. "I'm going to keep you in this bed all weekend, until I've kissed every inch of you, until I know exactly what you like and how much you can take." I pressed in on her clit, and she cried out. "Off!" Her fingers yanked at my boxers. I rolled and did as she asked, then broke open the new box of condoms in my nightstand. She took the foil from my hand and then gripped the back of my neck to pull my mouth to hers. This time, when I settled between her thighs, there was nothing in between us. The feeling was almost too much to take, knowing I was finally where I'd always fantasized about being. But she was better than any fantasy I'd ever come up with. Her skin was softer, her kisses hotter, her need elevating my own until we were lost in the kind of connection I'd never believed existed. I stroked her until she rippled under my fingers, until her nails bit little half-moons into my shoulders and her thighs locked. She was so damn close, her breath ragged as she urged me back to her mouth. "With you," she demanded. "The first one I want," she gasped, her eyes flying wide as I stretched her with my fingers. I groaned at the silk and velvet feel of her, at the thought of sinking inside her. If I wasn't careful, I'd be done for before I even got there. "It's not one or the other," I managed to say. "You're not limited on orgasms." In fact, I planned on giving her as many as she could possibly stand. Her hand wrapped around my length, and I stilled as pleasure shot up my spine. So sweet, I could taste it on my tongue. "With you," she repeated, then ripped open the foil packet and rolled the condom over me. She kissed me, testing her teeth on my bottom lip, and I took my fingers from her core only to stroke her to a fever pitch until her hips pressed into my hand and her back arched. "Cam!" she begged, her eyes finding mine. The pure need I saw there was my undoing. She looked exactly how I felt, desperate and on edge. "I'm with you," I promised, and lined myself up with her entrance. "Please." Her knees rose on either side of my hips, and I threaded my fingers through the hair at the nape of her neck to cradle her head. Staring into her hazel eyes, watching for any sign of discomfort, I thrust gently, easing inside her, grinding my teeth at the utter ecstasy flooding every cell in my body. Our breaths mingled as I slowly joined us with rolling thrusts, sliding deeper and deeper until she had every inch of me, never once breaking her gaze. Her lower lip quivered, and I took it between mine, kissing her as she adjusted around me. "Are you okay?" My muscles trembled with the effort it took to keep still when every instinct demanded I move. "God, yes," she promised, her arms holding me, her hands splayed over my back. "I'm perfect." "Yeah, you are." Keeping my weight on my forearms so I didn't crush her slight frame, I rolled my hips once, and her mouth opened with the sweetest moan I'd ever heard in my life. Everything about her was the best, the sweetest, the most intense. And I knew it wasn't just our off-the-charts chemistry or the realization of a dream. It was because my body and my heart both belonged to this woman, and the overwhelming emotion only drove the physical sensation higher. "I love you." The confession spilled from my lips, melting the last barrier between us. Her eyes widened in surprise, as if she hadn't already told me that tonight. "I love you, Camden," she echoed, then kissed me as I began to move, rocking within her at a slow, deep pace, drawing out every sliver of pleasure that I could, using my body to love her in a way I never had with any other woman. Tongues twined and bodies joined. We took each other to the brink, and when she hovered at the precipice with stuttered breaths, when sweat beaded on my skin and hers and my muscles tensed so hard I thought they might snap, I slid my thumb between us and stroked her past the edge until she screamed and pulled me over with her name on my lips in an explosion so shattering I knew she'd irrevocably changed me. My chest still heaving, I cradled her to my body and rolled to the side as we struggled to recover. I lazily trailed my fingers down her arm as she kissed my chest, then my jaw. "You're sure about that whole love thing, right?" she teased. "Because I'm pretty sure you just ruined me for anyone else." I chuckled, reveling again that laughter came so easily with Willow. "Yeah, I'm sure. And good, because I'm never letting you out of this bed." "Ever?" "Nope." "I'm okay with this plan." She turned her head and found my forearm, then kissed the tattoo of her sketch. "What about food?" "I guess I'll have to cook for you so you can keep up your strength." I brushed my lips across her forehead. How had I lived this long without feeling this, without her in my arms? "Say it again," she whispered. I lifted my head so I could see her eyes. "I love you, Willow." Her smile was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. "Yeah?" "Yeah." "That's nice, but I meant the cooking thing. I mean, that's enough to turn a girl on." She said it with such seriousness that I couldn't help but bust out laughing. "Forget cooking," I promised against her mouth. "I'll just eat you." "Promise?" I didn't bother responding verbally. After all, she already knew I was bigger on action than words.
Chapter 22. Willow. "Hey, Willow," Tilly said as she glanced up from the notepad she held. "Hey, Thea." "Hi, Tilly," we greeted almost in unison as we held down a booth at Big's for lunch. "You two know what you want?" "Actually, we're waiting for one other person," Thea answered. Tilly looked at me. "Oh? Wait, he's here. Hey, babe." Thea tilted her cheek for her husband's kiss before he slid into the booth next to her. Tilly's smile drooped, and I almost laughed. Man, she had it bad for Cam, and Cam only had it bad for me. The thought had me smiling from ear to ear. It felt a hair shy of criminal to be this happy. We ordered quickly. It wasn't like the menu changed often, and Tilly took off to put in our orders. "So, Cam isn't joining us?" Pat asked slowly, his arm wrapped around Thea's shoulders. "Danger, Will Robinson." "No," I replied with a soft smile, because I couldn't help but smile when I thought about him. He has the psych eval for his dad's case right now, and then he has to get up to the mine. And I had this lunch and maybe this lunch only to get Pat on Cam's side so we could start swaying public opinion. We, being myself, Thea and Charity, since Cam refused to play politics. In an election year in Alba, public opinion was everything. June 20th had been circled on my calendar since Cam told me he'd been given a court date a few weeks ago. We were 2 weeks away, and the tension among the locals was about as thick as it could get. The tourists, of course, couldn't have cared less. They came in waves, trickling in on weekdays like this, only to hit us by 1,000 or more a day on the weekend. Business was good. "How's that going?" Pat asked, his smile tight. The case, the mine, or Cam. This had the potential to get super awkward super fast. Pat suddenly found his napkin incredibly interesting. "Oh, stop it," Thea chided but tugged his tie playfully. "Come on, Pat. That's still Willow." Pat rolled his eyes but finally met mine. "I'm sorry, it's just odd." The case, the mine, or Cam? I teased him with a repeat. "All of it," he answered truthfully, then let out an oof as Thea elbowed him. "What?" "We've been friends for long enough to tell her the truth, honey." "We have," I agreed, as Tilly appeared with our drinks. We all thanked her, but she only responded directly to Pat as she moved to another table. "Well, then, truthfully, I have a hard time with the guy. You know that." He shrugged in apology. "He's still pissed that Cam wouldn't let him into the hot springs party his freshman year," Thea jibed. Pat side-eyed his wife. "That's not it. Look, Willow, you've been put through more than your fair share, and I just don't want to see you get hurt." And I appreciate the concern. I swirled my straw around the ice cubes in my lemonade, making them clink. "But Cam isn't going to hurt me." His eyebrows shot up and he leaned forward. "You've only been together for, what, a couple months? Cam isn't known for being easy on anyone or anything." I folded my hands on the table and looked him straight in the eye. "You were Sullivan's best friend, so I get the protective bit, and I'll let that one slide." "That one, Pat." He opened his mouth like he wanted to say more, but then shut it instead. "I love Cam. Cam loves me. He has never once hurt me, unless you're thinking about the summer he may have bruised my feelings." Pat's mouth set in a way that told me that was exactly what he'd been thinking about. "Trust me, I bruised his deeper. There's a hell of a lot of backstory you're not privy to, and no, I'm not going to tell you because it's none of your business." "Never once hurt you? He saved you from the fire he started." He said it gently so I didn't kick him under the table. "That was ruled accidental," Thea hissed. "Sure. As in he accidentally knocked over a tiki torch while he was accidentally slipping it to Olivia Maxfield," he countered. Yeah, I wasn't about to go there. Regardless of how that fire started, it was Sullivan who left me in the bunkhouse and Cam who ran in to get me out. Pat startled, and I almost did too. I'd never once laid blame at Sully's feet for leaving me there. I never thought of it like that. He glanced away. "God, you must have been so pissed at Sully." "Not really," I answered honestly. I was terrified for a minute, and the smoke was so thick. I trailed off, feeling the heat of the flames ghost over my skin and dry out my mouth. And honestly, if we hadn't been asleep in that back room, we would have gotten out sooner. Sullivan would have gotten us out. But he only got himself out. Pat ran his hands over his red hair. "And you didn't beat the shit out of him after? I mean, I don't even remember you being angry. You said something about getting separated, not him leaving you." I looked at Thea, and she lifted her eyebrows. There had been only one person truly privy to my feelings back then, and true to the code, she'd never spilled, even to her husband. Honestly, the support beam came crashing down between us, and when he saw that I was on the other side, he said he would go for help. I hit the floor to get to the good air. I saw Sully's feet make it to the door, and yeah, I was a little disappointed
But I also knew Cam would come for me, even if it was only for Sully's benefit. Deep down, I knew. Pat blinked. Willow, I love you. You know that. But you simply knew that the biggest asshole in Alba was going to risk his life to come help you? Cam never helped anyone, back then. He amended with a tilt of his head. I knew. My shoulders lifted in a shrug. There are 3 things you can count on when it comes to Cam. I held my fingers up as I began to list them. 1, his family is first. He always cleaned up Sullivan's messes so nothing bad ever stuck to him. Hey, he snapped. Then his focus went hazy for a second, as if he was thinking. Okay, I'll give you that one. 2, he'll self-destruct at the first opportunity. And 3, he shows up for me. I didn't always see it back then, but it's true. There was no chance that he wasn't coming in after me if he knew I was in there. Pat leaned back, absorbing what I said. Cam has saved my life 4 times, and has always been there when I've needed him. Okay, but just think about this for a second, please, and don't hate me for asking. Did you ever stop to think that the only reason you were in danger in the first place, at least as a kid, was because you were around Cam? I waited his requested second, only because he was married to my best friend, and I'd loved his. No, Pat. I get that you might not understand this, but I'm his, he's mine, and that's not going to change, ever. And I guess you have to choose between joining the rest of the old Alba gossips at the barber shop or opening your mind about Cam. Remember just how much Sullivan loved him, and no, he didn't get Sully killed. By the time Cam got there, he'd already been shot. That, I held up 2 fingers, is now 2, because that's none of your business either. But I know how much you miss Sully. Pat swallowed, and after what might have been the longest minute of my life, he finally nodded. How's the mine coming along? Thea visibly relaxed. I took the olive branch and ran. Good. They're on track to have the 1880 tunnel open all the way to the 3rd ventilation shaft by the 4th of July. Cam figured that one would be the biggest draw. The rest of that tunnel and the other 2 will have to wait for next season. That's incredible. The Historical Society Council was thrilled when they heard there would be a soft opening this year. By thrilled, he means the clapping exceeding golf level, Thea added, as Tilly arrived with the food. She juggled the plates with a dexterity I envied, then looked at me after setting my burger and fries in front of me. You sure like the burgers and fries, huh, Willow? Yup, I reached for the ketchup. There was 0 chance I was letting her get under my skin. I was just thinking it must be hard to stay in shape, seeing as you sit all day with your art stuff, right? Her smile was faker than her eyelashes. It must add up quick. Oh, don't worry about Willow, Thea chuckled. She gets plenty of workout time. At night. At Cam's. You know, with Cam. My teeth sank into my bottom lip to keep a straight face, but Pat didn't bother hiding his sputtering laugh. Progress. A few weeks ago, he would have seethed at Thea's implications. Tilly gave Thea a look that could have curdled milk. True. I jumped in for fear that Tilly would come across the table at my friend. And, in fact, I was heading up to see him after this. Would you mind putting in an order now so it will be hot when we're ready? Still glaring at Thea, Tilly took out her notepad and pen. What would he like? Let's do a double bacon cheeseburger, medium, with avocado, ketchup, lettuce, and tomato. Oh, and a salted caramel shake, too. That would be great. I smiled up at her. She clicked her tongue. You sure about that last one? I'm pretty sure Cam likes chocolate fudge shakes. Oh, he does, I assured her. That's for me. I have to stock up on my calories so I can burn them off later. Right? Right. She spun and left. And the case? Pat asked, clearly making an effort. Not sure. Art is pretty adamant about getting the DNR. I started in on my food. On the days he's lucid?
Pat doctored his own burger with mustard, but his tone told me he'd definitely been hanging out at the barber shop. Yes, Pat, on the days he's lucid. He called Cam and asked for his help, which is the whole reason Cam moved back. Plus, after his hospitalization, he's pretty determined. Pat chewed slowly and nodded. He even went with Walt to get a DNR tattoo across his chest, Thea added. Xander flipped his lid. Pat seemed to mull it over. He did say something about it not being legally recognized, he admitted, that it was more his dad having a hard time coping with ending up on that ventilator than actually wanting the DNR. Trust me, babe, if a man gets that tattooed on his chest, he's serious. Thea popped a fry into her mouth and nodded. But still, Xander's been taking care of him for years. This whole mess feels like Cam wants... Pat sighed at his burger. I can't even say it. Wants what? I prompted. Wants his dad to die. He finished in a whisper. Everyone knows they don't get along, and it just feels wrong. He's only 58. Holy crap, this was what we were up against. Alba seriously thought Cam just wanted to get rid of Arthur because they didn't like each other? You're right. Art's only 58, Pat. That's only 30 years older than we are right now, and he's asking to determine what happens to his own body. He's asking Cam to go against everyone in this town, including his own brother, because he wants a say in whether or not he ends up strapped to a hospital bed on a ventilator again. And if he didn't have Alzheimer's, no one would think twice about what he's asking. You can get a DNR today if you want one, but he can't. Because 50% of the time he can't depend on his brain. So what? The other days, when he can, those don't matter? They should, he muttered. Yeah, they should. But everyone is making this about Cam and Xander and not Art. And trust me, if Cam wanted Arthur to die, fighting a legal battle to then wait it out doesn't really strike me as his style. The bell rang as the door opened, and I saw Simon enter in my peripherals. I jumped out of the booth, and he sighed as he saw me. Oh no, that was a sad sigh. Simon, is everything okay? I thought you were supposed to be with Art and the doc for the eval. I'm glad I ran into you. Art isn't lucid today. He shook his head slowly. My stomach sank. How not lucid? Like it's 1998 or the psychologist was a claim jumper coming to take the Rose Rowan? He offered, wincing. Oh, he nodded. But it took weeks to get in with that guy. What does this do to the case? Cam was going to be devastated. He said he has one opening the week before court, so we're taking it. But if the same thing happens, then Cam's at a real disadvantage. He'd lose. Okay, thanks. Did you want to come join us? I motioned back to the table and saw Tilly drop off Cam's food. No, I'm grabbing a shake to go. Thanks for the offer, though. We said our goodbyes, and I slid into the booth so I could get money from my purse. Everything okay? Thea asked. Just stuff with Art's case. I took out a 20 and put it on the table. I'd better go find Cam. Okay, honey. Wait, Pat said as I slid toward the end of the booth. He took a deep breath, then another, and finally looked over at me. Yesterday at the Historical Society Council meeting, some people were talking. Since there were only 9 council members, that narrowed it down. They were all getting coffee, the meeting hadn't started, and someone brought up Art and the case. And of course, Xander was pretty mum about it. He's never going to shit-talk Cam in front of other people. But one member may have suggested that it was impossible not to take into account the history and character of the person bringing the lawsuit. I stilled. My dad? No. Pat emphatically shook his head. But your dad agreed. And then said it's not just the past that a judge would have to take into account in that hypothetical situation, but the current decisions that person makes. My chest tightened. And after someone mentioned a certain fight that happened a few weeks ago on opening day... Shit. Well, another member asked, "Oh my God, Pat, spit it out! We all know who's on the damned council," Thea hissed. Pat leaned forward, bracing his elbows on the table. "Hall asked your dad if he'd hold it against Cam that he was dating you, except he didn't use the word date." I cringed. "He said no, right? Please tell me he said no." "He said that dating you didn't exactly show the kind of sound judgment he'd need to win the case, especially given that Cam is prone to violence around you." My blood turned to ice. Then Flash boiled. "He said what?" "Shh." Pat looked to see that no one heard me. "They can't know I told you. We have a what happens in Vegas disclosure. I'll lose my council seat." Cam was going to lose his case. Because of me. "I have to go." I grabbed Cam's burger and my shake, then paused at the foot of the table. "Thank you, Pat. Both of you." Rage and disbelief spun in my brain like a pinwheel, the emotions overlapping each other. I put Cam's lunch on the passenger seat and my milkshake in the cup holder. Then I stared out the windshield with my hands on the steering wheel. I could break up with Cam. That was obviously what Dad wanted. But maybe it was deeper than that. Maybe he honestly thought that being with me showed a lack of character. Why? Because I was his dead brother's ex-girlfriend? Heck, that would have been the simplest label to slap on us. The thought of losing Cam shredded my soul. There was no chance he'd let me go anyway. Or would he? If being with me meant seeing his dad on a ventilator, would he let me walk away? Would I even want him to? This was art, not some hypothetical dilemma. Cam loved me. I'm not going anywhere. I'd promised him. I'd bullied my way into his heart, and now it was going to cost him the very thing he'd come back here for. I yanked my phone out of my purse. "Willow, where are you right now?" I held my breath as the 3 dots coursed across the screen. "Cam. Just got to the mine. Dad's appointment cut short because his brain no-showed." "Willow, I'm on my way." "Cam. Everything okay?" "Willow, physically, yeah. I'll be there in 15. I made it in 10. My forerunners skidding to a halt in the newly packed gravel lot in front of the construction trailers. I grabbed everything and skirted around the construction crew as they moved steel beams meant for the tunnels. I made it through the door to Cam's trailer as a small group of workers came out, only a couple of whom I recognized, since I mostly worked with the foremen when it came to preservation. Seeing Cam for the first time every day still took my breath away. He stood at his drafting table, turned so I could only see a portion of his profile, his shirt sleeves pushed up and his pants hanging on sculpted hips. Even with all that physical beauty, it was his focus that I found enthralling. I loved him so much that I wasn't sure there was enough space in this trailer, in the world, for it. How was I supposed to give him up? How could I live with myself if I didn't? It had taken years and war and more than a little fate to get us here. This wasn't even in the same realm as fair. "You'll need to move this beam here," Cam told 2 of the foremen as he pointed to the blueprints. "These right here are the old load-bearing timbers, and we need to see if we can basically take the load off at this point and this one, so we can maintain the structural integrity of the tunnel without losing that historical piece." "And if we can't keep that beam?" The foreman pointed to the original one, and my stomach clenched. There were so many sacrifices to be made, and every piece of history that went hurt my heart a little more. "Safety first. But I know we can keep it, so don't shortcut it for ease." Cam looked up and paused when he saw me. "Everybody out." The foreman glanced between us and then did exactly as he ordered. "Lunch?" I asked, lifting the takeout container with a trembling hand. "What's wrong?" He didn't so much as glance toward the food. How was I going to say this to him? How could I possibly explain the cost of loving me? I couldn't imagine not having Cam, not after all these years we'd wasted, but I also couldn't condemn Arthur to treatments he didn't want. You eat, and I'll talk. I set the food down on the small table and motioned to one of the 2 folding chairs. His eyes narrowed, but he sat. I slid the burger over to him, and he opened the takeout container. Only then did he look to see what I brought him. Biggs? A smile ghosted his lips. Just the way you like it. My heart pounded as I took the seat opposite his and moved the shake to his side, too. The shake is the way I like it, though. Willow, you're killing me. He swallowed, watching me with enough intensity to kick my heart rate even higher. Tell me what's wrong. I know, just give me a second. The words I knew had to be said filled my mouth, heavy on my tongue, and my stomach twisted, just like it had right before my car crashed, trying to keep them in. Are you pregnant? He asked, leaning toward me with so much love and concern in his eyes that I almost wished I were. Because if you are, don't worry. I don't know a lot about babies, but I'll learn. And Rose seems to like me well enough, so there's hope our kid would. My father basically told Tim Hall that you'd lose your dad's case if you're dating me. And I word vomited all over the place. Awesome. My nails bit into my palms, where they rested on my lap. Cam blinked twice, then sat back in his chair. So you're not pregnant? Because I had the rest of that whole speech planned out. Well, not planned well, since I only had about 10 minutes of my brain running amok, but still, it was pretty good. The corner of his mouth lifted. No, I'm on birth control, remember? Right, yeah. Weird that's where my first thought went when you texted. He lifted the burger and took a bite, groaning in appreciation as I gawked at him. After swallowing, he looked over the massive thing that would have taken me at least 3 meals to devour. This is amazing. Thank you. The man took another bite. Cam, did you hear what I just said to you? Since he was still chewing, I continued. You're going to lose your dad's case because my dad is pissed that you're dating me. He set the burger back in its box. Pika, I'm going to lose my dad's case because Judge Bradley doesn't think I'm capable of being responsible for a puppy, let alone my father's care. The fact that I love you is the icing on an already burned cake. It didn't matter that he'd told me every day for the last few weeks that he loved me. It still hit me in the heart like it was the first time. No matter how hard I tried, words wouldn't form. I am, you know, capable of taking care of a puppy. I was thinking maybe one of those English bulldogs with all the wrinkles, but I figured I'd ask what you thought first. He took a sip of the shake and grinned. What I thought? Was he utterly and completely mad? I just dropped a bomb and he was thinking about babies and puppies? I thought you'd appreciate input. He shrugged. After all, I figured we'd end up living together and eventually married. When you're ready, of course, if that's something you'd be interested in. He waved his hand like it was all a given, like we weren't cursed. So if you hate bulldogs, then we'd have to pick another breed. They've got great temperaments, though, excellent with kids, when we have them. He tilted his head. If you want to have them, that is. The marriage thing might not be your style either. I'm pretty much at your mercy with those. He took another bite of his burger. My eyes darted around the room, making sure I hadn't stepped into the twilight zone. Once I was sure that this wasn't some really messed up dream, I pinned him with a stare. So you don't think we should break up so you have a shot at winning this case? Because that's where I was kind of headed with it. I finished that last part so slowly, it almost felt like a completely different sentence. He paused mid-chew. I mean, that's his best shot, right? If we break up, if my dad sees you're putting Art's interests before your own, that's what makes the most sense. Now the words came fast enough to set their own speed record. Cam finished chewing and swallowed, abandoning the rest of the burger in its box.
Is that what you want? Too.
He shook his head. No, I admitted in a whisper. But isn't this where I'm supposed to leave you for your own good? Take the martyrdom road to help your dad and then hope that later, once this is all settled, we can be together?
Come here.
He shifted and pushed his chair back from the table. I stood, my knees and resolve shaking as I took the few steps that separated us to stand between his knees.
Do you love me?
He asked, looking up at me from under dark lashes. More than anything in this world. I ran my fingers through his hair, more for my comfort than his.
Okay.
He took my hips and guided me until I sat across his thighs, facing him.
Then, this is where you do that, where you love me. That's all I need.
I melted, deflated, lost all the tension in my muscles as my fear vanished, but the worry set in. But what about your dad? He ran his knuckles down my cheek.
I can only tackle one problem at a time, Pika. My first priority is, and will always be, you. This, what we have, isn't something I'm willing to risk.
I leaned into his touch. I don't want to lose you.
Then don't.
His voice rumbled so low, I felt it in my palm where it lay against his chest. Will you hate me if you lose this case? My darkest fear slipped out on a whisper.
I will love you for the rest of my life, no matter what happens. None of this is your fault. Do you understand?
I didn't nod because I couldn't lie. I was the reason my dad hated him. Being with Cam was only going to hurt him in the end. I'm too selfish to let you go.
Thank God, because I'm not sure I'd know how to let you. I'm so damned glad you came to me instead of making the decision alone.
The relief in his eyes punched me in the stomach. I'd almost done it, almost walked away. We're partners, right?
Right.
You're not going to go yell at my dad right now, are you? Because you're not supposed to know, and if you tell him, then Pat loses his council seat. If they figure out he's the one who told me, since they have an NDA about council meetings or something. Cam stiffened beneath me, and not in a good way.
This happened at a council meeting? He growled. I nodded. You have to be kidding me.
Promise me you won't go yell at my dad. You know it will just give him more ammunition against you, and I worked really hard to get Pat on your side. His jaw flexed, and he sucked in 3 breaths and let them out slowly before he relaxed.
You got Pat Lambert on my side?
I'm quite the politician, I shrugged. His lips lifted in what was almost a smile.
Okay, I'll be good. I promise that I will not yell at your dad.
Thank you. My forehead fell to rest against his. I never wanted to complicate your life, Cam. He kissed me slowly, with a lazy thoroughness that had my hands gripping his shirt in fists before he was done.
You're not a complication in my life, Willow. You're the reason.
Chapter 23. Camden. I waited a full week to visit the barber shop. My hair had grown since I'd moved home 3 months ago, and it was time to get it trimmed back into shape. At least, that was my excuse. Earl McGinty had his scissors close enough to my ear that I could hear the individual strands of my hair being cut. I knew better than to move a muscle. His hands moved quickly, the product of decades of experience and expertise. When I wasn't watching him in the giant mirrors that lined the wall, I had my eye on the 4 men who sat in the black chairs behind me, sipping their coffee and shooting me looks that said they weren't certain exactly how they felt about me. "Don't pay them any mind," Earl said as he caught me looking. "You know how old men like to share the news." I scoffed. "You're 60, Earl. Not sure that qualifies as old." "Well, Tyler back there was born old, and Nick has to be pushing 85. 84, Nick argued. And nothing's wrong with his hearing, Earl said a little louder over his shoulder. The men chuckled. I wasn't stupid. The power of Alba rested in those seats and had for the last 50 years. Maybe not Xander at this time in the morning, but 2 members of the town council were already here, and there was little doubt in my mind that the other 3 would join them in the next hour. Since when did John Royal step down from the town council? I asked loud enough for the men in the back to hear. Since he got elected to the Historical Society Council, Nick answered. You know we try not to mix the two. Business and government shouldn't be shaking hands. Xander sits on both. Earl moved to my other side and whistled low. Well, now that couldn't be helped. Tyler Williamson set his coffee down on the small table next to him and stared at me openly. He's mayor by his own right. The men nodded in support. And sits on the Historical Society Council as your father's proxy, he finished. The nodding continued. You gunning for that Historical Society Council seat? Paul Wharton asked from his chair next to Tyler. Every single one of those men leaned forward, and Earl lifted his shears from my head. No, sir, I'm not. I wouldn't presume to know enough about the workings of the historical district to even think about it. I've got more than enough on my plate with getting the Rose Rowan up and running, then the mining company building. One by one, they relaxed, satisfied with my reply. Earl started cutting again, shooting me a look that said I'd just escaped the guillotine. So that's not what this whole mess with art is about? Nick questioned over his coffee, acting like he didn't care. The grip he had on that cup said otherwise. No, sir. My dad called and asked me to help him take back a little control over his advance directive. I'm here for his health care rights, not his council seat. Xander's welcome to it. Earl lifted a side of his mouth in a slight smirk and kept cutting. And Willow? Did you come back for her, too? Tyler asked. I tensed, and Earl immediately lifted the shears again. Well, he started, then glanced up at the clock. I have a feeling you'll know the answer to that in about 5 minutes. He caught my eye in the mirror and lowered his voice. You sure you know what you're getting yourself into here, Cam? I'm sure. I was, and as long as I kept my temper in check, this would all be fine. Good morning, gentlemen, Owen McGinty said as he walked in from the back of the barber shop. I'll take whoever's next. His smile died when none of them took the offer. They're waiting for the show to start, Owen, Earl told him with raised eyebrows. Show? He paled when he spotted me. Hey, Camden, how's it going? Can't complain, I replied, careful not to move as Earl finished me up. How are Lisa and the kids? Good, good, he answered carefully. The heir to the barbershop empire was about 10 years older than me and clearly knew what was up when he started watching the clock. Grab me a towel, would you, Owen? Earl asked his son. 2 minutes later, my hair was done, and Owen handed Earl the hot towel with a warning look. I know what I'm doing, son, Earl promised, then reclined my chair so I was nearly horizontal. 3 minutes, Nick noted, and the rest mumbled their agreement. It's not an easy thing you're doing here, Earl said loudly enough for everyone in the shop to hear. Taking on a brother isn't something I'd ever want my boys to do. He shot a look at Owen. But I'd hope that my boys would agree to give me the respect of choosing my own path. No one should be forced to surrender control of their own body. The men muttered in agreement, and I found my chest heavy with an emotion I was scared to call pride. I saw that tattoo, Cam. You're doing the right thing. Earl passed his judgment with a smile. Now we'll see if you live through the next few minutes. He wrapped the towel around my face, both softening my week's worth of beard growth and disguising my face. Don't breathe a word until I tap your foot. Understand? I nodded, and resigned myself to breathing in the hot, humid air for the next few minutes. Right on time, the bell rang as the front door opened. "Morning, Judge," Earl called out in greeting. "Morning, Earl. The usual, please. Oh, you men haven't been tended to yet?" Noah Bradley's voice was muffled with the towel so close to my ears, but I made him out just fine. "Oh, no, you first," Tyler insisted. I could only imagine the nods of the other men. "Here you go, Judge. Let's get you softened up. Don't you worry. Owen will catch up with the boys between the tourists who filter in," Earl added, and I knew he'd just given me a cover without technically lying. Tourists first was the rule of law in Alba, and while most of the commercial establishments that locals frequented weren't often sought out by tourists, we deferred to them and their money whenever they stumbled into any of the non-historical sites. "Good weather today, Judge," Nick said, breaking the silence. "So I heard. Highs in the low 70s. Nice and warm for this time of year." The towel on my face was cool by the time I heard Earl start on the judge. "Hold up, Judge. I'm not liking the feel of this blade. Let me get you a fresh one," Earl said, then bumped my foot as he walked by. Showtime. I sat up, then handed my towel to Owen, who muttered, "The windows are really expensive." "Relax," I whispered. "Throw one guy through a window, and you'll still be getting shit for it 6 years later." Then I stood, noting that Willow's dad was reclined the same way I had been, and leaned against the counter directly in front of his chair. "Hello there, Mr. Bradley," I said, low and smooth. His eyes flew open, and he sat up slowly, glaring at me with half his face shaved and the other half covered in a thick lather. "Camden? So, I need to talk to you." "This is highly improper." He swung his feet over the side of the chair. "You can't ambush the judge who's about to decide on your case next week." "Oh, you're completely right. I don't even want to talk about the case. That's a line I wouldn't cross." I tucked my thumbs in the front pockets of my jeans, my casual Rose Rowan Henley a direct contrast to his starched shirt and tie. "I need to talk to Noah Bradley, my girlfriend's dad, not Judge Bradley. Figure you'd feel better having witnesses than any implication of impropriety. I know how much public opinion matters in an election year." His face paled to a shade just a bit darker than the shaving cream, and he started to get out of the chair, only to catch his reflection in the mirror and think better of it. God only knew the last time the man had actually shaved his own face. "What do you want, Camden?" "I'm in love with your daughter." The entire shop went so silent I could hear the beat of my own heart. "I have been since I was about 11 years old, but to be fair, I was probably 16 when I figured it out." "Is that what you call it? Love?" His jaw flexed. "Because, as I recall, you were 11 when you broke her nose and tried to pass it off as a fall." Icy rage frosted my nerve endings in what I knew was preparation for a battle I couldn't let happen. Instead of sinking into that calm, deadly space, I forced a smile to my face. "You see, Mr. Bradley, I promised the woman I love that I wouldn't yell at her dad. I've never broken a promise to Willow, and I'm not going to let you goad me into breaking one now. So I'll simply say that Xander came out of the tunnel that day with Charity, screaming that he'd lost Willow. I took his headlamp and went after her, just like I've always done and will always do." He seethed, but didn't move. "I found her by the grace of God. Or, since you think I'm evil, maybe it was a deal with the devil. Either way, I didn't care. My soul in exchange for her life is a trade I'll make any day." His eyes narrowed. "When I found her at the bottom of a ventilation shaft that I still can't find on a map, she had a busted nose, bloodied lip, and skinned everything.
I put the headlamp on her so she could see in case anything happened to me, and then I pushed her up 30 feet of that shaft, give or take an almost 12-year-old's memory. She cried the entire way, and a couple times it was for you. He flinched. Once we got to the top of the shaft, I took the headlamp back so I didn't trip on my face. Then I picked her up in my arms, and I didn't put her down again until I found you. 2 lines appeared vertically in his forehead. Xander said you wouldn't let him help you, that you slowed everyone down getting her the help she needed. He's right. And he had just turned 14, so he probably could have gotten her out of the mine faster once we got up the shaft. But he wasn't in the mine, Mr. Bradley. He was waiting at the entrance with Charity and Sullivan, and since he'd already lost her once that day, I wasn't about to hand her over to anyone besides you. He stared me down, still not believing. You took Sullivan with you to the hospital and sent me home. They were friends. You were her soulmate. But that's okay. I forgave you for that a long time ago. 2 figures approached the door, and Owen flipped the sign from open to closed. First time for everything. How can you even say that? She was Sullivan's. She's only with you now because she sees something of him in you. You think she's in love with you? She's not. She's in love with that part of Sullivan you represent, and it will eventually destroy her. If I hadn't been so certain of Willow's love, I would have lost it right then. Instead, I focused on the warmth in my chest that grew every time I thought about her. You're wrong, but it's not my place to talk about Willow's feelings. I can only speak to what she's told me and how I feel about your daughter. I'm not here to argue about Sullivan. I loved him more than you ever could have, and will carry his loss with me every day for the rest of my life. At least he deserved her, he threw in my face, his voice rising. He never got her hurt, never got into fist fights, never covered his body in tattoos or set fire to a damned building. And he sure as hell asked my permission when he wanted to date Willow. He came to me like a man, his intentions clear and his heart honest because he knew she was the kind of girl who respected that tradition. He jabbed his finger in my direction. I shifted, bracing my hands on the counter and squeezing the top. I'm not even sure where to start with that. I guess at the beginning. I have never hurt Willow intentionally, and the only wounds I've inflicted on her were emotional and due to my supreme idiocy when I was 19. His eyes flared in surprise for a millisecond, but it was there. I got into my share of fistfights, and I'd say probably half of them were defending Willow. Scott Malone was an asshole, and when he got tired of bullying her, Oscar stepped in. This, I pointed to the tattoo of the hot springs on my arm, is a sketch Willow did the summer before I left for basic training. I had it done the week before I reported, and yes, it hurt like a bitch until it healed. As for the fire, accidents happen, and you have no idea how terrified I was when I heard she was still inside. I'll never forgive myself for how long it took me to get to her. It always came back to that fucking fire. What? You're not going to throw in that you carried her out then, too? He challenged. You already knew that. I shrugged. As for the last part, I'm not Sullivan. He was a better boy than I was, and he never got to grow into manhood. But I bet if he hadn't died that day, I paused, taking a second to swallow the memories. He would have been a far better man than I am. There's no doubt. At least we agree on that, he snapped. Now, are you done? No. Because here's the thing. Sullivan was wrong. He never should have asked your permission. A collective murmur in the background reminded me that we had an audience. I'm sorry, Mr. Bradley asked, his eyebrows rising. I didn't ask your permission to date your daughter because it's not up to you.
What happens between Willow and me requires the consent of two people. Willow, I held up one finger and then the second, and me. You're not in that equation. I'm her father! Yeah, you are, which is why we're having this conversation. She loves you, and the rift between you two is ripping her apart. She knows how to repair it. His voice dropped to a hiss. By choosing you over me. He raised a single eyebrow, confirming my statement. If you continue that ultimatum, you will lose her. I said it softly, making the guys in the back lean forward. Hardly. She knows I'd do anything to protect her, even fight her for her. She will choose me, Mr. Bradley. And sure, partly it's because she loves me as much as I love her. But mostly it's because I won't ever make her choose. His features slackened. I don't need to control her to love her. I don't conquer my own fears that way, and I'm so sorry if you do. I only came to tell you that she loves you and she misses you. And I hope you come to your senses soon, because there's nothing on earth that would make me walk away from Willow. I'm hers until she decides otherwise. Not you. Anger sparked in his eyes, and the color not only returned to his cheeks, but flared. I'm glad we could have this conversation. I pushed off the counter and headed toward the door, only to pause and look back at him, my thoughts tripping over something he'd said. If you want my intentions, here they are. I'm going to marry your daughter. Then I'm going to spend every day of my life making her as happy as possible. But when I ask her to be my wife, you won't know. I won't ask your permission because she's not a piece of property, and I won't respect your tradition because you don't respect that it's really her choice. And if she says yes, you'll only know if she tells you. You'll only know if we get married if she chooses to invite you. You'll only know if we have a child if she deems you worthy to know, worthy of being in her life. He turned a mottled shade of red, and I knew I'd passed the do not cross line a while back, but I couldn't bring myself to care. You've raised two amazing, independent, intelligent women, one of whom owns my soul. Two women you should be incredibly proud of. I just wish you would be. Owen held the door open for me as I walked out of the barber shop, giving me a smile and a nod in farewell. Then I drove straight to Willow's house, interrupted her work like the selfish bastard I was, and made love to her until the ugliness of the morning faded into nothing but love and bliss.
Chapter 24. Willow. The little brick building that served as both the town hall and Alba's municipal court was packed to the brim with just about every local who wasn't tending their shop in the historic district. Xander already had the home field advantage, seeing as his office was right across the hall, and he looked more than comfortable in his suit across the aisle, sitting with Milton Sanders, his attorney. I sat on the bench behind Cam and Simon, who had their heads together in a conversation I couldn't hear, even 4 feet away. I've never seen so many people here, Charity noted as she slid in next to me. She was dressed similarly to me, wearing a simple sheath dress and pearls, just like our mother, who scooted in next to Charity. Or heard so many, Mom added. They've got Scott Malone turning people away at the door. We weren't exactly built or staffed for such a public case, considering that we had an active courthouse only because Dad was willing to split his time between here and Salida. No other judge was volunteering to come up the pass. Of course, Genevieve is sitting behind Xander, Charity said with a shake of her head. But Pat, Gideon, and John are behind us, Mom reported after a quick glance over her shoulder. Good morning, ladies. Walt slid in behind us with Dorothy Powers. They didn't sequester you? Mom asked with raised brows. Nope. Deposition yesterday. Dorothy replied. "Art is finishing up with that psychologist, and then he'll be in too." "Again?" Charity questioned. "They're hoping he'll be lucid enough to testify." I kept my eyes forward and saw Simon shake his head. Cam didn't look pleased at whatever that was the answer to. He wasn't all there the first time the doc interviewed him, but he was pretty lucid at last week's appointment. "Why don't you guys come up here?" I looked back over my shoulder for the first time and saw they were closing the doors.
I make him nervous.
Walt nodded toward his son with pride shining in his eyes. Scott Malone let Art in, and Dorothy walked back to guide him up the aisle, where he eventually sat next to Cam, much to the muttering of the other side of the courtroom. I committed the image to memory, knowing I might not ever see Art take Cam's side against Xander ever again. The doors reopened, and Julie Hall hurried down the aisle with a manila envelope. She handed it to Cam, who tensed as he thanked her, then put it into the file he had in front of him without opening it. That certainly got my curiosity piqued. Peter Mayville, our bailiff, entered the front of the court, and Mary Murphy came in directly after to take her spot at the recorder's desk. We were ready to start. My heart slammed against my ribs at the thought of what was coming. How could I ever forgive my father for ruling against Cam in this? Against Art? Cam looked back at me and winked. "I love you," I mouthed. "I love you," he echoed before turning back around. "You two are nauseating," Charity mumbled. "Not that I'm not happy you finally pulled your heads out of your asses, because that had to be the longest slow burn I've ever seen in my life." "Charity! Language!" Mom snapped. She merely rolled her eyes. "You act like you're the only person who knew what was going on," Mom mumbled. "Who do you think distracted your dad while Willow snuck out to rescue all of Cam's stuff that night, huh?" We both slowly turned our heads to look at her with wide eyes.
"You did what?" Dad asked as he slid in next to me.
"Nothing you need to worry about," she told him with a wifely smile that said he was better off not knowing.
"You talking about those boxes full of Cam's things she had stacked in her closet for years?" he asked.
We all gawked at him. "You knew?" I asked. His jaw flexed twice.
"I'm stubborn, Willow, not stupid."
I blinked, and then it hit me. "Wait, what are you doing?"
"All rise,"
Peter Mayville called out, and we did so.
"The Alba Municipal Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Deborah Wilson presiding."
My gaze snapped to my father, who stood, chin raised over an expertly knotted tie, as he watched someone else take his seat at the bench. "You may be seated," a feminine voice declared. I was all too happy to, considering I already felt like I'd been knocked on my ass. Peter announced the case, but all I heard was a buzzing in my head. "Dad?" I whispered, unable to look anywhere else. He gave me a tight-lipped smile but didn't speak. "Good morning, all three Mr. Danielses," Judge Wilson greeted the men facing her, and I took her in for the first time. She was about the same age as Dad, with classically beautiful Korean features and an equally classic French twist in her hair.
"Your Honor, if I may," Milton Sanders stood. "We were told this case would be heard by Judge Bradley."
His voice pitched higher than usual as he finished. I felt the weight of 1,000 stares in our direction. "Yes," Judge Wilson responded with a smile. "I apologize for the confusion and the last-minute switch. Judge Bradley informed me he needed to recuse himself and asked if I would mind driving up to hear the case rather than going through a reschedule so close to the date. Since I had an opening, I agreed." Milton paled.
"Thank you for the explanation, Your Honor. Could you tell us when the request was made?"
"Last night. Apparently his daughter is in a relationship with one of the parties, and he felt he couldn't be impartial." She adjusted her thin-framed glasses. "The docket has been updated online, naturally."
"Of course, Your Honor."
He leaned down and conferred with Xander as the courtroom buzzed with muffled commentary.
"Your Honor,
My client would like to request a continuance. On what grounds? She asked. On the grounds that this last-minute change has left us at a disadvantage, and we'll need extra time to prepare. Milton sounded rockier than his reasoning. Your request is denied. An impartial judge is an impartial judge, and I assure you that I couldn't care less about where Judge Bradley is seated. Also, the court psychologist has assured me that Arthur Daniels is capable of testimony today, and that's not something I'm willing to risk losing, given his diagnosis. We'll proceed as planned. Milton's shoulders sagged as he sat. Mr. Robinson, since your client has moved to change the guardianship of Arthur Daniels, the floor is yours, Judge Wilson stated. As Simon stood to give his opening, I looked at Dad. You recused yourself? Emotion tangled my tongue and clogged my throat. His eyes met mine, softening exponentially.
I'm stubborn, Willow, not stupid, he repeated with a wry smile. I've presided over thousands of cases, and none of them, including this one, is worth losing my daughter over. He looked around my head. Either of my daughters.
Thank you, I whispered.
Just remember that I'm sitting with you, Willow. You and Charity and your mother, not him.
He nodded toward Cam.
You.
That's more than enough. I smiled slowly, and when I turned to watch Simon start his delivery, I caught Charity nodding at Dad. Both sides delivered an opening, stating their cases as to why Art's guardian should be their client. Both stood firmly on their stance with the DNR. Cam was first on the stand. He answered Simon's questions easily, telling the judge about the voicemail that had brought him home and what it had been like to see Art on the respirator after he'd been poisoned by carbon monoxide.
He did well,
Dad whispered as Milton rose to question Cam.
Strong, clear voice, sound reasoning, and no ill will harbored toward Xander. Very well.
If you ever decide to give up the bench, you could always go for a career in courtroom commentating, I whispered. He shot me a look that said he'd rather die. Milton started in hard on Cam, asking about his estrangement with Art over the last decade. He then moved on to his return to Alba and painted a picture of Cam being an unstable drifter who couldn't be depended on to stick around.
On the contrary, Cam argued, I own property in Alba, have a voting membership in the Historical Society, and have 2 properties included in the district, one of which is projected to increase the income of the town by 50%. I'm in a committed relationship and recently offered my civil engineering skills to the town's electric company to upgrade Alba's energy supply. The fact that I served in the military, as both my brothers also did, doesn't make me a nomad.
Milton flushed, and I almost fist-pumped.
What financial gain do you stand to receive in the event of Arthur Daniels' death?
Milton asked, flipping through his file.
I don't understand the question,
Cam stated, his posture straight and his face relaxed.
I mean that you're pushing hard for a do-not-resuscitate order for a 58-year-old man. Isn't it true that you stand to gain 50% of Arthur's considerable land and financial holdings when he passes?
Milton's insinuation sent a murmur through the crowd. Judge Wilson looked over her glasses at Cam.
I don't stand to gain anything,
Cam stated.
I'm sorry, but that's just not true. His will states that you 3 receive equal shares, and since Sullivan has passed on, that leaves you and Xander at 50%.
Cam blinked and looked at Simon.
Your Honor, it appears Mr. Sanders is working off an older copy of Mr. Daniels's will. If I could supply both him and the court with a valid copy?
Simon offered. Please do, she responded. Simon handed out the wills.
As you can see, this will is dated from 5 years ago, making it newer and therefore valid.
You prepared it, Milton snapped. How convenient.
It's a small town, Your Honor.
Simon didn't spare a glance for Milton. It was actually my first document post-law school and was accepted by Judge Bradley.
Judge Wilson flipped through the document. This appears to be the valid will, Mr. Sanders. As you can see, after the death of my younger brother, my father took me out of his will. Everything goes to Xander.
Cam stared at his brother. Alexander was visibly shaken, his attention darting among Art, Cam, and the document in his hands.
He didn't know? I asked.
He didn't,
Dad confirmed. Milton gathered his thoughts quickly and conferred with Xander. Then he turned back to Cam.
Can you tell me about the bunkhouse fire? Objection, Simon snapped. Immaterial.
The crowd's mutterings exploded.
Order, Judge Wilson demanded. Keep it up and we'll close the courtroom. Your Honor, this goes to the heart of his character. How can something that happened almost a decade ago comment on his character? Hey, your client is the one who brought up the properties in the Historical Society. The fact that there was a third, potentially profitable property matters when looking to his future.
I'll allow it, Judge Wilson ruled.
What can you tell me about the bunkhouse fire?
Milton poked the bear. Cam's eyes flashed with indignation. Our family owns what was the Rose Rowan bunkhouse. It burned down 9 years ago. The summer I was 19.
Were you responsible for this catastrophic loss of a priceless historical site?
The fire was ruled accidental. Cam's voice hardened.
And there was no mention of you in that report? Because I have it right here if you'd like to read it.
Milton sifted through his file. Cam locked eyes with Xander.
Mr. Daniels,
Milton prompted. A look of utter betrayal passed over Cam's features, and my heart sank.
Mr. Daniels,
Judge Wilson's voice brought Cam's focus back to Milton.
The report says
that though the fire was ruled accidental, it was caused by my negligence. Cam's jaw flexed.
And do you agree with that report?
Milton asked. Since I'm the one who admitted to it, it would be hard not to.
Wouldn't you say?
Cam snapped.
If you could simply answer the question.
Milton tilted his head slightly. I agree with it.
Milton declared that he had no further questions, and Simon jumped on the chance to redirect. Camden, how many years did you serve in the United States Army?
9.
And during that time you served in the Special Forces and managed to get your degree in engineering?
I did.
Would you say that you had upward potential in income and rank?
I would. I've already had 4 job offers for more than 6 figures a year.
And yet you gave that all up for an income far less than that. Why?
Simon prompted. Because my father asked for my help.
And for the record, could you tell the court which medals you earned during your service?
Cam tensed and glanced at Xander. I have a few.
Let me be specific. Is it correct that you not only have a Purple Heart, but a Bronze Star for heroic actions in combat that not only saved lives, but earned you a bullet in the upper arm?
My jaw dropped an inch. His upper arm? Both were covered in tattoos. He'd been wounded? Awarded one of the Army's highest honors?
My record will confirm that,
Cam said slowly, looking away.
But you've never told anyone?
Simon asked.
I got a scratch because I did the right thing in a firefight. That's not something that should be bragged about. It should simply be assumed that anyone would do the right thing in that situation, not rewarded.
I understand. Last question. When were you given this citation?
Cam's eyes unfocused.
2 years and 3 months ago.
Sounds like that's a much better example of your character than an accident from a decade ago,
Simon shrugged.
Objection! Milton shouted. Withdrawn.
Cam stepped down, his eyes searching mine as he took his seat. There were apologies written in his pressed lips, and I smiled softly at him, forgiving that which needed no explanation. How did he do? I asked Dad when Cam sat down.
Strong finish, he whispered. But the fire, that made the whole thing a draw.
I just wasn't sure a draw was enough to beat Xander. It was hard to compete with Flawless.
Chapter 25. Camden. I couldn't bring myself to look at Xander. Not during his perfect testimony of his perfect life with his perfect choices and perfectly planned future. Not when he'd just thrown the fire in my face. He used it against me, then testified that I was a great brother and son, just misguided about what was best for Dad. After all, I'd been gone for a decade, between that first year in college and the years in the military. So how could I really understand the level of care he needed? Being back for the last 3.5 months couldn't possibly give me a good enough perspective to judge my dad's intentions, even though my heart was in the right place. I had never hated my brother. Maybe I'd been a little jealous that he was the assigned angel of the family, but I'd never wished him ill. Right now, I wanted to throw him through the gas station window again, especially since he brought that moment up too. Even with the context Simon added, I came off like an asshole. The doc was next, who went over Dad's Alzheimer's diagnosis, his level of dementia, and his ability to make decisions. It was his opinion that while able to make decisions about his daily routine and care, he was unable to understand the impact of long-term decisions on more than half of his days. The more the doctor talked, the more agitated Dad became, shifting in his seat and shaking his head. "Are you sure you want your dad up there?" Simon asked me quietly. Of course I wasn't sure. The further we got into the hearing, the less I was certain about anything, including my brother's morals. "The doc says he's lucid enough today, or at least he was at this morning's interview. It's his life. You ask him." If Xander was hell-bent on keeping Dad from making life decisions, then I could at least give him this choice. A few minutes later, Simon leaned in. "He says he wants to. Then let him. At least he never set anything on fire." This might be the only chance he had to say exactly what he wanted to Xander, and the witnesses would hold him socially accountable. Once the doc stepped down and Dad was headed up to the stand, I looked back at Willow. She gave me a reassuring smile, not that everything would be okay, but that she would be there even if it wasn't. I couldn't return the expression, and hers softened in understanding. Being up there on the stand, having my military record brought out like that, only served to remind me that even though we knew each other on a cellular level, we hadn't caught up on all the details of the years we'd spent apart. But we'd have time for that, at least if the envelope Julie had given me decided so. I wasn't looking, not until after this was over. Simon questioned Dad, and he did surprisingly well. His answers were clear and concise, and he actually came off as perfectly lucid. We couldn't have hoped for a better day to do this. "Art, tell me, are you certain about wanting a do not resuscitate order?" Simon asked. "Since I had it tattooed across my chest, I'd say I'm very certain," Dad insisted. "This isn't your choice, Alexander." Dad turned to stare at my brother, and my stomach clenched. "I'm not a child. I am a man who deserves the dignity of controlling what happens to his body." "Objection!" Milton called out. "You know it's wrong," Dad continued, and now my stomach twisted with nausea. "I taught you better than to tie another person down and force things into their body that they don't want. That's what you did to me." The crowd behind began to speak at the same time. "Objection!" Milton shouted. Shit, he was going off the rails. "No further questions," Simon finished, then sat down next to me. "Well, if nothing else, the entire town will be talking about that for a while." My muscles locked as Milton approached my father. He started easy, laying the foundation that, in every other matter besides that of his DNR, Xander was an excellent guardian in his opinion. And the DNR wasn't a matter of malice or negligence, but opinion. That's where he lost Dad. "I do think it's malicious to directly ignore someone's wishes about his own body," Dad argued. "I agree," Milton said. "But are you sure they're your wishes? I am. Dad nodded. Today you are. But what about tomorrow? Next year? Your memory isn't always supporting you, Art, is it? Dad's forehead puckered. Some days it's faulty. Like the day you shot Camden? My eyes slid shut as the muttering of the crowd washed over me. He shook his head. I don't remember much about that. His confession was quiet. It was Alexander who wrestled the gun away so you didn't kill his little brother a few months ago. Is that true? Dad looked down, his gaze darting back and forth, fighting to remember. That's what I've been told. You don't remember that moment? Not as clearly as I'd like, Dad admitted. Okay. For the sake of establishing your memory loss, can you tell me how your son Sullivan died? I almost came out of my skin. Objection! Simon shouted. Immaterial! We already have his diagnosis on file. It goes to suitability of the guardian, Your Honor. Milton looked at the judge like he was requesting a transcript from his last college, not ripping apart my father. You're on a short leash, Mr. Sanders, Judge Wilson warned. Yes, Your Honor. Art, do you remember how Sully died? My hands clenched into fists beneath the table, and I savored the bite of pain from my nails, using it to ground and focus me. Sully. Dad looked away. I knew that look. We were about to lose him. You have to stop this, I whispered. I can't, Simon sighed. I'm so sorry. I never thought Xander would use Sully. Sullivan died in Afghanistan, right? Milton pushed. That's right, Dad confirmed, nodding but still focused on the floor. Afghanistan. He was shot. In the neck, right? I was going to rip Milton's head from his fucking shoulders. Right. His neck. Dad started subtly rocking. Another one of your sons was with him. Do you remember? Dad slowly looked over to me, his eyes full of agonizing grief, and my throat closed. Cam was with him. Is it true that Camden ordered Sullivan's squad into the firefight that took his life? Yes. Left. I'd chosen the man standing to my left instead of my right. One choice made in a flash of a second. It had been the flap of the butterfly's wings that began the hurricane, and we were all still drowning. That must be hard, knowing that Cam didn't bring your Sully home safe. Milton's voice dripped with pity. Dad's face crumpled, and I found it hard to draw a breath. Objection! Isn't it true that you blame Cam for Sullivan's death? Leading the witness! Yes. He gave the order. You gave the order! Dad looked toward me, his eyes glazing over. How could I argue with the truth? Withdrawn! Milton immediately put out his hand to Simon, like he was the one who needed to calm down. Art, can you tell me what you had for breakfast this morning? What? My heart fell to the floor. Breakfast? Or dinner last night? Or maybe what you watched on TV? Can you tell me any of that? Milton asked softly, like he actually cared. Eggs? He guessed. It was French toast, according to your home nursing staff. Can you tell me the date? Dad swayed. It's June. I know it's June. June what? 15th? 7th? 28th? It's June! Dad shouted. My eyes pricked, and I blinked back the moisture that welled, watching my father dissolve. But what day in June? I don't know! I understand, Art. Can you tell me the names of your home nursing staff? Milton didn't even give Dad a chance to recover. There are a few, Dad replied,
looking so lost that my instincts screamed to get him down from the stand. But who are they? I don't know. You don't know the people who are currently responsible for your around-the-clock care? Milton questioned. No, I don't. There are people in my house. They're always there. They never leave me alone anymore. His voice broke and took my spirit with it. That's okay, Art. Let's try one last thing. Camden says that he was brought home by a voicemail you left. Do you remember that? Dad's eyes brightened. Yes, I remember the voicemail. I asked him to come home and help me. Xander wouldn't let me have a DNR. That's right. Do you know when you left the voicemail? Shit. I felt the blood drain from my face. Dad looked at me helplessly. I wanted the last 20 minutes back. I wanted to tell Simon, no, don't put him on the stand. Not because he didn't deserve to say his piece, but because he didn't deserve what Milton was doing to him right now. Look at me, Mr. Daniels, Milton ordered softly, like he was talking to a child and not a grown-ass man who had raised 3 sons and buried one of them, plus his wife and brother. Do you remember when you left the message? It was this year. I know that. Dad nodded. I know it. This year. I know it. Mr. Daniels, do you remember leaving that message at all? This year. Had to be. Mr. Daniels, objection! Your Honor, this is... Simon just shook his head. Cruel. It was cruel. This is your last question, Mr. Sanders. We're not here to torture those who need our protection, Judge Wilson warned. Yes, Your Honor. Art? What? Dad whispered. Do you remember leaving Cam that voicemail? No. So everything we've done here, from Cam giving up his career to this very hearing, was all started over something you can't even remember? Mr. Sanders, that's enough, Judge Wilson ordered. I'm finished. Milton promised and took his seat. Dad's gaze darted around the room to the ceiling and the floor, never settling on any one person or thing. Your Honor, may I help my dad down? I asked, knowing it wasn't my place to speak and risking it anyway. Yes, Mr. Daniels, she agreed, her voice softer than before. The court was silent until my chair shrieked across the polished floor as I pushed back from the table. I approached Dad with shaky knees, my eyes filling with tears I couldn't shed. Not here. Not like this. Dad, let me help you, I said as I stood next to the witness stand. Why? He finally looked at me. Why am I here? I want to go home. Yeah, Dad, we'll get you there, I promise. Come on down. I held out my hand, but he refused to take it and instead stumbled from the stand. No, I'm okay. Don't touch me. I'm fine. He walked past me, gaining his balance as he went. Walt! I called out as Simon opened the gate that separated the spectators from this hellhole. I got him, Walt promised as Nicky walked with him to help. You, Dad whispered, turning to me at the threshold. It's me, Dad. Cam. I'm right here. His eyes turned cold. You killed my Sullivan. The whisper was barely loud enough for me to hear, but I did, and it cut me to the fucking core. Come on, Art. Let's get you home. Walt put his arm around his best friend and walked him from the courtroom. I stumbled into my seat as the volume of the crowd reached new heights. Logic told me otherwise, but the rending in my chest overpowered it. I'd lost every member of my family. Sullivan and Mom to death, Dad to Alzheimer's, Alexander to his own warped sense of good and evil. The judge called for order as I felt hands on my shoulders. I turned and found Willow leaning over the railing.
I love you, she promised, her hazel eyes red and her cheeks blotchy. I love you. Her thumbs swiped at my face. Do you understand me, Camden Daniels? I know your truth. I love you, and I have always loved you. First and always. You. Order! The judge demanded again, and the noise started to die down. I kept my focus on Willow, anchoring myself in her eyes and slowly settling my boiling emotions into a soft simmer. Willow, I whispered. She let go of my face only to push something into my hand. I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere. Then she sat back in her seat, where her father put his arm around her. Her father, who had recused himself because I was hers. He looked at me with pursed lips and sorrowful eyes. The crowd quieted, and I opened my palm to see what she'd given me. It was the white onyx queen, the most versatile piece on the board, the protector of the king. I forced deep and even breaths through my lungs. A soft sob reached my ears, and I turned to see Xander's head in his hands, his shoulders shaking as he cried. As Simon and Milton both gave their closings, I stared at Xander. It took until the end of Milton's speech for my brother to look at me. When he did, he flinched. I let it show. My anger, my loathing, and my utter disgust. When Judge Wilson dismissed us until her ruling, the crowd emptied out into the hallway. I'll be there in just a second, I promised Willow. She nodded, squeezing my hand as she passed by on her way to where her family waited. I finally opened the envelope Julie left. With shaking hands, I read the 3 sheets she'd included and felt simultaneous relief and sorrow. Deep, gut-wrenching sorrow. You okay? Simon asked. No, none of it is okay. I slid the papers back into their envelope, then walked over to my older brother, my idol, the perfect example of love and forgiveness, and openly glared at him as he rose to leave. Cam, Simon warned. I need a minute with my brother. I kept my eyes on Xander. Alexander? Milton probed. It's fine. I'll meet you out there, Xander replied. The courtroom cleared out until it was only us standing between the tables we'd gone to war at. No matter what happens, what she rules, I will never forgive you for what just happened. I'm ashamed of you, and Sullivan would be too. How could you use him like that? Use the fire? Xander shook his head at me in confusion. Forgive me? You're the one who keeps trying to kill Dad, even though the doctors have said he's not mentally capable of making that choice. And you want to blame this on me? I have no choice but to stick to the decisions he made before he lost his mind, because that man we saw up on the stand is no longer our father. He's still Dad. He doesn't want tubes and ventilators. He wants the dignity of making that choice, and you can't even give him that? You have to shred what's left of his pride in front of the entire town? My voice rose. You made me do it, Xander shouted. Do you think I wanted this? Any of this? I don't. I said, hey, Dad, you need a medical power of attorney, just in case you need someone to sign for a surgery or something. Do you know when that was? He shook with anger. It was 5 years ago, after Sully died. I never saw this coming. I never wanted this. He motioned to the courtroom. Never wanted to be responsible for his care, for making decisions that would mean his life or death over and over and over. But that's what happened, because you were too busy being a hero to bring your ass home. But they don't give you medals when you stay home, do they? His voice echoed in the empty room, and I began to understand. I'd been so focused on the house of cards crumbling at the top that I hadn't stopped to look at the foundation. Xander was never going to let me win, because that's how he saw this. You honestly don't think he deserves to choose what happens to him? I stated softly. He's not capable of choosing. I have to choose for him. I have to step up, just like always, because you want to take the easy way out. So fine, I have and I will, and every choice I make for him will be with his life and health in mind. I'm keeping our dad alive as long as I can, Cam. That's what a son does for his father, yeah? And what would a brother do for a brother? What do you mean? Xander asked. I would fight for you, too. God, I hoped not. I'll keep that in mind, I told him, then left the courtroom without another backward glance. Simon led me to a quiet room where I sat with Willow, her hand steady in mine, her head on my shoulder. I told your father on opening day that you were lonely, she told me. I turned my head, and she lifted hers. He replied that all great and precious things are lonely. My brows knit together, and she nodded. That line. Holy shit. The same man who'd mocked me for always having my nose in a book as a kid took the time to read the one I'd declared my favorite. And not just once, but enough to recall that line. I kissed her forehead with gratitude and held her against my side as we waited for the judge to decide Dad's fate. This case is definitely not an easy one, Judge Wilson told us 4 hours later. The room held its breath. Mr. Daniels, she said to me, your love for your father is obvious. The dedication you've shown by moving home and seeing this through is admirable. I truly think you are acting in what you feel is his best interest, and I would have done exactly the same had it been my father who called. I nodded as nausea turned my stomach into a cesspool of bile and hope. But in order for me to change the current guardianship, your brother has to be proven negligent, and he's not. He's stable, with a proven history of caring for your father. I cannot find legal grounds to grant you guardianship, no matter how much I would like to. That pit in my stomach filled with dread and defeat as the sour taste of despair hit my tongue. Mr. Daniels, she addressed my brother. You have done an excellent job of caring for your father's body. I understand the strain you must be under. Being a parental caregiver isn't easy. You deserve to keep your guardianship based on your history. However, I would urge you to listen to your father. Though legally, he cannot be deemed competent enough for me to order a DNR on his behalf, I sincerely hope you change your mind. The ability to control what happens to our flesh and to choose our future is the core of our personhood. Free will is the most precious of our possessions, and to lose it is a tragedy to which there is no equal. But the compassion we show to those who lack that control, both the very young who have yet to claim it and the very old who face its loss, that is the essence of our humanity. While I don't think you lack compassion, I do think you lack empathy for your father's plight, and I hope you find it before he's made to suffer again. I find in favor of the defendant, who will retain guardianship of Arthur Daniels. The gavel hit the bench. Dad no longer had a say in the rest of his life.
Chapter 26. Willow. So how did you choose? I asked Rose, who had just finished telling me about the love triangle she'd found herself in the middle of. Apparently, where you sat at her school's lunch table was the step before an engagement ring, and while she always sat next to Addison, her best friend, her other side was the hottest commodity at Alba Elementary. I haven't yet, but I have a plan, she told me as we made our way through the crowd that had gathered for the ribbon cutting at the mine. It was hard to believe it was already the 4th of July,
and even more unbelievable that Cam had made enough progress for this soft opening. We still had a few hours to go, but locals and tourists alike had made their way up to the Rose Rowan already.
"What is this plan?"
Cam asked, sneaking up behind us. "Hi, Cam." Rose's smile was instant and bright.
"Hi, Rosie."
Cam picked her up in a hug before kissing me quickly. Rose apparently has to choose between two boys, I told him as he took my hand in his.
"What? I thought boys had germs and stuff at your age."
Rose flat out rolled her eyes at him. "There they are." She not so subtly pointed to two boys who stood near the punch table. "Wait, this showdown is happening here? Where was her mother when I needed her?" I rose on my tiptoes to see if Charity stood out in the crowd, but it was too thick to find anyone who wasn't as tall as Cam. Speaking of tall, there was Alexander, having his picture taken over by the podium. Now I was the one rolling my eyes. "It's not a showdown. It will be easy. See?" She slipped her Rose Rowan backpack from her shoulder and pulled out two glittery unicorn pins. "I've been conducting an experiment, and now it's time to test out my Her forehead puckered. "Hypothesis," I offered. "Yep," she grinned and put her pack back on. "Do you want to explain?" I asked, noting that one of the boys was shorter with glasses and the classic underdog haircut, while the other could have modeled for 4th grade weekly, or whatever. "Later," she promised.
"Need some muscle?"
Cam offered, eyeing the boys. "I can take care of myself, but thank you," she called over her shoulder as she walked toward the boys. "I don't know how I feel about this," I muttered.
"Ditto,"
he agreed, squeezing my hand. We watched as Rose presented the boys with the pins. I wish I could hear what they're saying.
"If I'd known, I would have wired up a mic."
His eyes narrowed and he leaned forward like he could wish himself into supersonic hearing. The taller boy took the pin and forced a smile, then slipped it into the front pocket of his jeans. The shorter one grinned at Rose and then stuck it to the front of his Star Wars shirt. Rose smiled at the shorter boy, said something that made him grin even wider, then ran back over to us. My heart melted into a puddle of goo as I realized what she'd done, and what the man I loved had inadvertently done for her. "It worked," she said, her eyes shining with the wisdom of childhood.
"What worked?"
Cam asked, his gaze darting back to the boys. "My experiment." She raised her hands in victory. "Well, I think it's about to get interesting," I said, as I spied the taller boy coming over. He fumbled with the pin, but eventually got the back through his polo and fastened it. "Rose," he called, waving enthusiastically. "Look!" He pointed to the pin. She sighed and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Drake, but it's too late."
"And way too early,"
Cam muttered, earning him a poke with my elbow.
"But I like it! I really do!"
he proclaimed with big blue eyes. "No, you don't!" She shook her head emphatically. "You just want me to think you like it. There's a difference."
"Burn,"
Cam drawled. "No one says that anymore," Rose lectured him, but she did it with a smile.
"Fine!"
Drake snapped, ripping the pin from his shirt and leaving a hole in the fabric.
"Keep your stupid unicorn. I don't want it anyway."
He thrust it at Rose, and when she didn't take it back, Cam reached over and took it for her. The boy looked up, and when he finally met Cam's eyes, his widened. Then he ran. "Thank you for proving my hypothesis," Rose shouted after him. "That's the word. Good job," I told her with a high five. Cam had already fastened the pin above the Rose Rowan logo on the button-down shirt he wore. I had zero doubt the white fabric would be stained with dirt by the end of the first train run, but I loved that he had the sleeves rolled up, not caring what anyone thought of his tattoos.
"Camden, the newspaper is here all the way from Denver. They're hoping to get an interview with you and Xander and maybe your dad?"
Walter asked with more than a little hesitation.
It's understandable if you want to say no, or if you'd like to use his camera to violently bash your brother over the head."
A smile ghosted Cam's lips, and he sighed.
"It's okay, Walt. It's good for the mine, and with the cost of at-home care, I'll take all the free publicity I can get."
"Don't have too much fun," I told him. He kissed me as a reply. He was doing that more often, too, kissing me in public, ignoring what anyone thought about him or us. It wasn't an act of rebellion like it would have been when he was younger. Now it was because he genuinely didn't care what anyone thought. And I knew I didn't either. We were happy, and that made all the difference.
"I should have brought one for you, too,"
Rose mumbled. "I don't need one," I assured her, spying Charity standing with her boyfriend. "You already know I don't care what people think about me." Her eyes widened.
"You get it."
"Cam, the ice pack?" I asked.
"First, you have to answer a question."
She pinned me with her stare as people moved around us, heading for the buffet or the display of historical pictures. "Okay."
"Your unicorn pin. Who gave it to you? You know, the one you lost in the mine?"
She tilted her head toward the Rose Rowan. "Cam. He bought 2 at the Mother's Day shop at school that year. One for me and one for his mom. Lillian had been buried with hers." She frowned.
"I bet you really miss it."
"The pin? Well, of course it would be nice to have it, but I made peace with losing it a long time ago." Seeing how sad that seemed to make her, I pushed forward. "But you know, the mine is opening today. There's always the chance that someone finds it. Who knows? I don't remember where I was, but Cam has the 1880 tunnel ready for exploration, so any one of those 1,000 tourists might stumble onto it."
"But what if one of them thinks it's a treasure and keeps it?"
she demanded. I can't really control that. I kept my voice soft, trying to soothe her.
"Why didn't you look for it?"
"I was too scared," I admitted. "Even now, the mind scares me at times, reminds me of being trapped and lost and hurt."
"Still?"
she whispered. "Yep. Sometimes fears don't die just because you get bigger. They just get bigger too." I shrugged. She nodded as if mulling something over in her head.
"I'm going to go find Mom, okay?"
"Sure thing. She's right there." I pointed to the lone grove of aspen trees and she hugged me before taking off. I made my rounds, stopping to talk with Dad and John Royal before getting called over to Mom and the Ivies crew. They all wanted to know how Cam was after that horrid display Milton Sanders had put on. None of them mentioned that he'd done so at Xander's request. In that regard, he'd come out of last month's hearing squeaky clean. Sure, it was sad that he wouldn't give Art the DNR, but if the doctors and the judge said Art didn't know what he was asking for, then really he was just a son defending his father's life. After about 25 minutes of that crap, I made my excuses and snuck out of their gossipy clutches, with Mom mouthing, "Run." I chatted with Julie Hall and flipped off Oscar Hudgens when he walked by, then took Julie and her boys over with Thea and Jacob to see the trains, telling them all about the history of the ore carts. "Willow, will you ask Rose if she wants to grab lunch now or after the ceremony?" Charity asked, walking over with her boyfriend. I noted with a smile that she'd finally brought him out in public, and that the Salida resident was wearing a unicorn pin. "What? You ask her," I teased. "Hi, I'm Willow," I introduced myself. "Travis." He smiled as he shook my hand. "It's nice to finally meet you." "Same here." Yes, now you know each other. Willow, seriously, grab Rose for me." She looked over at the train and waved to Thea and Julie. I blinked in confusion. "Rose is with you." Charity moved her sunglasses to the top of her head. "No, she was with me. She said you needed her for some kind of ore hunt with the kids and ran off to find you." Dread filled every cell in my body, and the noise of the crowd faded in my head, only to be replaced by a roar in my ears. When? It must have been an hour ago?
Her eyes flew impossibly wide. "Willow, where is Rose?" "I don't know," I whispered, my head swiveling left to right, searching for her familiar braid.
"Well, when is the ore hunt? Maybe she's setting up for it?" Travis asked.
"There's no ore hunt." I looked Charity square in the eye. I never asked her to help me with it because it doesn't exist. "Oh, God." She pushed past me and ran for the reconstructed gatehouse that served as a ticket booth and launch pad for the train. "She never lies," I told Travis. "Something is wrong." "Excuse me," Charity said into the microphone, and her voice blared across the crowd through the speakers Cam and his team had rigged for the event. "Has anyone seen Rose Maillard?" The crowd murmured, but no one threw up a hand or answered. "Rose?" Charity shouted into the microphone, the panic in her voice grating on my heart like nails on a chalkboard. I scanned the crowd again, then looked at the trains. And past the trains. Oh no, my heart sank. "Tell Charity to wait here," I ordered Travis. Then I ran into the crowd, pushing my way through the thickest parts, until I reached the construction trailers that had been moved to the far end of the clearing space to accommodate the crowd. I took the stairs 2 at a time and flung the door open. Everything looked the same at first glance. But there, above Cam's desk, no, there sat Cam's hard hat and my hard hat. But Rose's was missing. I barely felt the ground under my feet as I sprinted from the trailer, jumping the stairs and racing through the crowd, which was now thickest at the steps that led up to the gatehouse. "Move!" I ordered as someone blocked my path. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but only shut the hell up and move, Scott!" I screamed at the man who'd been the biggest bully in my class.
"Willow, sorry, I didn't see you."
I shoved my way past him and ran up the stairs, where Charity stood under my father's arm. Mom and Travis watched nervously, while Cam and Gideon conferred with Xander and Tim Hall. "Cam!" He looked over at me, and immediately came my way. "I know where she is."
"Where?"
Tim Hall demanded, but Cam just watched me, steady and calm. "Her hard hat is gone," I told him. His eyes flared wide, and he pivoted to look down the long black tunnel of the mine. Why would she? She said something about me having that pin, the one I lost that day, and she was really upset that someone might find it before I did. My knees weakened. "Cam, I think she's looking for the ventilation shaft I fell down." He glanced back at the mine, and when everyone burst into questions and demands, he was already gone, already mentally down that shaft.
"What do we do?"
Dad asked Tim Hall.
"We get search parties going,"
Tim answered. "How far was the shaft, Willow?" Charity grabbed my arms. "What do you remember?" "You were there!" My voice pitched high. "You were with me until you weren't!" "I was 11, she whispered. "All I remember was walking so far, and then it was dark. The batteries died on the lamp. At least, that's what we thought. So we put our hands on the wall of the tunnel and started walking back out. When the headlamp turned back on, you were gone. It was just us. I was 11, Willow. I don't remember the rest until Cam found us near the entrance. I was 9, I whispered, the same age as Rose.
"Everyone get in the trailer," Cam ordered. "Gideon, you start rounding up volunteers to search." "How far was that drop?" Dad asked Cam as he walked to the trailer, the crowd parting as we approached. "The shaft you pushed Willow up." "At least 50 feet, he replied. "I don't know how she survived it."
"You did too," I told him as he took my hand.
"I had a headlamp and could more or less skid my way to the bottom. It was a miracle that all you did was break your nose."
We filed into the trailer, and Cam pulled the blueprints of the Rose Rowan onto the drafting table.
"We figured the shaft had to be one of these two."
He pointed to the longest ventilation shafts the mine had. They traversed 3 levels of the mine.
"Xander, what do you remember?"
Xander shook his head as he studied the blueprints.
"God, it was so long ago."
"You were 14, Charity cried. "That's older than the rest of us. You have to remember."
"I can find her,"
Art said as he walked into the trailer with Walt and Nicky at his heels.
"Dad?"
"Not now," Xander said gently.
Tim, get 10 search parties of 5 together if you can. That's how many hard hats and lamps we have on hand."
Cam looked at the police captain. "Now, Tim!"
Tim nodded and left.
"I can find her!"
Art declared again. "Dad, what do you mean?"
Cam asked, moving Travis out of the way so Art could come closer.
"No one knows that mine like I do. I think I know where she is."
Art looked at the blueprints.
"It's not on the map. Not this one, at least."
"Dad, we don't have time for this. Why don't you go with Nikki?" Xander urged. Art ignored him and pointed to the blueprints.
"It should be right there. I know I've seen it there on another set."
His forehead puckered.
"It's where the 1880s meets the 1930s.
"Dad, those tunnels don't intersect," Xander argued.
"Be quiet! You never wanted to listen to me about the mine when you were younger. I don't know why you'd start now."
He swiveled to look at Cam.
"I can find her. Take me."
"No way," Xander shouted.
"Take me!"
Art demanded, not even bothering to look at Xander.
"You know what putting him under emotional strain does. He'll lose it down there and then you'll both die."
Xander folded his arms across his chest.
"Camden, I'm her best hope. There are only 4 people who have been there."
His brow wrinkled.
5, when you count Willow.
Me, Xander, Charity, Cam. Who was the 5th? "I'll go," I said, already moving to grab my hard hat and Cam's. "You're terrified of the mine," Charity countered, tears silently running down her face. "I'm the one who fell down it in the first place," I told her. "Cam and I are the only ones who have actually been there."
"I've been there too. That's what I'm saying,"
Art interjected. "Right. And Art," which made sense, seeing as he was the expert on the damned mine. "Charity, you have to stay here in case another party brings her back, in case they find her before we do."
"Are you sure, Pika?"
Cam asked. "I'm sure." I handed his hard hat to him, then put mine on the desk and began to braid my hair.
"Take me, Cam. I'm the best chance you have at finding that little girl alive."
Art moved directly in front of Cam. "You can't even be sure Rose can find that ventilation shaft. If you couldn't find it again, then how can she? It was a miracle you stumbled onto Willow back then," Xander argued.
"I told her how to get there,"
Art admitted.
"It wasn't on the map I had either, but I showed her where it should be."
"It wasn't on the map because it's not there. He's not going. I forbid it. I'm his guardian." Xander's voice rose with each word. "You can't take him down there." Cam locked eyes with his dad for a long minute, then nodded before stepping up to Xander. There was no physical comparison between the two, and Xander knew it, but Cam had never used it to his advantage before.
"Stop me."
10 minutes later, Cam, Art, Gideon, Dad, and I piled into the train. Cam drove us into the mine, speeding faster than we had when Rose had been with us. I kept my eyes peeled for her pale pink jacket and yellow helmet, but came up empty. We sliced through the stale air of the tunnel, and I gawked at the difference now that it was lit. We passed the first antechamber we'd stopped at, then made our way past 2 ventilation shafts and several displays Cam had set up with historically accurate mining equipment. We finally stopped, and I marveled that we'd managed to walk this far in all those years ago. If this was really where I'd fallen. Cam showed Dad how to work the train so he could take it back for more search parties.
"You're sure about this?"
Cam asked me, his hands cupping my face. "You won't let anything happen to me," I answered, "and I won't let anything happen to you." He leaned his hat against mine and took a deep breath.
"Just promise me you'll stay close. I almost lost you once in here, and that's not going to happen again."
"I promise." He nodded, but I knew he wasn't happy about me being down here. Well, that made 3 of us, if the way my dad was staring at me was any indication. "It's okay, Dad. Go."
"I love you. Your coat is too big. Are you going to be warm enough?"
I love you too, and I'm fine. It's Cam's. I didn't bother arguing the logic of his statement. He turned to look at Camden.
You brought her out of this mine once, and I expect you to do it again. Do you understand me? You bring her and Rose out. What changed your mind?
Cam asked, hefting his pack over his shoulder.
When did I realize you didn't break her nose?
Dad asked. Cam nodded.
First, I pulled her x-rays when you started dating. The break was too symmetrical, like she'd literally fallen flat on her face or walked into the wall. Then I realized I didn't need the damned x-rays. Willow is a smart girl, and she would have kicked your ass if you'd hurt her.
Cam nodded again, but a smile lifted his lips. He didn't demand an apology for the last 20 years of my dad being an ass to him. He simply accepted that Dad knew he was wrong. I took his hand, and we waved to Dad as he took the track switch and headed back to the mine's entrance. The lights were on, but the smells, the sounds, they were all the same. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, Cam suggested gently as we started walking.
This way,
Art said at a random offshoot.
Dad,
Camden said.
I don't remember coming this way or taking any downhill path until I found that shaft. That's because you took the long way. I told your little Rose how to find the shortcut.
He sounded like he was slipping into an episode, but his eyes were clear and certain.
What shortcut? It was a ventilation shaft. What did you think it was ventilating? Look, you can trust me or not. I'm telling you it's this way.
Art turned and started walking. This should be a great story to tell at my funeral, Gideon muttered.
Okay, I guess we'll trust you,
Cam said, then took my hand and followed his dad. How far do you think it is? Gideon asked.
Probably 10 minutes if you stop whining and start walking,
Art chided. Cam smiled and shot Gid a knowing look over his shoulder. The tunnel narrowed, and we passed the demarcation line of where it had been reinforced. The lighting ended, leaving us with only our headlamps as the tunnel began a steep descent into the mountain. The beams that supported the sides and roof were mostly intact, but there were a couple I had to climb over.
Here's where it starts to get sporty,
Art said with a grin. Starts? I sucked a deep breath in through my nose and out through my mouth, then trudged on into my personal hell, praying we'd find Rose in time. Or at all.
Chapter 27. Camden. We trudged down a tunnel so narrow I could have touched both sides if I stretched my arms wide. The grade was steep, and bits of loose gravel slid where we stepped, but at least the floor was dry. Dad, are you sure this is the way? I asked, my fear growing every minute that his mind would slip. I'm as sure as I can be. I know today is July 4th, you're Camden, and you're holding on pretty damn tight to Willow Bradley, so I'm lucid, if that's what you're asking. He didn't even look back, just kept moving down the dirt-covered floor. Willow tightened her grip on my hand, but the tunnel became too narrow to walk side by side, and she had to fall behind me. I hated not being able to see her, but I wasn't going to let her walk across any ground my weight hadn't tested this far into the mine. The air stirred from ahead, and Dad's light bounced as he nodded. See? He pointed to the tunnel that appeared on our right as the path leveled out and widened into another large chamber. This is an offshoot of one of the 1930s. It's not on any of the maps, I said to myself as I took in the expansive tunnel and its sturdy beams. To the left were dozens of smaller chambers, some with wooden half-walls, trimmed and topped with vertical iron bars and swinging doors made of the same, and some barren, left from exploratory blasts. I know it's on at least one map, Dad replied. I just can't remember where it is. He touched his forehead. I thought I gave it to you, but that can't be right. Apprehension landed in my stomach like a brick. Dad, are you okay? Yeah, of course. I'm fine. But the lines in his forehead told me otherwise. How deep do you think we are? Gideon asked. Sub-level 3, Dad declared, his headlamp illuminating the expansive wall that was dotted with mined alcoves stretching as far as the light could reach on either side, as the chamber narrowed to 2 tunnels that ran to either side. Found a vein down here that wasn't worth much, but something was better than nothing. But the miners needed air. His headlamp shone right, then left. Where the hell did we go from here? Them and me both, Gideon said, walking past my dad and following the curve of the tunnel. Are you okay? I asked Willow, noting that the rise and fall of her chest had increased. I just want to start screaming her name. I'd hold off on that, Gideon said, shining his light on a rubble pile in the back left of the chamber. The entire thing is caved in over there. Been like that for years, Dad muttered. Don't just stand there. Start looking. Don't go moving rocks around or causing another cave-in. Left or right? Gideon asked. My throat tightened. Doesn't matter, Dad stated, his headlamp swaying as he shook his head. It's a 50-50 shot. Pick one and start looking. It matters, I countered as Willow slipped her hand into mine. Split up, but stay in this section, Dad ordered. We can search twice as fast. Left or right? There was no obvious choice as I looked both ways. It was a coin flip dilemma. Left, Willow said, her lamp shining on the barred chambers. You sure? I asked. Left, she repeated, quieter this time. We'll take the right, Dad announced and walked off with Gideon on his heels. The first alcove was empty, save a wooden desk and a flat, raised surface that must have served as some kind of bed. Cam, Willow whispered as her hands ran over the iron bars. I remember this. You're sure? I asked, but the way her face drained of blood told me she was certain. She nodded. The shadows from the bars, then darkness, Charity shrieking, Xander saying to keep calm. Then I fell. Her voice trailed off as she left the chamber, and I followed her into the next one, this one lined with shelves and an array of dust-covered canned goods. I hit so hard. God, it still smells the same down here. It's not this one, Willow declared, and I got the hell out of her way as she pushed by me. Or this one, she said at the next and the next. We found the shaft! Gideon called out loud enough to make me cringe. Did I think shouting would bring a cave-in? No. Was I sure? Also no. Still, relief barreled through me. But wait. Wouldn't Rose have called out if she'd heard them? God, what if she wasn't even here? There were miles and miles of tunnels in this place. What if she'd stumbled into bad air? Stop, Willow whispered, stepping farther into the chamber. Willow, they found it. I held out my hand, already focused on heading toward Gid and Dad. It's a door. She looked over her shoulder. Cam, it's a door! Ignoring the logic in my brain screaming at me to get to the shaft with Dad, I moved farther back into the chamber to see Willow tug open a rusted iron door. It swung clear of the floor, and my heart stopped as she stepped through the doorway. Rose! Willow cried. I jumped over a fallen beam and caught the heavy door before it shut. It won't open from this side, Rose wailed, and I nearly let go out of sheer surprise and knee-weakening relief. She stood at the ledge, her back to the ventilation shaft, looking at us with wide eyes and tear-stained cheeks. She was alive. She was okay. Rose, step away from the edge, Willow said softly. Come here. She held out her arms, and my heart rate dropped with each step Rose took from the shaft. I'm so sorry, Rose cried as she reached Willow and collapsed against her aunt. I just wanted to find your pin. It's okay, Willow promised as she held her tight, resting her chin on the top of Rose's head. It's okay. I couldn't find it. I did all of this and it's still not here. Rose? Gideon called from across the shaft. There was another entrance at this level? We've got her, I confirmed. Come on, ladies, let's get you out of here. The need to get them as far away from that damned shaft as possible clawed at my gut. Willow clasped Rose's hand and then gently pushed her ahead, toward where the tunnel narrowed to the door. Hi, Cam, Rose said softly as she squeezed by me. Hey, Rosie. I wanted to scoop her up, but I wasn't going to let go of the door and have it close on Willow. A shaky, trembling smile graced her lips as she passed me next, kissing my cheek. Thank you, she whispered. Nothing to thank me for, I replied, then let the door swing shut once she was through. It met the frame in a heavy slam of metal. Then I grabbed Rose and hugged her. You scared us. Her tiny shoulders heaved. I'm so sorry. The door shut behind me and there's no handle. There were about 30 ways I wanted to yell at her for scaring us, for coming down here in the first place, for listening to the ravings of a man who'd already lost his mind, even if he'd actually known what he was talking about in this instance. But her mother could do that as soon as we got her back to the surface. I just needed to feel her breathe for a second. You're okay, I promised, but I wasn't sure if it was to the little girl in my arms or to myself. She nodded against my neck. I looked at Willow, but her eyes were on the door, 2 lines forming between her eyebrows. Pika? I can't remember, but I know I was here. She'd been the same size as Rose, but alone for so many more hours. Broken, bleeding, and so cold, her skin had felt like ice against mine. Give me just a second, I said to her, and carried Rose out to where Gideon and Dad had just made it to the chamber. Keep her, I told Gid, handing Rose over, then went back to Willow. She stood with the door open, her headlamp illuminating the tunnel beyond. I want to see it. Is that weird? Understandable. There was a hook on the wall, and when I took the door from Willow and pushed it wide, the iron slipped into the ring on the door, holding it open. I'll go with you. Thank you. I took her hand and stepped through the door first, keeping contact as she followed behind. The tunnel widened and opened onto a small ledge that looked over the 10-foot-wide ventilation shaft, and Willow stepped up beside me. You know when you go somewhere as an adult and you say, it felt so much bigger as a child? She asked. This does not, I said, looking up and up at the 50 feet or so to the next sub-level. It wasn't vertical, thank God, or we both would have died, but the incline was steep enough that I wondered at my own bravery back then. No, it's just as awful as I remember. She stepped closer to the edge and looked down, focusing on the jagged outcropping I'd found her on about 10 feet below us. Cam, I didn't fall the whole way. She looked up the shaft at the tiny pinpoint of light that marked the surface. That's why I didn't break more. Like her neck. You fell from here. I put it together, watching one of the small rocks just past my feet give in to gravity and fall. It smacked the outcropping, then fell into the blackness. I tugged Willow's hand and pulled her back a step. This thing was anything but stable. But you didn't. You came all the way down. She looked up again, shaking her head. How did you do it? Get down here and get us both out. Sheer willpower. I clutched her hand even tighter. You're incredible. Do you know that? I nudged her hard hat up so the beam didn't hit me straight in the eye. Not really. Desperation and love make ordinary people do heroic things, Dad said from behind us, moving to stand next to Willow at the edge of the unstable ledge. You were never ordinary, and you had both. He stated it like a fact, not a compliment, then glanced at me before surveying the space. I didn't see this ledge, I admitted, or the one across the way.
We climbed all the way up for nothing. This one wouldn't have done you much good, seeing as the door can't be opened from this side. Dad thumbed back toward the door. And the other opening is small, too. As dark as it is in here, you wouldn't have seen it. We've got 3 headlamps, Camden, one of which is brighter than 20 of what we had back then. I kicked myself for not being more observant, for putting her through more than I had to when she was already so hurt. Stop, Dad snapped, seeing my guilt. You focused on the light and started climbing, just like anyone else would have. You saved me. Willow smiled up at me. Hey, isn't that... The ledge gave way under Dad. Art! Willow screamed, grabbing for Dad as rocks crashed to the unknown bottom below. No! The sound ripped from my throat. She fell to the side, slamming her hip against the ground, and slid toward the edge as if dragged. I lunged behind her, landing on my hands and feet before hitting my stomach, then locked my arm around her waist to hold her back. I swung her legs, bringing her feet back toward the door and the more stable portion of the ledge. Cam! She shrieked. He's too heavy! I crawled forward to see that she had Dad's hand, and it was twisting her arm at an angle that was going to snap it quickly. Dad! I reached for him, following the line of Willow's arm. Let me go! Don't let her fall with me! He called up. Willow cried out. I felt the killing calm come over me and welcomed it like a long-lost friend. I've got you! I gripped his wrist with my left hand and immediately felt some of the strain lift from Willow's arm. Then I reached around the back of Willow's hand, her knuckles white from trying to keep Dad from falling. Let go, Pika, so I can get 2 hands on him. You can't lift him out at that angle. Let go. I kept my voice soft, even as my heart slammed against my chest. Cam? She asked, still holding on to him. I promise I've got him. She released her hand, and Dad swung to the left before I could get his hand with my right. Got you! Willow, get Gid! She scrambled for the door. Let me go, Dad ordered. You have no idea how deep that goes, Dad. Just hold on. Rocks crumbled from the area Willow had just vacated. Camden. My eyes met his, and it struck me how calm he was. How I'd been cursing the parts of me that were like him, only to be grateful for them later on. Gideon is coming and will pull you up. I just don't have the leverage, I told him. You're not slipping, and I'm strong enough to hold you. Thank God he had on a fleece jacket. My hands would have slid right off his skin. The ledge is going to go. Do not do this. The ledge is fine, I shouted. Gideon! Where was he? I love you, Camden. And I know I was shit at showing it. But you were just so much like me. Sully and Xander, they were your mom, but you... In everything but looks, you were me. And Cal, he was the lovable one. The good one. Another section of rock gave way, and I heard footsteps hurrying toward us. Dad, you can tell me all about it later. Let me go. I sucked in a breath, finally understanding what he was saying. No, Dad. No. I'm not taking you with me. Holy shit! Gideon shouted, hitting his stomach and sliding up next to me. Gid's here, Dad. We can pull you out. He stayed silent, but his expressions flickered so fast that I couldn't tell what he was feeling or thinking. Sadness? Anger? Acceptance? Even happiness? Just reach up with your other hand. Gideon leaned forward as far as he dared and lowered his hand. Dad, I begged. I can't do this for you. It's your choice. Gideon's gaze snapped toward me and then back to Dad before managing to lower his hand another inch. You have to choose, Dad. This was it. The moment he'd wanted. The decision was his. Another section of the ledge collapsed, ending right before my arms started, but I still didn't look away from those eyes.
Sullivan's eyes. His lips pursed and his brow furrowed. Then he roared and swung up with his left hand. Gideon caught it, and we both immediately lifted, scraping Dad's arms, then his chest and stomach on the edge of the ledge as we pulled him back onto the solid surface. Once he got to his knees, he fell forward, and we all rushed for the door, where Willow waited. Dad looked back at me and gave me a singular, knowing nod, and I knew that was all he'd ever have to say about what just happened. "I think this belongs to you, young lady," he said, pressing something into Willow's palm before walking through the door. "I need a beer," Gideon muttered, following Dad. I grabbed Willow to me, holding her against my chest, not caring that her helmet dug into the layers of my jacket to press the skin beneath. "I love you. I love you," she repeated, her hands clutching the fabric at my back. "Let's get you out of here. I could go the rest of my life and never see this portion of the mine again. That would be fine by me." She nodded, and we walked back into the chamber. "Look what your dad found." She held up her unicorn pin. It was a tiny thing, barely the size of a quarter. "Look at that." I brushed my thumb over her palm, but when I looked up, she was focused on something to her right. The door. "What is it?" She tucked the pin in her pocket and turned to face the heavy iron mass. Then she brought her hand down from her chin, as if she were measuring something, and when she reached mid-chest, she moved her hand to the same level on the door. "Cam," she whispered. There were 2 darker spots in the rust. Blood. Rage swept over me, holding hands with a knowledge I never wanted. And it all made sense. All of that day, those that came before and the ones that followed. Our eyes locked, hers wide with shock, and I shut the door, letting it close with a satisfying slam. I knew where that fucking map was.
Chapter 28. Willow. Cam was nearly silent as we made our way out of the mine. He reminded me of a caged tiger, prowling the edges of his bars, waiting to be unleashed. I kept Rose's hand in mine and tried not to think about what we'd found and what we'd almost lost. Gideon checked for cell reception as we climbed sublevels, and it didn't surprise me that there was none to be found this far underground. Art was showing signs of sundowning, and I knew we needed to get him out of the mine before he couldn't remember why he was here. I needed to get out of this mine before I couldn't forget. We reached the main 1880 tunnel, and I almost let myself relax. Even if we all collapsed here, someone would find us. The distance the train had covered in 5 minutes took 20 to walk. We reached the first chamber, where the tunnel split in 3 directions, and my dad shouted, running for us with a search party on his heels. "Grandpa!" Rose dropped my hand and ran for him. He fell to his knees and threw his arms around her, his shoulders shaking. "I'm okay," she promised. Exhaustion slammed into me, and my steps slowed as I neared them. We found her. Dad gripped my coat and pulled. I slipped to the ground, and he wrapped his arm around my back. His breaths were ragged, and I laid my head on his shoulder as he regained his composure. "Thank you." I didn't need to look to know that he spoke to Cam. "I didn't have to carry her this time," Cam replied, and I smiled despite the weariness creeping into my bones. When Dad felt together enough to rise, we piled into the train. Art drove after telling Cam he damn well knew what he was doing. Dad sat across from me with Rose tucked under his arm, and I rested my head on Cam's chest. "I'm so tired," I told him as the train took off. Adrenaline let down. He pressed a kiss against my forehead. "Same with you?" I asked as the train sped toward the light and fresh, clean air. "I'm not done yet." His muscles were coiled with tension.
but he still held me gently as we came to a stop at the gatehouse. Xander stood at the structure, giving an interview to some news channel, and I wondered how much time had passed. The crowd erupted when they saw us, and Charity sprinted from the side of the tunnel, sobbing wordlessly as she ran for her daughter. Dad lifted Rose over the side of the car, and Charity enveloped her in her arms. "Thank you," she cried at Dad, then pulled back from Rose long enough to examine her face.
"Thank Cam,"
Dad answered. But Cam wasn't watching the reunion. His eyes were narrowed on Xander, malice pouring off him in waves. "Cam," I whispered. He dropped his eyes to mine, and they didn't soften, but he gently stroked the bridge of my nose with his fingertip, then looked at my father.
"I make no excuses for what's about to happen."
That was our only warning. He climbed from the train onto the platform and charged at Xander. "There you are, Cam. I was just giving an update." I heard Xander's voice despite the 30 feet that separated us. Then I heard his breath expel in a gush as Cam pinned him to the side of the building. "Cam!" Gideon shouted, racing after him. I scrambled to the deck and ran. "How could you?" Cam screamed. "How the hell could you do that to her? She was 9, you asshole! 9! And you shoved her into that tunnel and slammed the door in her goddamned face!" I skidded to a halt, realizing that Cam had figured it out too. He'd been so silent on the trek back here that I wondered if he'd come to the same conclusion I had when I saw the bloodstains. My bloodstains. "What?" Gideon questioned, voicing pretty much everyone's exact thought. "I don't know what you're talking about," Xander countered, putting his hands against the rock, showing the world that he wasn't the aggressor here. "I'm talking about you killing your headlamp and shoving Willow into that damned tunnel. You're the one who broke her nose. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you leave her there? You have no proof. You sound as crazy as Dad." Xander's eyes bugged out. "I remember," I said loud enough for Xander to hear. His eyes snapped to mine. "The headlamp died. And you said to keep our hands on the wall, but then there was a rush of air and you pushed me. I stumbled back, and when I tried to run forward to get back to where we'd been, you slammed the door. I woke up on the ground, and when I backed away, I didn't see the ledge in the dark and tumbled right over it. Where I then lay for hours, until Cam found me, not remembering exactly what brought me there in the first place." Xander shook his head. "No, Willow, you must be confused." Cam pressed his forearm across Xander's throat. "Try again." Gideon stepped forward, but his father stopped him, putting a hand on his shoulder. "I'm not," I snapped. "I didn't remember until I saw the blood. It's still on the door, Xander." He blanched. "I was coming back for you." His eyes swung to Cam's. "I was going back for her. I thought if she was missing for a few hours and I found her..." He shook his head. "I was 14. I was a stupid kid. She was 9, Cam shouted, shoving Xander harder against the frame. 9! And you left her there bleeding and hurt so you could go back and rescue her? Are you fucking kidding me? She was fine. See, she's fine. Because I found her. Because I slid down 50 feet of a mine shaft and then pushed her up every foot of it to get her out. She's fine because of me." Veins bulged in Cam's neck, and for the first time I worried that he might really kill Xander. "I would have found her if you hadn't ripped the headlamp off my head and run," Xander shouted. "You ruined it. You ruined everything." Cam pushed off Xander, putting a foot of space between them, and Gideon relaxed next to me. "This is what you really are? Under all the polish and the PR. You're just a pile of shit." Cam shook his head. "I thought you were the best of us. You were the golden boy. You were going to change the world, Xander. That's why I took the fall for you that night when you set the bunkhouse on fire. There was a collective gasp, and my heart broke. The very thing he'd been condemned for in this town hadn't even been his sin. He'd taken it from his brother. That's not— Shut up! I saw you! I couldn't figure out what you were doing with the hose from the mine's water tank until I saw you throw the torch. My head felt light, and I swayed on my feet. No one was in there. Everyone was outside at the bonfire. His eyes darted toward me. At least they were supposed to be. So, what? You were just going to put the fire out and call yourself a hero? Cam shouted. Instead, you sat there. Holy shit, you watched Sully crawl out. You watched me go in. You stood there the whole time, didn't you? Xander swallowed. Look, it caught so much faster than it was supposed to. You let me take the blame for it. You watched them pin it on me, and then you used it against me in Dad's case. Cam shook his head. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't hit him. Don't hit him. He wouldn't get away with it. Not with the crowd and the cameras. Like you'd understand, Xander shouted. You who can't stay out of trouble. You who gets into fistfights defending her. He pointed at me. And who manages to carry her out of a mine covered in blood. And who rips apart the entire town for fun, but then emerges from a burning barn with Willow in your arms. It was all so easy for you to be larger than life, and I did everything I could to be good. That's what I was supposed to be. But it was never enough. I was never good enough, and you come home a decade later covered in your army medals and think you can rescue her again. Rescue Dad. Now rescue Rose? Hell, rescue this whole damned town. The realization that began that day at the courthouse came full circle. It was all about perception for him. He had been so consumed with trying to look like a hero that he forgot to be one. Cam shook his head and took another step back. Newsflash, Xander. I didn't want any of it. I only wanted her. I just wanted one medal, one moment. I would trade every medal on that uniform to have Sullivan back. Xander's head snapped to the side as a fist slammed into it, but it wasn't Cam standing above him as he slid against the wall. It was my dad. Gideon and Tim sprang into action, one cuffing Xander and one cuffing my dad. Alexander Daniels, you're under arrest for arson, Gideon growled, and guided Xander by the neck down the steps. Gid, I shouted, and he looked back. You might want to take his mic off. Xander's head snapped up to look out over the crowd of 1,000 people who'd heard it all go down over the speakers. Gid unsnapped the tiny mic from the front of Xander's shirt and tossed it to the reporter after nodding his thanks to me. I don't want to do this, Noah, Tim Hall said quietly, but the damned cameras are on us. The law is black and white, Dad answered Tim while he looked at me, and it was worth it. Noah Bradley, you're under arrest for assault. He finished his Miranda rights as Mom trailed after him. I'll get the bail money. Cam wrapped his arm around me, and I melted against his chest. Take me home? Gladly. He kissed the top of my head. I guess we put on quite a show for the tourists, Dorothy Powers said, her arm looped through Art's. Let's get you home, Arthur. Art looked at Cam, and I knew the lucidity he'd had in the mine was fading fast. The map, he said quietly. It's framed above Xander's bed, Cam explained. His eyes drifted toward mine. Balance. Then he walked off with Dorothy, looking like he'd aged 10 years in the past hour. Should we open the mine? John Royal asked, gesturing out at the tourists. Cam groaned. Tourists first, I whispered, looking out over the crowd. He'd done this. Made it possible for Alba to not just continue surviving, but thrive. All because he'd been unafraid to stand alone and fight for what he knew was right, even if everyone else screamed that it was wrong. I guess we'll open her up. Then he kissed me in front of everyone, and the crowd roared.
We don't need to put on that good of a show, Dorothy muttered. That was just for fun, Cam replied, smiling down at me. He'd never been the one to care how things looked, and I couldn't have loved him any more for it.
Chapter 29. Camden. The aspen's leaves danced shadows across the gravestones as I stood and faced my little brother for the first time in 6 years. It's not like I need to fill you in, I told him as I brushed fallen leaves from the top of the gray marble. I've always felt like you hung around. Hell, I talk to you enough. Of course, I'm hoping you don't hang around too often, given the fact that I had Willow in my bed every night. But I hope you'd be happy for us. And even if you aren't, I'm just going to pretend that you are, because even you being pissed at me couldn't keep me away from her. Nikki told me you were out here. I glanced over my shoulder to see Dad coming up the slight incline, his nurse staying back a few dozen feet to give us some privacy. You look good, I told him as he came to stand next to me, directly in front of Mom's stone. It's my mind that's going, son, not my face. He smirked before stepping forward to brush his hand over Mom's name. I'm glad she wasn't here for this part, though. No one should have to watch the person they love disappear right in front of them. I looked him over, doing a quick assessment. He wore the new Rose Rowan shirt I dropped off for him last week. His hair was combed, and he looked, well, like him. Nikki also said that the last few times you stopped over, I haven't recognized you. Dad crouched and brushed the leaves from Mom's stone. But you do today? I asked slowly. He sighed and stood, wiping his hands off on his jeans and glancing toward Uncle Cal's stone a little past Mom's. I'm enough of myself to recognize that I'm not always myself. And everything that happened a couple weeks ago? I probed. I know your brother is out on bail, if that's what you're asking, he grumbled. He really left Willow in the mine when you were kids? Yeah. I beat back the anger that welled up every time I thought about it. And he set fire to the bunkhouse. He did. Dad turned to face me. And you took the blame. My reasons seemed sound back then. I looked away. We'd come a long way since I'd returned home, but this was still awkward as hell. I swear, you always cared too little about what other people thought, and Xander cared too much. He shook his head. There was a girl in the mine. Rose, I supplied. Right. She okay? She is. Grounded, I believe, but physically fine. You saved her. We never could have found her without you. He grunted a reply that I couldn't interpret. I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you, I said softly, spitting it out before I lost whatever time I had with him. His gaze jerked toward mine. More what? Shit. The DNR, I reminded him. The judge denied us. Do you remember? His brow furrowed. I remember Walt telling me the judge's decision. But I know you did what you could. You opened the mine, for Christ's sake. Took on Judge Bradley and won him over, from what I remember. It wasn't enough. I shifted my weight and crossed my arms over my chest. Cam, you can't control the choices other people make. You do the best you can, and then it's out of your hands. My gaze drifted to Sullivan's stone. And what happens when you make the wrong choice? I arched my neck slightly to ease the tightening sensation in my throat. What happens when you're standing in the mine and you have to choose left or right in a split second with no way to justify your choice? You went left and found the girl. Why are you beating yourself up? It worked out in the end. Willow chose left. I followed her. I made a decision just like that.
2 men stepped forward. I pointed to the guy on the left, and Sullivan died. Dad sucked in a breath. Camden, I want you to know what happened that day, but not for the reasons you think. I'm starting to realize you can't give me absolution, if that's what you're worried about. What I need you to know is that while I'm responsible for Sully's death, I didn't know it was his squad leader I chose. I closed my eyes against the barrage of imagery in my head. Sullivan's smile, his laugh, his eyes going vacant as he bled out. I didn't know. My voice dropped to a whisper. For a long moment, the only sounds were the rustling leaves above us and the faint whirl of the wind. We made a deal when you came back. My eyes flew open at Dad's comment, and my stomach clenched. We did, but I'm not holding you to it. I want you to listen, but I won't force you. As much as I knew I deserved to be heard, my father deserved to make his own choice in the matter. Sullivan was his son. Tell me what happened. With Sullivan only a few feet away, I did. We got the call that an outpost was in serious danger of being overrun, and we went. We landed under heavy fire, and it was a shit show on the ground. A new company had just rotated in the month before, and from what we'd seen from the air, they were vastly outnumbered. Our team split to accomplish different objectives. Once my commander relayed what we'd seen to that company's commander, I was ordered to take a squad with another operator. They couldn't spare a whole platoon. To reinforce the section of the perimeter we'd seen was about to fall. I'm talking minutes, not hours. The smell of gunfire filled my nose, and even though I told myself it was all in my head, my heart rate picked up. 2 squad leaders answered their captain's request. They stepped forward, and I pointed to the guy on the left and told him we needed to move. I'd gone over the memory so many times in my head, and yet I still found myself searching for any sign that I'd missed Sullivan at that point. He pulled his guys off the line, and we ran. I glanced Dad's way to see that he was focused on Sullivan's stone, but appeared to be listening, so I forged ahead. I go over it in my head a lot, I admitted. More than the psych guys would want, at least. That moment, had I picked the sergeant on the right, Sullivan wouldn't have been shot. Dad flinched. The next opportunity I had was when we ran. I let their sergeant lead the way because he knew the outpost better, of course, but I kept up with him step for step as his men followed and Vasquez brought up the rear. If we'd traded places, maybe I would have recognized the way he ran. I cleared my throat as it tightened again. We spread out along the wall and began returning fire. I skipped over the details. A few minutes later, I heard Vasquez call for a medic. I can still hear him calling, to be completely honest. I don't even know why I looked, but I did. I turned my head and waited until my dad's eyes met mine. It was Sullivan. He was standing there with those wide eyes of his, holding onto his neck while blood. I closed my eyes and took another deep breath. I screamed his name and ran as fast as I could, but I barely made it there in time to catch him as he fell. 10 feet. That's all that had separated us. 10 fucking feet. Was it quick? Dad asked, his voice thick. Just a couple minutes. And he wasn't alone. The last word broke. I was with him the entire time. He knew it was me. There was nothing I could do. I made the realization as the words slipped free. I've spent 6 years reliving those moments, and once he'd been shot, there really was nothing I could do but stay with him. And I did. I stayed with him through transport and through Dover and didn't leave his side until we laid him next to Mom. Tears blurred my vision, but I saw Dad swipe at his face. I loved Sullivan, Dad. I would have traded places with him in a heartbeat.
God knows I did my best to join him in the years that followed. I never would have chosen his squad if I'd known. Hell, I would have sat on his stubborn ass in the middle of that outpost, far from the wall. I made the choices that killed him, but I didn't know. I didn't know. I couldn't say how long we stood there, but the afternoon sun had shifted by the time Dad spoke. You might not want my absolution, Camden, but you have it. My knees weakened and I swayed. Were you a part of his death? Yes, but only in the way a cog moves the hands of the clock. His jaw ticked as his gaze met mine briefly. The truth is that while it was easier to levy the blame on you, we all made choices that led to his death. I let him enlist. Not that I could have stopped him. I think about that every day. That boy worshipped the ground you walked on. He wanted to be just like you. He even fell for the same girl. He would have been better for her, I admitted. Maybe. Dad admitted with a nod. But maybe not. And you'll be better to her. You tend to safeguard something once you realize how precious it is. I will. Losing Willow wasn't an option, and maybe I didn't deserve her, but I was sure as hell going to earn her every day. Your mother told me once, you're free to make your own choices, but you're not free from the consequences of that choice. His lips curved slightly before falling again. Sullivan made his choice. Xander did too. We all do, every day. You're no different. You have to love your choices, Camden, no matter what they are, because you have the freedom to choose. He looked me in the eye. Don't waste them, either, because you never know when it's the last one you'll get to make. It goes faster than you think. He turned and headed down the hill. Dad, I called out. One thing has been bugging me. What is that? He paused, but didn't turn. The door in the mine. What was it there for? He shrugged. Who knows? Your great-grandfather wasn't exactly all there in the head. I huffed a small laugh and watched him walk away. We might not be a sitcom family, but at least he wasn't shooting at me anymore. My phone buzzed as I headed toward my Jeep, and I checked it with a grin. Willow. Finishing up a design and then headed to your place. Cam. Sounds perfect. I just need to run an errand. I'll meet you there. Willow. Love you. I grinned. That right there was what my choices, the good and the bad, had earned me. Cam. Love you. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and climbed into the Jeep. There was one more choice to be made today, and it was Xander's. 10 minutes later, I rang the doorbell at my brother's house. It was one of the newest buildings in Alba, go figure, all sparkling new, and the setting sun bounced off the gleaming windows, picture perfect. Cam. He answered the door, looking like nothing had changed, like he wasn't out on bail or facing 10 years in prison if he didn't plead it down. Come here to gloat? I just saw the follow-up on Rose's rescue on CNN if you want to revel in your glory. You still don't get it. The manila envelope crinkled in my hands, and I was glad I'd only brought copies. What do you want? About Dad. I shifted my weight, at a loss on how to broach the topic. I'm still his guardian, unless you want to take me to court again. Then again, now that this has happened to me, maybe you'll get guardianship this time. I didn't state the obvious, that he'd done it to himself. Dad doesn't want to die. You know that, right? He just wants the choice. To him, that's what makes life worth the living. Choice. Xander crossed his arms over his chest. Well, I choose that he lives. And if you think that's selfish, then I don't care.
I don't want to lose my dad. I'm not going to be the son who lets it happen. What if it were you? I asked quietly. His eyes narrowed, and I continued. What if you were the one who couldn't make your own choice? I don't have to think about that. I'm 31 years old. He shrugged. But if you did, I pushed, what would you want? Are you asking if I'd want a DNR? I'm asking you to think about it, I said slowly, clutching the envelope. Because one day you might not have the choice. The ironic thing about you fighting Dad for his right to his own body is that you never stopped to ask yourself about the genetics. Xander froze. I did, I shrugged. When I realized that Willow was it for me, that I wanted marriage and kids and the whole domestic package, I started reading. Guess what, Xander? Dad's form of Alzheimer's is genetic. It's a presenilin 1 mutation. The color drained from his face. So that means we could have it. Sullivan did, I announced, handing him the envelope. He refused to take it. I got the results for all 3 of us the day of the hearing. How? He looked at the envelope like it would grow teeth and bite him, which was the most logical reaction I'd seen him have in a while. Mom kept all our baby teeth in those little memory boxes in her closet. Gross, but useful. You did this without my permission. He glared at me, but there was fear in his eyes, stark and sharp. I did, but the lab doesn't know that. The results are in there. Patients S, C, and A. Totally anonymous. I waved the results again. Don't you want to know? I don't know. He stared at the envelope. I could tell you. I read it. His eyes jerked back to mine, wide and furious. Don't. Why? Don't like to have your choices taken? I asked. I can make you feel better. I don't have it. His lips pursed. How does that make me feel better? Other than knowing your little brother won't be taken by early onset Alzheimer's? I chided. It should comfort you because no matter what that envelope says, I won't be you. I'll listen to you. I'll give you the choices you won't give Dad because I don't give a shit what people say or how I look to the world. I know who I am. I've made peace with my choices. I thrust the envelope at his chest, and he slowly took it. Make peace with yours, Xander. His body tensed as I nodded, then turned around and headed back to my Jeep. You're not going to tell me as some kind of punishment? He called after me. It's not my job to punish you, Xander. Not in anger, not in jealousy, not ever. Read it. Don't read it. That's your choice, not mine. I already knew what it said. A week later, Dad's guardianship documents arrived at the mine. Xander signed everything over to me, so we just needed an appointment with the judge to make it official. At the bottom of the stack was a signed "Do Not Resuscitate" order. 30 minutes after telling Dad, who thanked me and promptly hung up, I pulled into my driveway, smiling at the fact that the lights were on, which meant Willow was already here. Honey, I'm home, I called out as I walked in. In the library, she answered. I left the pizza I'd brought for dinner on the kitchen table and walked in to see her sketching at the easel. Her hands moved gracefully over Rose's face, adding details as she tilted her head this way and that. How was your day? She asked, setting the pencil down and walking over to loop her arms around my neck. I don't have the Alzheimer's gene. Okay. Her brows lowered in confusion. I had the test run because Dad's is genetic. I don't have it. I wrapped my arms around her waist, still surprised all these months later that I got to do it. Oh, good. She leaned up and kissed me. That's a load off. Wait, you've thought about it?
I pulled back just enough to look in her eyes. I figured if you wanted to get tested, you would, and if you didn't, that was okay too. She shrugged. And if I had it? My heart clenched at the thought of not recognizing her one day. Then we'd make the best of the years we had. I lifted her in my arms and walked to the armchair, adjusting her so she straddled my lap. But now you have me for a lot of years. Seems like it, she noted with a grin, throwing my very words back at me. Did I mention that Walt called about you taking your dad's seat on the Historical Society Council? She asked with a scrunched nose. No, I shook my head. No, I didn't tell you, or no, you don't want it. I groaned, letting my head fall back against the couch. Can no just be the universal answer? Not if you want to do some good. She kissed my nose. You're my good. I settled my hands on her hips and tugged her closer. Life was built from our choices. Mine hadn't always been good, but not all had been bad. And I couldn't bring myself to regret a single one of them, especially not the one in my arms. I kissed her deep and long, vowing to make every single one of those years worth everything that had happened to bring us here. This concludes Great and Precious Things by Rebecca Yarros, narrated by Eric Michael Summerer and Carly Robbins. Copyright 2020 by Rebecca Yarros. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Rebecca Yarros, care of the Bent Agency, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.